Chapter 1 of The Missing Initial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. Chapter 1. The Sword of Damocles. A cry cut the stillness of the hot September night with vibrating intensity. As the last note died out, Norma Page sat upright in bed and stared bewildered into the darkness, one hand pressed against her fast-beating heart. The sky was overcast, and neither moon nor stars were out, so she distinguished but dimly the wicker furniture on the sleeping porch. Her startled gaze swept the backs of the adjacent buildings, but all the windows giving upon the porch were dark. The cry was not repeated, and Norma, after listening intently for fully 5 minutes, lay down again, convinced that it must have been the aftermath of a distorted dream conjured up by her overexcited brain. The bed she occupied, while small, was vastly more comfortable than the sleeper which had brought her from Maine, and, in spite of the humid heat which makes September in Washington, the nation's capital, almost unbearable, she had slept fairly well during the first part of the night. Norma forbore her impulse to switch on the reading lamp near her bed, preferring instead to lie still and mentally review the events of the summer. It had been her first real vacation since joining the staff of the Washington Post as a feature writer, and she had enjoyed her trip to New England to the utmost. While en route home, she had met at a hotel in Boston her cousin, Penelope Page Lawton. The chance encounter had brought her good fortune in the proffer of the Lawton apartment until the return of Mrs. Lawton in November. Mrs. Lawton, whose popularity in Washington society was undisputed, had conceived a deep affection for Norma in the days when the latter had acted as her social secretary. She had noticed with concern Norma's none too robust appearance and had promptly invited her to spend the rest of the summer traveling with her. But Norma, with a tenacity which characterized her family, insisted that she still had to make good in her newspaper work and therefore could not take a longer holiday. Mrs. Lawton had learned of old that Norma would not accept financial support even from her cousin, and secretly admiring the young girl's self-reliant spirit, which scorned all favors, with the tact which had gained her many a point in her social career, she had exerted her persuasive powers to induce Norma to occupy her new apartment in Washington rent-free during her absence. Norma assumed a more comfortable position in bed. The human-like cry, possibly sounded by some alley cat in its midnight prowl, had not been repeated, but for the time being it had banished sleep. She turned on her pillow and glanced at her wristwatch, lying on the small wicker table almost at her elbow. Its luminous dial showed the hands pointing to 2 o'clock. 5 more hours at least before she could go downstairs to the cafe and get her breakfast. Not that she was hungry, but the prospect of spending 5 hours lying awake. Norma bit her lip and brushed her fingers across her moistened eyelids. What nonsense to give way to an attack of nerves! She had been asleep. What matter if fitful, uneasy slumber? It had brought relaxation and forgetfulness in its train. She must think of something beside the letter which she had received in her mail that night at the city post office en route from the Union Station. Her thoughts strayed for an instant to her arrival at the Van Vliet in the fashionable residential section of 16th Street shortly after 8 o'clock in the evening. She had been met at the entrance by an attentive doorman, and her modest luggage had been carried to her cousin's 12-room apartment by an elevator boy. A hot bath had removed the tired ache from her body and the grime of travel, and Norma, after a cursory glance about the big apartment, had selected one of the bedrooms giving entrance to the screened sleeping porch, and, securing linen from the well-stocked linen closet, she had made her bed and crawled thankfully into it. Norma had purposely let none of her friends know of her expected return. There was much she had to thresh out by herself, not even to Penelope Lawton, as highly as she esteemed her, had she confided her most cherished secret, Sir Gilbert Montague's proposal of marriage, and her promise to give him her answer when next she saw him. All through the summer, Montague's ardent letters had pressed his suit, telegrams, candy, flowers, the little delicate, tender attentions which women hold so dear. None had been lacking, and Norma's stubborn resolve to carve out a literary career for herself before becoming engaged had almost given way before the Englishman's desperate pleading. Almost, but not quite. In thrusting her arm under her pillow, Norma's fingers touched a letter, and she slowly drew it out. No need to turn on the light at her elbow. The few lines it contained, as well as its signature, were burned into her brain. "Your contemplated engagement to my nephew is absurd," so the letter ran. "Two paupers cannot marry each other. Gilbert will inherit my money on one condition only, that he does not marry you." Norma's eyes blazed in righteous wrath. How dared Clifford Burton address her in that manner? How dared he think? Across the small courtyard which separated the Van Vliet from another apartment house, a feeble light flickered unevenly through one of the windows opening upon it, and as the light grew stronger, it arrested Norma's attention. Sitting upright, she peered forward and saw a man advance, a candle held high in his right hand. As he paused and gazed furtively about, she caught a full view of his face, and a faint cry escaped her involuntarily. The man lowered his candle so that its rays fell on an object in his right hand, then raised it to peer ahead. Placing the candlestick upon the desk, he stooped over. The next instant, the light shining across his bent back was obscured by a shadowy hand grasping a dagger. The dagger, poised in air one breathless second, reflected the light in its burnished steel, then was thrust sharp and true into human flesh. Without a sound, the man fell face downward across the desk. 3 times Norma tried to scream for aid, but only a gurgle passed her dry lips. Staggering to her feet, she swayed rather than walked across the intervening space. She had not realized the width of the sleeping porch until she reached the bedroom. As her trembling fingers pushed the electric switch and the room was flooded with light, she found herself still clutching Burton's letter. With a cry of horror, she flung it from her. She had just witnessed Clifford Burton's murder across the courtyard. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Crimson Stain. Slowly, Norma regained her benumbed faculties. Drawing her hand across her eyes as if awakening from a frightful nightmare, she whirled about and dashed to the edge of the screened porch, but she could detect no ray of light in any of the buildings across the courtyard. All were dark, silent, with no sign of human habitation. Her fingers trembling, in spite of every effort to be calm, Norma dressed with a speed that she had never before attained. Then, taking the precaution to turn on the electric lights before entering each room, she made a complete circuit of the apartment. Except for herself, the place was empty. Its musty, close atmosphere had not been entirely dissipated by the fresh air coming through the 3 windows which Norma had opened upon her arrival. The cretonne-covered furniture and pictures and pieces of statuary carefully hidden behind protecting cheesecloth cast weird shadows which were not quieting to the nerves, and she shuddered involuntarily as she ran to the door leading to the public corridor. As she raced around the corner in the direction of the elevator shaft, she came in violent contact with a man advancing toward her. "Beg pardon," he exclaimed, throwing out a steadying hand as she reeled backward. Then, in a voice that penetrated even her confused sense of reality, "Norma!" "Gilbert!" Her eyes swept upward to his face, and the pupils, already dilated, grew even larger as she took in the Englishman's altered appearance. Gone was the heavy beard and mustache he had worn since his arrival from Europe 6 months before. "You? Here? Jolly fortunate, isn't it?" He laughed softly, in pure joy at again beholding her. "Ah, Norma, you little witch, the days have been long and lonely without you, and now," catching her hand in both of his, "you will give me my answer, the answer I've been praying for?" "Hush! I couldn't. Ah, don't keep me longer in suspense," he pleaded. "Heart's dearest, you will marry me? Say but the one word, yes." She shook her head. "Wait," she murmured faintly, and winced as she caught the look of pain which flashed into his eyes. "Do you find pleasure in tormenting me?" he asked bitterly. Becoming conscious of her pallor and the tenseness of her attitude, he demanded in altered tones, "Is Uncle Cliff the cause of your hesitancy?" Norma's strength deserted her suddenly, and she leaned limply against the wall, thankful for its support. Far differently had her imagination pictured her homecoming and meeting with Sir Gilbert Montague, attaché of the British Embassy in Washington. Twice she strove for speech. "Gilbert," she stammered through trembling lips, "I have just seen your uncle murdered." Montague's walking-stick fell with a clatter on the bare floor of the corridor. Except for his heavy breathing, it was the only sound to break the frozen silence. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, harsh, discordant. "Your imagination is running away with you," he declared, checking his unseemly mirth as he caught her horrified stare, and added more gently, "You have been dozing, sweetheart, and suffered from nightmare." "It was no nightmare," she retorted stubbornly. "I was lying awake on the sleeping porch, and through a window of an apartment across the courtyard I distinctly saw Clifford Burton stabbed in the back." Montague stooped over and picked up his cane. The act appeared mechanical, or so she judged from his faraway look. When he again stood upright, his face was expressionless. "Frankly, I don't understand," he admitted, and held up his hand as she was about to interrupt him. "Many things, for instance, your presence here in the Van Vliet." "I am occupying Penelope Lawton's apartment in my cousin's absence," she explained, her words tumbling over one another. "I returned tonight. That is, yesterday. It's morning now." She stopped and, taking a fresh breath, asked with increasing vehemence, "What are you doing here?" As the question shot from her, Montague's figure stiffened, but his answer was unhesitating. "Booked a flat here yesterday, and took possession before luncheon," he replied. "Norma, dearest, let me take you to your rooms and call a physician." "A policeman, you mean?" she interjected hotly. "Have you forgotten the... She stumbled over the word. "The murder?" "Certainly not," with stern emphasis, "but I must insist that you return to your quarters. Then I will investigate. Indeed, you will not leave me alone in my apartment, Norma shivered. I'll go with you, and she started down the corridor. But the young diplomat held back. Just consider, Norma, he begged. If Uncle Cliff has been, killed, the, details won't, be pleasant for a woman. Norma hardly gave him time to complete his halting sentence. I am going with you. Her voice, high-pitched with a hint of hysteria, trailed behind her as she continued with unslackened speed toward the elevator shaft. Montague watched the slight, graceful figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, his monocle dangling from its black cord, and then, with a characteristic shake of his broad shoulders, he hurried after Norma and reached the elevator shaft just as the boy was about to close the door. Down! And at the low-spoken stern command, the half-awake Negro held the elevator. As he pulled the door to and depressed the lever, he missed Montague's imperative sign to Norma enjoining silence. An instant later, the elevator stopped at the ground floor, and Montague waited courteously for Norma to precede him. She reached the sidewalk first and turned to him, wonderment plainly discernible in her expressive countenance. "Why did you stop me when I started to speak to the boy?" she questioned. "I only intended to ask the name of the apartment behind the Van Vliet." "We can find out by going there. Come." And Montague's tone brooked no argument. Norma's nimble feet flew over the pavement in her effort to keep up with her companion's long, swift stride. They traversed the short cross-street in silence, meeting no other pedestrians, then swung into New Hampshire Avenue, a right-hand turn, and they paused simultaneously in front of a tall but narrow building. "This must be it," declared Norma. "The other is too far down the block." "But how silly of me! Of course, you know where your uncle lived." "Certainly," grimly. "And it wasn't here. His home is in Hillier Place." Norma raised a helpless hand to her aching forehead. "I had forgotten for the moment," she admitted confusedly. "But what, then, was Mr. Burton doing in this apartment house at this hour of the night?" "That is what I must find out." Montague scanned the building closely. "This place has no name, only a street number." "You are right. 1905. Why, I have been here before. It's where—" She got no further. "Come," broke in the Englishman imperatively. Running up a few steps, he held open the swing door, and they entered the lighted foyer. But repeated ringing of the elevator bell brought no response. "Perhaps they don't have all-night service," suggested Norma. "Let's run upstairs." Observing his hesitation, she added with warmth, "We mustn't waste time." "Be reasonable, Norma," protested Montague heatedly. "We don't know which apartment to go to. I must find the janitor or a policeman." As he spoke, his eyes lighted on the house telephone. It took but a minute to locate the janitor's call, but the seconds dragged interminably before a door at the end of the foyer opened and a man, half-dressed, appeared. At sight of Norma, he retreated precipitously, but Montague's first words arrested him. "What's that, sir?" he demanded. "You say this young lady saw a man stabbed in an apartment in this building? Sure, she's mistaken entirely. Me and Jim Doyle have been playing cards most of the night in the room beyond, and nary a sound have we heard." "There was no noise," protested Norma. "No fight. But a crime has been committed in an apartment on the 7th floor of this building." "A crime?" echoed a voice behind them, and Doyle, who had followed his friend the janitor, more leisurely joined the little group. "A crime, is it? What about it, mister?" And turning back the lapel of his coat, he displayed his badge. "I'm attached to the central office at police headquarters." "Thank heaven!" exclaimed Norma impetuously. "Then take us up to the back apartment on the 7th floor." Doyle wheeled on the janitor. "Who lives there, Pat?" he asked. "No one now," It's for rent, furnished." Doyle was the first to reach the elevator, Pat McGuire at his heels. "Take us up there," directed the Central Office detective. "Do you think the young lady had better come, sir?" with a questioning lift of his eyebrows as Norma slid inside the closing door. "Of course I'm coming," she retorted, giving Montague no chance to reply. "Oh, do hurry." The admonition was hardly needed, for McGuire shot the elevator upward with sickening speed, bringing it to a careful stop at the 7th floor with a nice exactness which won Doyle's silent commendation. It was but a step from the elevator shaft to the door of the back apartment, and they grouped themselves about the janitor as he drew out a bunch of keys chained to his trousers pocket. "Just a moment, sir," as Montague moved impatiently. "I'll find the pass key. Here it be." There was a pause as the door swung inward. Then McGuire, reaching past Doyle, switched on the electric light in the square reception hall. No one was visible, and at a sign from Doyle, his companions tiptoed inside, and the door was closed behind them. Still in silence, they gained the center of the hall, and then Norma, through the opposite doorway, caught a glimpse of what appeared to be the living room and darted toward it, Doyle at her heels. It took him a second to locate the electric switch, but as the light was flashed on, a gasp escaped him, and he threw out his hand, shading Norma's eyes from the tragedy before them. Stretched across the low library table lay the figure of a man, head downward and both arms outflung. The handle of a knife protruded ominously from under the left shoulder blade, and from beneath it trickled an ever-widening stream of blood. With one bound, Sir Gilbert Montague gained the slain man's side and bent over him. When he looked up, every vestige of color was gone from his horrified countenance. "It's Uncle Cliff," he gasped, "and he's dead." "Stabbed," supplemented Doyle. "Say, miss, hadn't you better go?" as Norma reeled back against a bookcase and pressed her clenched hand against her lips to suppress a scream. In spite of having anticipated tragedy, the horror of the scene appalled her. Hardly conscious of her act, she advanced a few steps and gazed intently at the dead man. She had every reason to despise Clifford Burton, but his convulsed features, on which fear was unmistakably stamped, brought a revulsion of feeling, of pity, tinged with regret. Why had the lawyer misused the talents God had given him? Undeniably handsome, with a sardonic wit which had too often given offense, and utterly unscrupulous in his relations with both men and women, Burton had gone his headstrong way, and now he lay before them, dead. Norma drew in her breath sharply. "I'm all right," she stammered. Don't mind me. Who do you suppose killed your Uncle Gilbert?" Montague raised his head and gazed at her blankly. With face nearly as ashen as that of the dead man, the family resemblance between uncle and nephew was marked. "I don't know," he muttered. His eyes dropped before hers. Then abruptly he turned his back upon her and scanned the library. It was a large, handsomely furnished room with long French windows. Two of them, which gave upon a narrow iron balcony, were open. "You witnessed the crime through these windows, Norma?" he added, raising his voice, and Doyle, on his way from stationing the janitor at the front door of the apartment, paused in the entrance to the library. "Could you identify Uncle Cliff's companion?" "No. I saw only your uncle, and the shadowy hand holding the dagger." Norma paused, startled by a sudden spasmodic twitching of Montague's features. "Are you ill, Gilbert?" He shook his head as he drew out his handkerchief and wiped away the beads of moisture which had gathered on his forehead. "It's hot, horribly hot," he muttered. "Well, Doyle, what's to be done?" "I must notify police headquarters, sir. Don't touch the body. It must rest just so until the coroner gets here. Nothing must be disturbed." Doyle spoke with authority, and Norma drew back abashed. "Where's the telephone?" Montague spied the instrument first and pointed toward it. "In the alcove, there." Doyle was not alone in leaving the library. With one accord, Norma and Montague trooped after him. The majesty of death, the mute, pathetic figure on the table, each inspired a sudden, overpowering desire for living companionship and light. As they waited for Doyle to awaken a sleepy Central, there came to them distinctly the sound of a snore. Doyle listened for a moment, then, laying down the receiver, motioned for absolute silence, and, noiseless as a cat, stole along the hall to a bedroom, the door of which stood open. Montague, close at his heels, paused, with one nervous finger on the electric light button, while Doyle, his revolver cocked and ready, stepped over to a couch on which Norma made out the dim outlines of a figure. As the light flashed on, Doyle's hand dropped to his side, and his mouth fell open, his stern challenge unspoken. The figure on the bed stirred restlessly. Then the sleepy eyes unclosed and gazed up at the silent group about him. With one flying leap, he gained the center of the room, but his rush for the door was checked by Montague's hand on his collar, and the mud-stained, barefooted boy was whirled about to face them. "Hello, Cousin Norma!" he exclaimed, smiling up at her, one mischievous dimple plainly visible. "Kind of surprised to see me, ain't you?" Norma got back her wits with difficulty. "Bobby!" she exploded. "Bobby Lawton! What are you doing here?" "Ran away from grandmother," was the smiling reply, "and came here to be with Dad. Haven't seen him, have you?" End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. By Special Messenger. Coroner Penfield turned at Detective Doyle's entrance and looked across at Inspector Mitchell. "Well, Doyle, what news?" he asked. Doyle saluted the inspector. "Miss Page has just gone out with the boy to get breakfast," he explained. "She left word that they wouldn't be long." Penfield frowned impatiently. "Slow work, Doyle," he commented dryly, and the detective colored. "It wasn't my fault, sir," he protested with some heat. "The inspector—" "It's all right, Doyle," interposed Mitchell hurriedly. "Both Miss Page and little Bobby Lawton are under surveillance, Dr. Penfield. They can't get away. Is everything in this room just as you found it early this morning, Doyle? Look about you carefully." Doyle heeded the injunction. The curtains had been pulled back, and the library was flooded with sunlight. There was no sign of disorder. Every piece of furniture appeared in its place. Only the desk ornaments on the broad mahogany table near the window were knocked about. The table's sinister burden had been removed an hour earlier to an undertaking establishment, but the bloodstains, now a dirty brown, were a mute reminder of the tragedy of the early morning. "A strange crime," commented Coroner Penfield softly, as Detective Doyle glanced from one part of the large room to the other. "I knew Clifford Burton slightly, like many another. It is doubtful if anyone really knew him intimately." "A cold-blooded fish," admitted Mitchell, "judging from what others say of him. What brought Burton to this apartment last night?" Penfield answered the question with another. "Who lives here?" "Mrs. Rutherford Lawton, the mother of Commodore Thomas Lawton of the Navy," responded Mitchell. "She is also the grandmother of Bobby Lawton, the boy whom Doyle found here last night." "A small boy and a dead man alone in the apartment," broke in Doyle. "Sure, gentlemen, it gave me the creeps, one here and the other in his bedroom." Are you positive, Doyle, that someone else was not concealed in the apartment and slipped out when you and the others were with Bobby?" questioned Mitchell. "The boy's bedroom is at the far end of the apartment." "True, sir, but I had stationed McGuire, the janitor, at the door of the apartment," explained Doyle. "No one could have left without his seeing him. I'll take my dying oath that when we entered this apartment, there was no one here but the dead man and Bobby. And what's more, there's no trace of anyone else having been here. I have searched every room and closet a dozen times." "The boy could not have struck that blow," objected Penfield. "You say he is only 12 years old, Mitchell?" About that," impatiently. "But for all his youth, I can get nothing out of him, except that he had reached this apartment about 9 o'clock last night, slipped upstairs unseen, entered, and gone immediately to bed and to sleep." "Was he confronted with the body?" "Yes." Mitchell's gesture was expressive. The gruesome sight shook him a bit. He grew white and stammered and stuttered, but all that I got out of him was what I have told you. For a youngster, he has remarkable grit." Mitchell paused and cleared his throat. He said only one significant thing, and that was when first awakened. He asked his cousin, Miss Page, if she had seen his father. "The lad implied that he had come to meet his father," added Doyle. "Have you located Commodore Lawton, sir?" Inspector Mitchell shook his head and changed the subject abruptly. "Get Pat McGuire, Doyle," he directed, and as the detective hurried away, he turned to the coroner. "I'd like to hear something about Mrs. Lawton and her son from the janitor. He may be able to give us points." He stopped. "This whole apartment is well furnished, but it looks so, casting about for a word. "So stiff and formal," agreed Penfield. "But then it has evidently been closed for the summer. The apartment is much larger than I at first thought. It is deceptive in size. How many rooms are there, Mitchell?" "9. 4 master's bedrooms, 3 baths, 1 servant's room and bath, this library, reception hall, dining room, pantry, and kitchen." Mitchell checked them off on his finger. "Here's McGuire now." Then, in a louder key, as the janitor hovered uncertainly in the doorway, "Come in and sit down, McGuire. Coroner Penfield wishes to ask you a few questions." Penfield was struck with the janitor's pleasant, homely face as the latter returned his curt nod with a deferential bow. The man's clothing, although worn and patched in spots, was neat and clean, and the coroner shrewdly suspected that he had spruced up for the interview which McGuire knew he would have to face with police officials and representatives of the press. "It is a shocking affair, sir," he commented respectfully. "Mr. Thorpe, the owner of the apartment house, is very savage over the notoriety it has brought us. It's the first time in the 4 years I've been janitor that we've ever had any trouble with our tenants." He paused and glanced about the room, and his mild blue eyes noted carefully the condition of the furniture and, in marked contrast, the crimson stain on the big white blotter lying on the table near the window. "A queer affair," he added, "and to think of its happening in old Mrs. Lawton's apartment, of all people." "Has Mrs. Lawton had this apartment for a long period?" asked Mitchell, as Penfield drew out his notebook and pencil and roughly sketched an outline of the room. "Going on 2 years," replied McGuire. "She liked it first-rate until her daughter-in-law, Bobby's mother, rented the apartment in the building across the courtyard there," turning and pointing out of the window. "Then she decided to sublet it furnished and took Bobby and went up to Blue Ridge Summit." "Ah, then she and young Mrs. Lawton do not get on?" "So they say," cautiously. "Young Mrs. Lawton never came here to my knowledge, but Bobby used to talk to his mother from that balcony there," pointing to the low iron grill in front of the long French windows which, by courtesy, was considered a balcony. Only a small and slender person could stand on it with any degree of comfort, and that at imminent risk of losing his balance. Penfield laid down his pencil and looked attentively at McGuire. "Did Commander Thomas Lawton live here with his mother?" he asked. McGuire shook his head. "He's never been here, sir," the janitor explained. "Mrs. Lawton said that her son was on sea duty. She and her grandson live alone." "Ah, then you have never seen Commander Lawton?" "No, sir, only his photograph." McGuire hesitated. "Bobby showed it to me. He looks to be the splitting image of his father. There's the Commodore's picture on that high mantel, sir." "So," Penfield pushed back his chair and crossed the library to the fireplace. The room was large, with heavy velvet hangings and family portraits on the walls. A touch of modern life had been given in the pale blue covering of the beautiful old furniture, each piece an heirloom, and 3 electric lamps. Penfield drew out his eyeglasses and carefully inspected the photograph in its handsome silver frame. The face confronting him bespoke strength of character in the broad forehead and the firm, determined mouth. The handsome eyes, under heavy brows, had a direct look which gave the beholder a sense of security and trust. Coroner Penfield replaced the silver frame on the mantel with a feeling of growing mystification. The murder of a prominent Washington attorney in the apartment of an elderly woman, while at the same time that same woman's 12-year-old grandson slept in a hall bedroom close at hand, had all the elements of a sensational crime verging on scandal. Penfield turned to Inspector Mitchell with some abruptness and lowered his voice to a confidential pitch. "Are Commander Lawton and his wife divorced?" he asked. "No," responded Mitchell in the same tone, "just separated, and the father took the child. At least, that's what Sir Gilbert Montague told me this morning. The nephew of the murdered man, you know." Penfield nodded. "I met him," he said. "Sir Gilbert left with his uncle's body before I had an opportunity to have a long talk with him. He did say, however, that he is attached to the British Embassy." The coroner turned and beckoned to McGuire, who had walked to the further end of the library and stood passively waiting. "McGuire, was Clifford Burton a frequent caller on old Mrs. Lawton?" The janitor shook his head. "He came here a number of times, sir, last winter, but Mrs. Lawton was out each time." McGuire hesitated, and looking cautiously around, came a step closer. "I know, because after the scene last May, I asked the elevator boys if they had seen him here before, and that's what they told me." "To what scene do you refer?" questioned Mitchell swiftly. "I was running the elevator one day because Joe was sick," explained McGuire, "and this here Mr. Clifford Burton come and said he was expected and to take him to Mrs. Lawton. I done so, and he was admitted by the maid Celeste, who, after telling her mistress he was in the library, went out on an errand. I come up about 15 minutes later to leave a package from the grocery, and there was Mrs. Lawton in the door, a-shoving Mr. Burton out of her apartment, and she says she, 'McGuire, never let this person inside my apartment. If he comes, turn him over to the police, for he's a crook.'" "What happened next?" demanded Mitchell, as McGuire paused, conscious of the interest his story had created. "Mr. Burton smiled sort of funny, bowed gracefully, and got in the elevator," McGuire added. "He didn't seem a bit flustered, and laughed and joked on the way down about facetious old ladies, but he didn't come again, to my knowledge, and Mrs. Lawton and Bobby left a week later for Blue Ridge Summit." "And how did Burton get inside this apartment last night?" put in Penfield swiftly. McGuire shook a bewildered head. "Divil a one of us knows," he declared, his brogue becoming more pronounced. "I was playing beyond with Detective Doyle, who shares me quarters in the basement, until nearly 2 o'clock this morning, and he'll bear me out. We heard nothing. The nigger Joe, who was on the elevator last night, quit at midnight." "Ah, and Joe's address?" demanded Mitchell. The janitor consulted a much-thumbed memorandum book. 1119 20th Street, he announced, putting the notebook back in his pocket. Joe's the night boy now. He's worked here going on a year, and every one of our attendants has a decent word for him. He comes on duty at 6 o'clock at night, leastways. McGuire would have added more, but a commotion at the further end of the apartment interrupted him, and with one accord the three men went in the direction of the voices raised in altercation. Detective Doyle turned at their approach and released his grip on the messenger boy's arm. "A note for Commander Lawton," he explained. "The boy refuses to leave it in the absence of the commander." The messenger removed his cap at sight of Coroner Penfield. "I was told to give it to the gentleman personally," he stammered. "This here," with a resentful glance at Doyle, "must think he's the whole cheese. He's so free with his orders." Penfield held out his hand. "Let me have the note," he said persuasively, and his genial smile invited confidence. "Commander Lawton is expected here at any moment, and I will see that he receives the note immediately. I am Dr. Penfield. Let me sign your book." And before the messenger could utter a further protest, the coroner had scrawled his name on the sheet and retired to the library, note in hand, and Mitchell by his side. Penfield paused near the center of the room and extended the note toward Mitchell. "Here you are, Inspector," he said. "I turn it over to you." Mitchell considered the sealed envelope in silence as he slowly spun it around in his fingers, noting the quality of the paper and its typewritten address with keen attention. Suddenly he roused himself, and motioning to the coroner to accompany him, led the way to the kitchen in the rear of the apartment. It was a larger room than apartment kitchens generally are, and was in immaculate condition. A moment's search revealed a small tea kettle. Still in silence, Mitchell filled it with hot water from the spigot and, lighting a burner, placed the kettle on the gas stove. "Well," questioned Penfield, as the inspector waited by the stove, "what's your plan?" "To steam it open," and Mitchell raised the envelope. "The commander will never know." "Aren't you a bit previous?" Quickly. "So far, Commander Lawton is in no way involved in the murder of Clifford Burton." Some minutes elapsed before the inspector answered Penfield. "Lawton isn't involved yet," he admitted with slow emphasis. "But did you take a sense of the knife used to kill Burton?" "Of course." With instant displeasure at the implied doubt of his powers of observation, the coroner spoke more rapidly than usual. "It was undoubtedly a Malay crease." "A deadly weapon, and one not often found in America," added Mitchell quietly. "And I learned from the Navy Department that Commander Lawton has just returned from a cruise with our fleet in Asiatic waters." The inspector held the flap of the envelope over the steam from the spout of the kettle, and it slowly opened. Before Penfield could remonstrate further if he had wished to, Mitchell pulled out the single sheet of notepaper and unfolded it. For an instant he stared dumbfounded at the few words in the center of the page. "What gibberish is this?" he exclaimed. "Look!" and he thrust the sheet under Penfield's nose. The coroner adjusted his eyeglasses and, lowering the paper to the proper distance, stared at the sentence which, without punctuation and without capitals, ran as follows: "Beware of the bear that walks like a man." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The First Clue. Norma Page stared at her small cousin in perplexity. Apparently undisturbed by her intent regard, Bobby Lawton laid down his fork and knife and pushed back his chair. "I can't eat any more, Cousin Norma," he said. "I've lost my appetite." Norma smiled for the first time that morning. "Considering you have eaten 11 rice cakes, it's not surprising," she remarked. "Not to mention soft-boiled eggs and a glass of milk." She put down the amount of their bill at the cashier's window and led the way out of the restaurant, Bobby trotting contentedly at her side, his bright eyes scanning the busy avenue with ever-increasing interest. Norma did not slacken her swift walk until she reached the Western Union Telegraph Office. Bobby, intent on an altercation between a traffic officer and an irate motorist, followed her mechanically inside the building, and it was not until she took up a telegraph blank and commenced to write that her errand dawned on him. "Who are you writing to?" he asked quickly. "Your grandmother." "Oh, Cousin Norma, please, please don't." Norma wavered as she met his appealing gaze. "But I must," she insisted gently. "Cousin Deborah will be frantic with anxiety when she finds you have run away." "No, she won't neither." Bobby shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "She'll just send for me to come back." "Of course, Bobby. That's where you belong. Your father made her your guardian in his absence." Norma stopped and regarded the small figure thoughtfully. There was a pathetic droop to Bobby's mouth which went straight to her heart. Left almost entirely to the care of his grandmother, Mrs. Rutherford Lawton, Bobby had grown precocious beyond his years. Mrs. Lawton sent him to an excellent school, saw that he was properly provided with clothes, and discouraged any playmates of his own age. Instead, he was taken to call upon her friends when the whim seized her. His other spare hours were watched over by a tutor, whose chief qualification for the position was a subservient desire to fulfill Mrs. Lawton's slightest wish. In Mrs. Lawton's eyes, the tutor was a model in every respect, but her grandson viewed Senor Lopez in a different light. Bobby shivered in spite of the warmth of the day. A thought occurred to him, and his expression brightened. "Make it a day letter," he coaxed. "Then it will be too late for Senor Lopez to get here before night. Please, dear Cousin Norma, I promise to be awful good." Norma gave his sturdy shoulder an affectionate pat and laid down her pencil and the argument. "After all, it will be better to telephone," she announced. "I can do that from the apartment. Come, Bobby, let's hurry." And she left the telegraph office with such precipitancy that Bobby's startled exclamation was lost upon her. He checked his first inclination to impart certain information, the nature of which caused him many an inward chuckle, and instead contented himself with frequent sidelong glances at his cousin as they hastened up 16th Street. Norma, immersed in her own thoughts, paid but slight attention to her small companion, and it was not until she was fitting her key in the lock of his mother's apartment that Bobby addressed her. "I'm not going in, thank you," he said, and Norma turned and gazed at him in surprise. "Nonsense!" she exclaimed with vigorous emphasis. "Of course you will stay here with me." Bobby shook his head and shifted his cap from one hand to the other. "I can't, Cousin Norma," he protested. "It's Mother's apartment, and I promised Father never to visit her." Norma's expression altered for an instant, and the lad's comely face swam indistinctly before her, blurred by sudden tears which filled her eyes as the pitiful tragedy came home to her. Her cousin Penelope's marriage to Tom Lawton, supposedly a love match, followed by years of unhappiness, then misunderstanding, estrangement, and Bobby left to the care of his grandmother, who unhesitatingly admitted that she abhorred children. "It's all right, Bobby," Norma began, conscious that her voice was not quite steady. "Your father would wish you to stay here under the present circumstances. Come in," and she pushed open the front door of the apartment. "No!" Bobby backed away beyond her reach. "A promise is a promise," and before she could remonstrate further, the lad was out of sight. Norma reached the elevator too late to catch him. Her imperative ring finally brought the elevator back to her floor, and a grinning elevator boy informed her that Bobby had left the building. "He said to tell you he was going to his grandma's apartment," the Negro explained, "and he'd wait for you thar." Norma hesitated, divided between her desire to keep an eye on Bobby, whose adventurous spirit was always getting him into trouble, and a wish to telephone the boy's whereabouts to his grandmother. The latter seemed the wiser course. It would not take long, and Bobby would wait for her. Of that she was convinced. She could even telephone to him. He adored answering the phone. She remembered that of old. It seemed hours to Norma since she had left the Van Vliet to go with Sir Gilbert Montague to investigate the scene she had witnessed through the window of the apartment across the courtyard. She had remained with Bobby in the hall bedroom of his grandmother's apartment, while Detective Doyle had notified police headquarters and the coroner of the District of Columbia. She had kept the door of the hall bedroom tightly closed until the commotion made by the removal of Clifford Burton's body had caused her to peer into the corridor. Later, she and Bobby had seized a moment when everyone was otherwise engaged to slip from the apartment, and, leaving word with the janitor that they had gone to breakfast, she had taken Bobby downtown. She had wondered that they had been left alone for so long a time, not realizing that both Inspector Mitchell and Coroner Penfield had but postponed interviewing them until later in the morning. While alone with Bobby, she had questioned him as to his presence in his grandmother's apartment that night and what transpired there, only to be met with the vehement statement that he had arrived before 10 o'clock, gone to his room, and slept soundly until awakened by her arrival with Detective Doyle and Sir Gilbert Montague. Not stopping to remove her hat, Norma went at once to the telephone instrument in the living room, intending to put in her call for Blue Ridge Summit, but her errand flew out of her mind at the sight of a figure near the doorway. Norma stopped short, her breath almost forsaking her. "Penelope!" she gasped. "Penelope Lawton!" Penelope advanced further into the room, and Norma impulsively sprang forward to meet her halfway. "Oh, Pen, dear, I am so precious glad you are here." Norma's strong young arms administered a bear's hug as she kissed her cousin with all the ardor of her impetuous nature. Over her cousin's shoulder, Penelope swept a penetrating glance about the room before returning the girl's greeting with equal warmth. "Have you heard about Cliff Burton's murder?" Penelope nodded her head affirmatively. "I was just reading the headlines in the Post when I heard you come in," she answered. "Let's sit down over yonder," and she adroitly piloted Norma to the big divan in one corner of the room, so placed that it had a commanding view of the long hallway leading to the front door of the apartment. Penelope adjusted a cushion behind Norma's head and settled down beside her. It would have taken a more observant critic than Norma to detect the intense pallor concealed by the cleverly applied rouge. In her admiring eyes, Penelope's beauty and merry wit were unexcelled by any young matron of her acquaintance. Penelope's hair, which was that lovely shade that is neither golden nor red, but a happy mingling of both, was twisted in a big knot at the back of her shapely head, escaping into soft, tiny curls that lay on her pretty forehead and nestled in the curve of her white throat just behind the dainty pink ears. But as beautiful as her hair was, it was the charming eyes of almost golden brown that made Penelope Lawton's chief beauty. They were the eyes that sometimes, though rarely, accompany that shade of hair, and when nature sets them in a face of childlike bloom and puts a half-shy, half-wistful gleam in them, they become almost as irresistible a possession as a human being can be crowned with. Penelope Page's marriage, in the same year of her debut in society, to Tom Lawton had taken place in Washington, and Norma, several years her cousin's junior, had acted as her maid of honor, a thrilling moment in her boarding school career. That was 14 years ago. Norma sighed involuntarily as she puffed her cigarette, busy with a problem which had vexed her thoughts. What had caused the rift in the lute and eventually brought about the Lawtons' separation? They had appeared so ideally happy. The affair had stirred society to its depths, for both Penelope and her husband were extremely popular, and the reason given for their marital troubles, incompatibility of temper, was not accepted as conclusive. But as Lawton had been ordered elsewhere and Penelope also had left Washington, it ceased to be a 9 days' wonder and sank into oblivion. Tongues had wagged again when Penelope had appeared a year before, and, taking a suite of rooms at a fashionable hotel, had entertained with a lavish hand. Inheriting a fortune from an uncle shortly after her husband's departure, she had drifted from one country to another in search of pleasure and forgetfulness, or so Norma had deducted from one or two remarks which Penelope had incautiously let fall in her hearing. Norma put out her hand and touched her cousin. "It really is you," she exclaimed, "and I'm not dreaming. When I left you 3 days ago, you were on your way to Bar Harbor." "I was obliged to change my plans." Penelope's grasp on Norma's hand tightened involuntarily. "Business reasons. They told me at the office downstairs that you arrived last night. And to think, Norma, that you saw Cliff murdered early this morning." Norma shuddered. "Don't. I'd like to forget it," she begged. "Pen, you can't imagine how I felt. And, in a sudden burst of confidence, Gilbert Montague was so odd in his behavior, so unsympathetic." Penelope's delicately arched brows met in a frown as she regarded Norma. The latter's pretty color had faded, and her big blue eyes were tragic. Sir Gilbert's attentions to Norma had been marked. Could it be that her sweet and gentle cousin was really in love with the big blonde Englishman? "Men hate to show emotion, dear," and her low, sympathetic tones were a tonic to Norma's troubled heart. "I imagine Sir Gilbert is somewhat like his uncle, self-contained and, Penelope hesitated and bit her lip. Her next adjective would not have been complimentary to the young diplomat. Swiftly, she switched to the subject uppermost in her mind. To think that Cliff was murdered in Mrs. Lawton's home, of all places! She drew a long breath. What took him to that empty apartment? "It wasn't empty," corrected Norma. "Bobby was there last night." "Bobby?" Penelope sprang to her feet, a dawning horror in her eyes. "Bobby?" "Yes." The effect of the monosyllable on Penelope was startling. With color drained from her lips, she stared speechless at her cousin. When she finally broke the silence, her voice was keyed to a high pitch. "Do you mean that Bobby was in his grandmother's apartment last night? Bobby? My son?" "I do. Your son, and he ought to be here this minute." Norma had found courage at last to voice her opinion. "Are you absolutely heartless? Can't you see that the boy should be here with you and not with that selfish, bad-tempered old woman?" "Hush!" Penelope clapped her hand over Norma's mouth. "My God, you don't understand." Her voice broke abruptly, and to Norma's utter consternation, Penelope broke down completely, her body racked with tearless sobs. At that moment, Bobby was devoutly wishing that he had remained with Norma. He had reached his grandmother's apartment without delay, but the plainclothes policeman at the door had admitted him under protest into the presence of Inspector Mitchell and Coroner Penfield. Bobby shrank back at sight of the two men, then, gathering courage, advanced further into the library. "What is your full name, Bobby?" questioned Coroner Penfield, and at the sound of his pleasant voice, Bobby's expression brightened. "Robert Page Lawton, sir," he replied. "Did you want to see me?" "Yes." Penfield pointed to a large chair near the one he occupied. "Sit down, Bobby, and tell Inspector Mitchell and me what brought you to Washington." "I hooked a ride, sir," and at the lad's concise reply, Penfield smiled, not unkindly. "I mean, what was your errand here?" he explained. "Nothing. I just wanted to run away." Bobby slid into the big chair, one eye cocked in Mitchell's direction. He was uncomfortably conscious of the inspector's uncompromising stare. "And why did you wish to run away?" asked Penfield patiently. "To meet your father here?" with marked emphasis on father. Bobby twiddled with a button on his coat, which he carried over his arm, before answering. "No, sir, not exactly," he said, stumbling over his words. "Leastways, I thought p'raps he might be here, 'cause I heard Granny tell Senor Lopez's father was ordered to Washington sometime soon." Bobby squirmed round in his seat as Mitchell, who had come closer, bent forward. "Say, youngster, what's that red welt on your neck?" he asked. "There, just by your shoulder." And he dragged down Bobby's shirt, exposing a number of bruises which drew an exclamation of pity from Penfield. "'Tain't nothing," protested Bobby, trying to withdraw from Mitchell's grasp. "Granny often wallops me." "What for?" demanded Mitchell, struggling to retain his grasp on Bobby's shoulder and yet not hurt the boy. "Granny says she has to beat the devil out of me," in his endeavor to get away from Mitchell. Bobby dropped to the floor, and the inspector was left with a piece of torn shirt in his hand. "It ain't none of your affair, mister, what she does to me," and he glared indignantly at his inquisitor. Mitchell looked at Penfield and raised his eyebrows. "How did you get in this apartment, Bobby?" he asked, and the boy blinked at the sudden change of topic. "I slid the key off Granny's ring," he admitted. "The feller that gave me a ride in his Ford let me off down by Scott's Circle. It was dark then, and I guess nobody saw me when I came up to this apartment." "And you talked with the elevator boy?" insinuatingly. Bobby shook his head vigorously and wriggled into a more comfortable position on the floor, his legs half under the large couch before which he lay. "I walked upstairs," he explained. "I didn't see anyone." "But you heard someone last night, in this apartment," broke in Penfield. "Someone quarreling, Bobby?" "No." The denial was sharp and emphatic. "I was tired, and I just went to sleep." Penfield considered the boy in silence for a minute. What he saw of Bobby he liked, but for all the bland innocence of the childish face, the coroner wondered if a lurking devil might not be concealed behind the big brown eyes which Bobby had inherited from his mother. His mop of light brown hair needed trimming badly. He tossed back his head to keep the long bang out of his eyes and scrambled to his feet. "If you aren't needing me now, I'll find Cousin Norma," he began, and was interrupted by a short exclamation from Mitchell. "What's that on your shoe?" the latter demanded, and Bobby looked down hastily as Mitchell leaned forward. "Hold up your foot, youngster," and Bobby did so. "A scrap of fly paper. Stand steady now, and I'll take it off." "Where did it come from?" asked Penfield. "Under the sofa, most likely," replied Bobby. "I know I haven't been carrying it around with me. Can't you get it off, mister?" Mitchell straightened up, flypaper in hand, and faced Penfield, his eyes bright with interest. He was not looking at Bobby, and so failed to observe the boy's quick, furtive glance about the room. "See here, Dr. Penfield," he said, "the table where we found Burton is there by the window. The window was open last night, and a draft from it could have carried this flypaper under the sofa and out of sight. Well, what of it? Demanded the coroner hastily. The boy's shoe wasn't the only thing sticking to it. Look, sir, and Mitchell held out the flypaper. In one corner was a small piece of muslin stuck firmly to it. What do you make of that, doctor? Penfield adjusted his eyeglasses and regarded the muslin in silence for a minute. It looks like the corner of a handkerchief, he commented slowly. That's just what it is. Mitchell's voice was charged with excitement. There is the letter L. See, doctor? The handkerchief has been cut in such a manner that the other initial is missing. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Cut Direct. Boris Belaselsky, one-time chargé d'affaires in Washington of the Great Russian Empire, laid aside his newspaper and regarded his visitor attentively. "Ah," he exclaimed softly, "and what brings you here?" "The same errand as before," replied the other, speaking in English. His low, rather peculiar voice might have been Anglo-Saxon, although it suggested the Latin from its sibilant quality. "Money." Belaselsky considered the answer in silence, then nodded gravely. "Your wants are many, friend Lopez." He opened a drawer of his desk as he spoke and drew out a thin leather wallet and took from it several United States Treasury notes. "Fortunately, the International has paid a recent dividend, and your share—" He paused to count the bills aloud. $100, $250. There you are." With a murmured word of thanks, the man called Lopez leaned forward and picked up the money, and after a careful inspection, which did not escape the keen eyes watching him under lowered lids, tucked it securely away in an inside pocket of his coat. "The investment pays," he commented briefly. "Better than I anticipated." Belaselsky smiled with his lips only. "Oh, one of little faith." His shrug was characteristic. "Always you have doubted." He paused and lowered his voice. "Alas, the International has lost its chief promoter in the death of Clifford Burton." The dapper figure across from Belaselsky rested tense against the tapestry-covered chairback, while Lopez's hands caressed the mahogany arms with a grip of steel. However, the man's face gave no hint of the emotion which stirred him to the depths. "Is Mr. Burton dead?" he asked, and his tone of polite interest was admirable. Belaselsky rolled a cigarette with practiced fingers. "Murdered last night," he stated, "in the apartment of Mrs. Rutherford Lawton." Lopez was on his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement, all restraint apparently gone. "What is that you say?" he demanded. "Burton murdered in Mrs. Lawton's apartment? But that is not possible. The apartment is closed." Belaselsky's shrug was expressive, also his gesture which showed his graceful hands and their long manicured nails. "Closed, you say?" he questioned. "Ah, then the newspaper is wrong, for you should know, unless," with sudden thought, "you are no longer in the employ of Mrs. Rutherford Lawton. I am still the tutor of her grandson." The reply snapped from Lopez, his temper rising at the ill-concealed sneer on his companion's face. "We have been summering at Blue Ridge Summit." He paused in his rapid speech. "And the apartment has been closed in our absence. What brings you to Washington, then, if not this news?" And Belaselsky touched the newspaper spread on the table at his side. Lopez tapped his vest pocket. "This, my friend," he said. You pay when I see you in person. Where is a letter? La la. His voice changed, and his manner altered. I have not read the newspapers, and what you say is most serious. Mrs. Lawton will be much, hesitating for a word, agitated. I must return. Adios, senor. And before Boris Beliselsky could guess his intention, he was out of the room and down the staircase, his flying steps deadened by the rubber-soled shoes he wore. Beliselsky, taken by surprise, remained seated for several seconds. Then, springing up, he rushed into the hall in time to hear the slam of a distant door as Lopez gained the front steps of the house and went down the street. Beliselsky stood for a moment, stroking his dark mustache before retracing his footsteps, but once inside his sitting room his expression changed. Making sure that the hall door was closed, he again drew out the thin leather wallet from its resting place in the desk drawer and slowly counted over the money it still contained in the concealed pocket. Apparently the sum pleased him, for his troubled air gave way to a gratified smile. 10 minutes later he was in his bedroom, whistling a popular air as he dressed, selecting his socks and tie with commendable taste for a luncheon at the Army and Navy Club. Boris Beliselsky had been a familiar figure in diplomatic circles for many years, and much sought after by hospitable hostesses of the national capital who appreciated the value of having an unattached, agreeable bachelor to depend upon should emergencies arise in entertaining. The tragic downfall of Imperial Russia and the subsequent severing of diplomatic relations with the United States had occasioned Beliselsky's dismissal by those in political power in Russia. Beliselsky, after a 2-year absence, returned to make Washington his permanent home. His popularity did not diminish by this, as he put it, temporary retirement from the diplomatic corps, and he was a welcome guest in the kaleidoscopic life which makes Washington one of the gayest capitals of the world. The only alteration in Beliselsky's mode of life was changing from an expensive apartment in the Northwest to a fashionable boarding house where he had secured a suite of rooms on the top floor and a degree of privacy not generally accorded in similar establishments. An hour later, Beliselsky was ready and waiting on the sidewalk when Nelson Thorpe drove his powerful touring car up to the curbstone and hailed him. Sorry to be late, the newcomer apologized as the car, under his skillful guidance, glided into Connecticut Avenue and swept down that busy thoroughfare with only slightly diminished speed. I was detained by a directors' meeting, and, The end of Thorpe's sentence was lost in a fervid oath as a woman driver, regardless of traffic laws, shot her car directly in front of his. Beliselsky, his heart in his throat, was thankful for the hastily applied brakes and the quick shifting of the wheel which just saved them from a bad smash, and scarcely heard his host's next comment. It was only when they had parked in front of the clubhouse that he regained clarity of thought and vision. "The dear ladies are dangerous," he declared as he sprang out of the car. "Nowhere is a man safe from their wiles or their eccentricities. I thought, Thorpe, Mrs. Sinclair Smith would be our death a moment ago." "She'd make a good motorist if she didn't object to shifting gears," replied Thorpe. "She claims it makes her nervous." "Nervous! She is a menace to the community." Beliselsky was still shaken out of his customary blasé attitude. "But look, who have we here? As I live, Mrs. Lawton and Miss Page!" And his voice rose in delighted surprise. "See? Across the street, going toward the park." And Thorpe, who had wheeled abruptly around, looked eagerly over toward Franklin Square. The next second, his long legs had carried him across 17th Street ahead of his less active companion. "Mrs. Lawton, how good it is to see you!" Penelope, walking with bent head, glanced up, startled by Nelson Thorpe's loudly cordial greeting. Miss Page also, taking as he spoke Norma's hand in his. "I had no idea either of you were in town. When did you get back?" "Last night," responded Norma, as Penelope, mumbling a faint reply, turned to shake hands with Belaselsky. "This is most unexpected, Mr. Thorpe. I understood that you were to be in the Orient another 6 months." Thorpe apparently did not hear her, for her comment was brushed aside by a brusque question on his part. "Why not lunch with me at the Army and Navy Club?" he asked eagerly. Norma smiled for the first time. The thought of luncheon was not uninviting, considering the small amount of breakfast she had been able to swallow. The long walk around the speedway had also sharpened her appetite, as well as quieted her nerves to some extent. She had suggested the walk to Penelope following the latter's attack of hysterics that morning, and while her cousin had proved an uncommunicative, not to say glum, companion, the exercise and fresh air had steadied Penelope also. "Mrs. Lawton, please say you will both lunch with us," reiterated Thorpe. "Please, I insist." There was a certain quality in Thorpe's voice which caused Norma to glance at him sharply, a more urgent note than the occasion required. Her glance swept by him to Penelope, and as she caught the latter's heightened color, Norma frowned. Once more her eyes strayed back to Thorpe, and she acknowledged to herself that his travels had improved his good looks. Gone was the characteristic slouch of his tall figure. His shoulders had broadened, and he was tanned from a life out of doors, while his iron-gray hair, in contrast to his dark eyebrows and mustache, added to his distinguished appearance. Belaselsky gave Norma no further time for thought. "You must both come," he pleaded with fervor. "We have been starved for your society, lo, these many days." And taking their consent for granted, he led the way across the street and through the ladies' entrance to the Army and Navy Club. His gay, inconsistent chatter kept up without a break throughout the service of the luncheon, encouraged by what Norma considered Penelope's almost feverish laughter and her ready replies to Belaselsky's sallies. Norma, sitting beside her host, grew conscious of his long pauses in the conversation, and, at last, turning to observe the cause, saw his eyes fixed intently upon Penelope. Just then he caught her glance, and a dull red suffused his cheeks. "I'm wondering," he began, and Norma had to listen attentively to catch what he said in a confidential monotone, "if Mrs. Lawton knows that her husband is in Washington." Norma controlled her surprise admirably. "Oh, yes," she replied casually. "Tom is detailed for duty in the Bureau of Navigation." Thorpe ate his dessert for a second with a preoccupied air. "Come, Miss Norma," and his voice grew suddenly wheedling. "What was the reason Tom Lawton left his wife? Was it jealousy?" "That is a subject I never discuss." Norma's frigid tone brought an angry gleam in Thorpe's ever-restless eyes. He drank his demitasse at a gulp and set down the small cup with little regard for the fragile china. "Mrs. Lawton doesn't look well," he commented softly. "She shouldn't have returned so... His hesitation was marked. "Soon." "Penelope always does the unexpected," responded Norma, mischief gaining the mastery at sight of his solemnity. "It is one of her chief characteristics." "I was thinking of the heat in Washington," retorted Thorpe with some vehemence. "September is no month to spend here." "And yet you returned now?" "Business," tersely. He paused to take a cigarette from the Filipino servant before adding, "Besides, I am acclimated after months in Asia." "Business," Norma echoed the word with a sigh. "And you resigned from the Navy to engage in business. I never will understand why. I didn't resign, he hastened to point out. I was plucked by the retiring board and, with a nonchalance which Norma shrewdly suspected covered far different feelings, there's an old Scotch saying, any bull which tosses you will toss you into better pastures. Real estate this time, chimed in Penelope, who had caught his last remark. Don't let me forget, Mr. Thorpe, to mail you my Van Vliet apartment lease for your signature. Your clerk has waxed quite impatient over my forgetful habits. He was promptness itself, I found, when I recently purchased the apartment house you owned in New Hampshire Avenue, just back of the Van Vliet. Thorpe gazed at her spellbound, both hands resting heavily on the table. You purchased that place? You? He exclaimed incredulously. Penelope's lovely smile showed each pretty dimple. Yes, quietly. I had some money lying idle, and my lawyer, Clifford Burton, suggested that the apartment house would be an excellent investment. Norma, as well as the two men, was gazing blankly at her cousin. My goodness, Pen, she said, drawing a long breath. Do you mean to say you own the building where your mother-in-law has her apartment? Just so. Openly amused by Norma's wide-eyed surprise, she added, Clifford Burton negotiated the deal for me. Your name was not mentioned, burst in Thorpe. Burton took over the place yesterday. And he was murdered there last night. Belaselsky, who had followed their rapid conversation with almost painful attention, sat back in his chair. Singular are the acts of Providence. Acts of the devil, you had better say, ejaculated Norma. Oh, it was a horrible crime. I shan't soon forget the venom with which that dagger was thrust into his back. I saw the hand raised, and then it came down with frightful force. She shuddered. The scene will haunt me always. Penelope's soft hand stretched across the table brought sympathy in its touch, and Norma clasped it gratefully. I wish you'd been with me, she exclaimed. It was so horrible being alone. You saw the crime committed, but not the criminal? Commented Belaselsky, his perfect command of English slightly marred by an unusual rolling emphasis on the letter R. What a pity, Miss Page. You might otherwise have saved the police a long search. Why long? Questioned Penelope, her eyebrows slightly raised. We have a most efficient police force in Washington. Come, observing her companions more closely, I am willing to wager that the murderer of Clifford Burton will be caught within a year? Asked Belaselsky as she paused. No, 6 weeks, and she looked inquiringly at her companions. What are you willing to wager? Thorpe caught her gaze and held it. I'll not bet, he replied, for like you, I believe the criminal will be easily detected. Before Penelope could speak, he turned to Belaselsky. You are more of a sport than I. Will you take up Mrs. Lawton's wager? But yes. Belaselsky bowed his head gracefully in her direction. Are gloves permissible, madam? Surely. I wear 5 3/4, with an assured smile. It vanished as quickly as it had come, and her gaze shifted from Thorpe's grave countenance to a huge screen which temporarily separated a section of the square dining room, reserved for the use of ladies and their escorts, from that occupied by the regular members of the club. As Penelope continued to stare at the screen, she became conscious of a pair of tragic eyes regarding her through a slit in the screen's fabric. For fully 10 seconds their gaze held. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the eyes vanished, and Penelope sat back in her chair, her heart pounding against her ribs. Suddenly she raised her handkerchief and brushed the tiny drops of perspiration from her lip. We must be going, she exclaimed with a slight catch in her breath. Norma, look at the time, and none of our trunks unpacked." And, covering her abruptness with light badinage, she made her way to the elevator. The dining room had filled up in the past hour, and the aisle to the elevator was congested with late arrivals looking for tables. Penelope was in front of her party when they reached the elevator shaft, and stood for a moment chatting with some friends who had hailed her upon her approach. As the elevator door opened and several passengers entered the room, she turned and faced a tall officer. His fine physique was set off by his uniform, and his air of distinction was emphasized by his clear-cut features and handsome eyes which scanned Penelope coolly, impersonally, and then swept on to her cousin, Norma Page. "Tom!" The name sprang unbidden to Penelope's dry lips, and she swayed toward him. But with no sign of recognition, her husband stepped past her, and bowing gravely to Norma, passed on down the dining room. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. $10,000 Reward. Bobby Lawton climbed the steel and stone steps to his grandmother's apartment with ever-diminishing speed. The elevator, as elevators will, had broken down just at the busiest moment when a new tenant was moving in, and the lower hallway was filled with furniture which had to be carried upstairs. In the ensuing confusion, Pat McGuire had little time to devote to so small and insignificant a person as Bobby, and the harassed janitor had given impatient answers to his questions as to the whereabouts of Joe, one of the elevator boys. Joe was Bobby's pal whenever the latter could evade his grandmother's eye, and Bobby longed for his companionship to while away the hours until Norma should return, as she had promised. To Bobby's surprise, Dr. Penfield had insisted upon taking him out to luncheon, a luncheon much appreciated by Bobby, as it consisted of delicious dishes he was forbidden to eat. Dr. Penfield had been diverted by Bobby's comments and friendly chatter, but there was one topic which the lad, with a skill beyond his years, carefully avoided. Any allusion to Clifford Burton's murder and his own presence in his grandmother's apartment the night before brought silence or a polite, "I don't know, sir," if Bobby could not otherwise avoid a direct answer. Dr. Penfield had left the boy at his home none the wiser than he had started out. He had thought to beguile him into some careless remark which would aid in establishing a clue to the murder, but the coroner had to admit himself beaten as, with a friendly wave of his hand, he went down the street, leaving Bobby standing in the doorway of the apartment house. Bobby's footsteps grew longer as he approached his grandmother's apartment. The corridor was empty, and no one saw the small figure standing before the door in shrinking hesitation. The key, which he had borrowed from his grandmother, balanced in uncertain fingers. It took Bobby fully 5 minutes to screw up his courage to enter. His heart was beating faster than customary when he finally slid inside the door and closed it softly behind him. The police, before leaving, had pulled down the window shades, and the rooms were in semi-darkness as Bobby, carefully avoiding the library, hurried into his hall bedroom. The familiar sight of his furniture and the toys tucked under the bed somewhat dissipated the feeling of awe and bewilderment which had enveloped him since the discovery of Clifford Burton's dead body in his grandmother's library early that morning. About an hour later, he was contentedly playing with a small model of a destroyer which his father had sent him for an Easter present when he heard the front door of the apartment open and close. It was a very faint sound, and its stealthiness aroused the boy, whose keen hearing was accentuated by his high-strung nerves. No sound of footsteps reached him, and Bobby, leaving his beloved model, wormed his small body noiselessly out of the room and down the hall. Was that nice Dr. Penfield returning? Or perhaps Norma was trying to surprise him? Bobby chuckled to himself, with boyish love of a practical joke, and utterly forgetful of the fact that his cousin had no key to the apartment. He prepared to reverse the surprise. Double portieres hung in front of the doorway leading to the library, and Bobby glided noiselessly between them. A precautionary survey of the room showed that it was empty. No further sound reached Bobby, and after waiting several breathless minutes, he slipped back into the hallway and from there into his grandmother's bedroom. The bedroom was large in size and octagonal in shape, and its furnishings in keeping with the handsome carved four-post bedstead and other family heirlooms. Bobby paid no attention to his surroundings, but made directly for a closet halfway down the room. Mrs. Lawton had had shelves put up in one side of the closet, and across from the shelves hung dresses and coats carefully swathed in white sheets. They presented a rather terrifying spectacle in the darkened closet, but Bobby was accustomed to their grotesque appearance, and closing the door softly, he groped his way among them until his fingers touched the woodwork separating the closet from the library. In taking the apartment, Mrs. Lawton had stipulated that she be permitted to make certain alterations at her expense, and among them had been removing the communicating door between her bedroom closet and the library. She had the carpenters enlarge the size of the doorway, and in the space thus provided placed two doors of the early 16th century. They were of Italian walnut, so dark that they resembled bronze, and were evidently a family memorial, for the ancestors on each side of the ancient house to whom the doors had belonged were represented above and below each coat of arms by carved male and female heads. The carving on the doors, which had no locks, was exceptionally beautiful, and Mrs. Lawton's husband, a wealthy collector of objects of art, had brought them from Spain years before. The work of installing the doors in the apartment had been skillfully done, and the old closet doorway completely screened. Few of Mrs. Lawton's visitors realized that the doors were not just set into the solid wall. Once, when locked in the apartment for punishment, Bobby had amused himself by going into his grandmother's closet and upsetting all her belongings. While so occupied, his hand had rested heavily against the Spanish doors, and he felt one of the panels give under his weight. His curiosity instantly aroused, Bobby poked and prodded with a perseverance worthy of a better cause, and finally located a small knob which, when turned, opened the secret panel. Peering through the small opening, Bobby found that he had an excellent view of the library, and, thrilled to the soul with his discovery, he kept the secret to himself. It had beguiled many a tedious hour when locked in the closet on account of some misdemeanor. His active imagination peopled the dark space with Captain Kidd and his followers, and he pictured himself their prisoner, and the secret panel his only means of communication with the outer world. Bobby had discovered that he could peer into the library without danger of being seen by its occupants, as, through the dexterity of the maker of the doors in the early 16th century, the peepholes were the natural eyes of one of the carved heads. From his vantage point behind the screen, Bobby, on occasions, had peppered Mrs. Lawton's French maid with birdshot until that worthy was induced to enter the library only under threat of instant dismissal. She was a believer in the supernatural as well as in the benefit of a well-applied switch, and while she supplied Bobby with the latter at his grandmother's behest, he did his best to cultivate her belief in ghosts, ably assisted by Joe, the elevator boy. Mamselle Celeste, as the other servants called her, had little love for children, and her dislike of Bobby was intensified by his mischievous spirit, which was not always suppressed by his surroundings. Bobby had been in the closet for nearly 5 minutes when he caught a movement of the portieres. With every sense alert, he waited, blowpipe in one hand and birdshot in the other. His eyes widened as a hand appeared cautiously and parted the portieres. Bobby caught his breath. It was a large hand of a curious pinkish tint, and the cuff was certainly not on a woman's wrist. Suddenly the hand was replaced by a face, and Bobby, at sight of the aquiline features and swarthy complexion, drew back from the panel in sheer panic. His cousin Norma had deceived him and sent word to Senor Lopez in time to bring him to Washington that afternoon. Bobby's freckles showed up plainly against his pallor. Would he have to go with Senor Lopez? The question brought a shiver in its train. Slowly his expression altered, and the small childish mouth closed tightly. On all fours, Bobby crept to the closet door and, getting on his knees, felt about until his fingers found the bolt, which in former days had been used by other tenants to lock the closet off from the bedroom and allow access into it only from the library. Bobby slipped the bolt into place and returned to his post by the secret panel. A hasty glance into the library showed that it was empty, and Bobby's hopes rose. Perhaps Senor Lopez had concluded that no one was in the apartment and had left, but Bobby's rejoicings were short-lived. A slight movement to his right caused him to turn his head and glance in that direction. Senor Lopez, stripped of his coat, was lying on his stomach, and in that position appeared to the excited boy to glide across the floor toward him. Bobby's heart almost stopped beating. Had his tutor discovered his whereabouts? Lopez paused directly under the secret panel and lay still for what seemed an interminable minute to Bobby, crouching on the other side of the screen. Raising himself upward very cautiously, the boy peered down at Lopez. He was still stretched at full length on the floor, but what occupied his attention was just beyond Bobby's line of vision. Suddenly the man moved as if to get up, and Bobby closed the panel. Fully 5 minutes went by before Bobby again peered into the library. Lopez had crossed the room and stood near one of the bookcases which reached from the floor to the ceiling. With head thrown well back, he scanned the different shelves, sometimes running his hands over the books and withdrawing one or two, only to replace them with a grunt indicative of disappointment. The next article of furniture to claim his scrutiny was the large mahogany table standing in the window. With eyes but narrow slits under his heavy brows, one of which was disfigured by a sinister scar, Lopez regarded the table. The window curtains were still drawn, and, while a fair amount of afternoon light shone through the yellow Holland shades, the objects in the room were easily discernible to the watching boy. It was not until Lopez leaned forward and switched on the electric lamp that Bobby got a comprehensive view of his hand. Under its direct rays, Bobby saw that Lopez was wearing a rubber glove. He had seen Celeste, the French maid, wear similar gloves too often to be mistaken in their appearance. Celeste's pride in her small, shapely hands had prompted her to protect them from rough work, such as dusting and blacking boots, and Bobby had received severe punishment for borrowing her rubber gloves to play with. Lopez stared at the table long and intently, stooping this way and that to get a better view of its polished surface and desk ornaments. Something must have attracted him, for, without warning, he advanced toward the screen, and Bobby instinctively ducked away from the open panel. But the boy's alarm was unnecessary. Lopez's gaze did not stray from the handsome Bokhara rugs which covered the hardwood floor. His padded footfall was almost soundless as he passed like an evil shadow from the library. Bobby sat back with a shiver and tried to conquer his ever-growing fear of discovery. If the construction of the panel made him invisible in the past, surely his presence had gone undetected. Suppose, however, Lopez had been told that he was in the apartment and would wait for him to come out from his concealment. The thought was not reassuring. Bobby sat taut by the open panel, almost afraid to breathe as he listened for the slightest noise, hoping Lopez would grow tired of waiting and depart. Time passed on leaden feet, and the boy's heart sank with dread. Once that summer his grandmother's chauffeur, inspired by Lopez, or so the boy thought, had whipped him unmercifully. Bobby's lips grew dry at the recollection, and his small body squirmed to avoid an imaginary whiplash. No, he must stay where he was until Cousin Norma returned. She would protect him from Lopez. The man would not dare strike him in her presence. But oh, why didn't she come? Bobby would have given much if the Terry clock on the high mantel across from where he crouched had been wound up. He could then have known how fast the dragging hours were really going. He crawled over to the door and listened at the keyhole, hoping to detect some noise which would guide him as to Lopez's whereabouts, but no sound rewarded his efforts. In despair, he crouched again by the open panel. The close, stuffy air in the closet combined with the heat made him drowsy. He had been hours without sleep the night before. Bobby strove to throw off the lethargy which slowly numbed his senses. His head sank forward, and his hand, resting on the round knob of wood, inadvertently turned it, and the panel closed noiselessly on the sleeping boy. Senor Lopez had completed an exhaustive search of the dining room, kitchen, and pantry, and had reached Bobby's bedroom when his wristwatch showed him that it was after 4 o'clock. Lopez frowned as he gazed at the toys scattered about the room, and last at the model of the destroyer which occupied the place of honor in front of the window. The model was complete in every detail, and the pride and joy of Bobby's heart. Lopez's fingers itched to throw it on the floor and stamp it out of shape. Conquering his ungovernable temper, he stood for a moment in deep thought as he twirled Bobby's cap in his fingers. He flung it down on the bed and stepped into the hall in time to hear a door open in the direction of the kitchen and the sound of lowered voices. Lopez flattened himself against the wall and slipped noiselessly down the winding hall toward the front door as the voices came nearer, and 2 men walked through the apartment, stopping first in the dining room. "Everything locked up here," announced Detective Doyle. "Come into the library, Pat." And the janitor, slipping his passkey into his pocket, followed his companion from one room to another. "What did you want to tell me, Jim?" he asked, after assisting the detective in examining the locks of windows and doors. "And why did you not want to speak for instance to the lieutenant beyond?" "Sure, and I didn't want to spill the beans," explained Doyle. "It will be known at headquarters quick enough, and the boys will be as thick as flies around here. Man, Sir Gilbert Montague, the nephew of him who was murdered last night in these rooms, has offered a reward of $10,000 for the arrest of the criminal. Leastways, so he told me, and there's no reason why you and me can't cop the money." The janitor's eyes brightened, and a look of greed crept into them. He drew a long breath. "So that's why you wanted me to bring ye up quiet-like through the service entrance," he nodded in understanding. "Look about you careful, Jim. The murderin' divil must have left some clue." Doyle's left eye closed and unclosed in a significant wink. "Rest easy," he said. "I'm wise to a thing or two that nobody but me is suspecting. I just wanted to be sure that everything was as I left it." They had paused for a moment in Mrs. Lawton's bedroom, and Doyle looked carefully in every direction. "But why is the police leaving the apartment open like?" objected McGuire. "Sure, I thought they'd lock it up and station a guard about it." Doyle smiled derisively. "We have a better way," he explained. "Ye know the old saying, a dog returns to his vomit, and just so sure does a murderer return to the scene of his crime when he's given a chance. And take it from me, Pat, I'll see he gets his chance. Why, man, don't shake your head at me. Every person entering this apartment is under surveillance." He drew closer to the janitor. "There's the boy, Bobby." "Well, what of him?" demanded McGuire sourly as Doyle paused. "He's the milk and the coconut." The detective smiled at McGuire's bewilderment. "Why, man, can't you see? Bobby, who was in this apartment last night, must know who killed Cliff Burton." "He said he didn't." "Of course." Doyle snapped his fingers derisively. "When Inspector Mitchell or Coroner Penfield comes around, the boy's mum. But suppose you talk to him." He paused dramatically. "Bobby ain't suspecting you. And most likely he'll let's drop some clue." At last, enlightened as to his companion's meaning, McGuire slapped his thigh delightedly. "Sure, I'll worm it out of Bobby, never fear." His mouth tightened ominously. "You're right, Doyle. There's our chance to cop the reward." "Just so," agreed his companion. "You get the boy to stick around your shack." "'Twon't be hard," broke in the janitor, his cupidity fully awakened. "Bobby hates his grandma, and I'll coax him out beyond." "Fine," Doyle interrupted, opening and closing his powerful hand. "That money is as good as ours if you do as I say." "Sure, just try me." McGuire leaned over and shook hands with Doyle, and the latter smiled, well satisfied. "Come on," he said. "I've searched this apartment 5 different times already, and everything but the furniture is under lock and key, and I've got 'em on this bunch," dangling a keyring in the air. McGuire halted, and his gaze once more swept the bedroom, lighting at last on the closed closet door. "You might as well add this key to your bunch," he said. Inside the closet, Bobby Lawton awoke in time to hear the key turn in the outer lock of the closet door, and the faint sound of retreating footsteps. The boy brushed his hot, tired eyes with a grimy fist, one thought uppermost in his confused state of mind. Shut up in the closet, he would be Senor Lopez's prisoner if he were found there. Bobby commenced cautiously to feel the walls of the closet and the panels of the door in the endeavor to find a means of escape. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Eavesdroppers. Sir Gilbert Montague lit his 20th cigarette within the hour, and, slipping his monocle in his eye, gazed in growing concern at Commander Thomas Lawton. Would the latter never weary of pacing back and forth before the telephone? As the silence lengthened, and the footsteps, with quarter-deck precision, advanced and wheeled and advanced, the Englishman's mind reverted to the days before the outbreak of the World War, when, as attachés of their respective countries, they had waited in Petrograd, then St. Petersburg, for the imperial mandate calling 1,000,000 men to arms. Much water had run under the bridge since then, and destiny had brought them together once more. What role had destiny cast for them this time? Montague turned his troubled eyes from his silent companion to his ashtray and laid down his cigarette. He opened his lips and closed them, his remonstrance unspoken, as the commander crossed the room with long, nervous strides and dropped down in the nearest chair. "I never saw such service," he exploded, his deep voice betraying his pent-up wrath. "What if the storm the other night did blow down a few poles? The telephone company ought to have replaced the wires by now. What do you advise, Gilbert? Is it best to motor up to Blue Ridge Summit and get my mother? This news of your uncle's murder in her apartment is bound to upset her, and her constitution—" "Is tolerably strong," replied Montague dryly. "I've seen your mother lately, Tom, and she was apparently in robust health." "Her letters said she was suffering from her old heart complaint." Lawton turned harassed eyes toward his friend. "I know she's a bit peculiar and all that, but she's my mother, and I ought to be there to break the news to her." Montague paused to toss a box of matches to Lawton as the latter drew out his pipe and filled it. "A glance at the newspapers probably gave her the information," he said after a pause. "Then there's Bobby." "What about Bobby?" At the mention of his son's name, Lawton's stern expression softened and his eyes brightened. "The boy is well, strong, isn't he?" "Oh, yes, in splendid health." "Good." In his relief, Lawton interrupted his friend. "I am anxious to see the little shaver, Gilbert. I reckon I'll motor up there at once." "You may miss your mother if you do," broke in Montague in his turn. "Something tells me she is on her way here." He hesitated and eyed Lawton a trifle anxiously. "Bobby is already in Washington." Lawton sprang to his feet. "You don't mean it! Where?" he demanded in one breath, then spoke more slowly, his face darkening. Not with his mother?" "No, oh no." Montague paused and glanced at the afternoon newspaper lying across his lap. It had been handed to him half an hour before, and while he had absorbed the account of the murder of his uncle, Commander Lawton had waved aside the proffered sheet and centered his attention on the telephone and his efforts to get a clear line to Blue Ridge Summit. "This newspaper features Bobby." "Features him?" echoed Lawton, reseating himself. "What do you mean? What does the paper know about Bobby?" "He was in your mother's apartment last night." Slowly Lawton took in the sense of what his friend was saying. "In mother's apartment?" he repeated, his eyes wide with astonishment. "In heaven's name, what was he doing there?" Montague moved uneasily. "Bobby told the police that he had come there to meet you," he blurted out. Tom Lawton was again on his feet, his eyes half starting from his head. "How in the name of God did Bobby know I was—" His words died in his throat as Montague held up an imperative hand. "Shh!" he warned, then more loudly. "Is that you, Rufino?" The man who responded to his hail moved away from the door near which he had paused and advanced further into the sitting-room. As he came nearer, Lawton saw that it was not the Englishman's valet, but a stranger to him, whom Montague eyed with disfavor. "Ah, Inspector!" Montague strove to throw cordiality into both voice and manner. "I understood you would not get here until later. Tom," with a wave of his hand, "let me introduce Inspector Mitchell, Commander Lawton." The naval officer acknowledged the introduction with a civil inclination of his head, while Mitchell bowed gravely and, without waiting to be asked, selected a chair and sat down. He eyed the two men in front of him inquisitively for a minute and glanced about the pleasant sitting-room. "You've led me quite a chase, Commander. Quite a chase, sir," with more emphasis, as Lawton lighted his pipe with deliberation. The action effectually screened the lower half of his face, but Mitchell was aware of the keen scrutiny he was being subjected to, and his own gaze did not shift before Lawton's cold stare. "Sorry, I was not aware that you cared to see me," the latter replied, between puffs at his pipe. "I have been here all day, except when lunching at the club." Mitchell inspected him in silence for a minute before turning to Montague. "This is your apartment, is it not, Sir Gilbert?" Montague nodded toward his friend. We have taken it together," he explained. "Will you have a cigarette, Inspector?" But Mitchell declined with a wave of his hand. "You'd have saved both time and trouble had you mentioned that fact this morning," he grumbled. He glanced upward at Lawton, who had remained standing. "I understood you were to live with your mother, Commander." "You were misinformed," coldly. "My son makes his home with her." Learning that Sir Gilbert Montague was looking for winter quarters, I suggested that we live together, temporarily at least, and, with a sudden whimsical smile which showed his fine white teeth, here we are at the Van Vliet apartment. "It is a rather nice place," agreed Montague, with more energy than he had previously evinced. "Got the flat at a bargain, furniture and all." "Congratulations," the inspector bowed ironically. "But why, Sir Gilbert, did you select this particular locality?" Because Commander Lawton would like to be near his mother." "And his wife?" The words had hardly left Inspector Mitchell's lips before Lawton was by his side, his eyes blazing and his fists clenched. "You cur!" Cold fury lent emphasis to the word. "Get out of this apartment!" And Mitchell retreated with such haste that, in rising, he knocked over his chair. With the apartment door safely closed behind him, the inspector smiled again. "Drew blood," he muttered, and sought the office on the first floor. The clerk in charge was chary of answering questions, but a glimpse of Mitchell's police badge wrought its customary change. "Sir Gilbert Montague took over apartment 603 several days ago," he said. "Sublet it from a diplomat who was transferred unexpectedly. Commander Lawton got here about 7 o'clock this morning. I recollect the exact time," as Mitchell looked across at the clock. "I had just relieved the night clerk, and Commander Lawton had no key to the apartment, and Jim let him in with the office pass key." "Where was Sir Gilbert?" "Don't know." The clerk turned away to answer a query as to a vacant apartment, and it was some minutes before he had time to devote to Mitchell, who was eyeing with interest the handsome foyer. The apartment house was a fine type of modern architecture, and no expense had been spared to make it meet the requirements of the ultra-smart set. "Now, sir," the clerk was at his elbow, having come outside his office, "step this way," and Mitchell walked down the broad corridor toward the entrance to the cafe. Halfway there, however, the clerk paused and pointed to an alcove, the portieres of which were partly drawn. There was no one in the corridor, and the clerk's stiff manner thawed. "Are you investigating the murder next door?" he asked eagerly, and Mitchell nodded in silent assent, touching his finger to his lips a second later. "I understand. Mum's the word." The clerk looked hastily down the corridor and drew closer to Mitchell. "There's something, not much," striving to qualify his excited manner, to be even an atom in what promised to be a cause célèbre, was sending a thrill up and down the clerk's spine. "I was coming along this corridor yesterday about tea-time. Leastways, I had just finished supper when I heard voices coming from that alcove. The portieres weren't drawn, and I glanced at the two men sitting there and recognized Sir Gilbert Montague and his uncle." "Ah, then you knew Mr. Clifford Burton?" broke in Mitchell. "Sure," impatiently. "He was a big shareholder in this hotel company. But that wasn't what brought him here yesterday afternoon." "No?" The inspector's quizzical smile provoked the clerk, and he instinctively raised his voice to emphasize his positive statements. "He came to see his nephew and make him give up his apartment here." Mitchell was listening now with undivided attention to the clerk, and failed to catch a soft sigh or observe a slight movement of the portieres in front of the alcove. "What reason did Mr. Burton give for making such a request?" he asked eagerly. "I didn't catch all their talk," Just snatches," admitted the other. "But Mr. Burton said he wasn't going to be spied on, and Sir Gilbert could clear out at once." Mitchell stared at his companion. "Clifford Burton did not live here, did he?" "No, sir." The clerk cleared his throat nervously. "Just before I got out of earshot, sir, I heard Sir Gilbert say, 'If you compromise her, you'll be killed.'" The clerk paused dramatically. "What do you make of that, Mr. Inspector?" Mitchell declined to commit himself. "It's mysterious," he admitted, and covered up his lack of a direct answer by adding, "You'll be doing us a great favor if you keep an eye on Sir Gilbert and his companion, Commander Lawton." Observing a look of doubt cross the man's face, Mitchell went on, "They'll never suspect you. You are too clever for that," with flattering emphasis. "What is your name?" "Harris, sir. John Harris." "Well, Harris, here is my card. Should any unusual happenings come under your observation, I'll be greatly obliged if you will notify me." And Mitchell, turning, walked away in the opposite direction as Harris went back to his office, and by a fraction of a minute missed Norma Page as she sped down the corridor to meet her cousin, Penelope Lawton. Inspector Mitchell's departure from Montague's apartment about 20 minutes earlier had been followed by tense silence, broken finally by Tom Lawton. "Has my wife an apartment in this building?" he inquired. "Yes." Montague picked up the chair Mitchell had knocked over in his hasty exit. Then, carefully avoiding his friend's eye, he added, "It's number 615 and around the corridor from us." "Same floor?" questioned Lawton, and Montague nodded. Lawton moved over to a window and stood looking out, his face completely hidden from his companion's inquiring gaze. Montague stood the silence for about 5 minutes and then spoke with some show of irritation. "See here, old dear," he began, "you were asleep when I got in from taking Uncle Cliff's body to the undertaker's, and I didn't awaken you. You slipped out to the club when I wasn't here, and since you've been back, you've been as uncommunicative as a clam." Lawton turned around. "Shall I sing or dance a jig?" he asked. Then, getting a better look at Montague's solemn countenance, he added more gently, "Sorry, Gilbert. I didn't mean to be unsociable. The news of your uncle's murder in my mother's apartment has... "That's just it," broke in Montague eagerly. "You've shut me up whenever I've said anything about it. Now you've got to know." He stopped abruptly, and Tom Lawton looked at him inquiringly. "Know what?" he asked, as the silence lengthened. "No more details about the murder." Montague rose, and, crossing the room, thrust the Evening Star into Lawton's hand. "Here, read what the Star says." Lawton spread the newspaper before him and, column by column, read the reporter's account of the tragedy. Surmise as well as facts were woven into the article which, spread under scare headlines, occupied the front page of the paper. "A spectacular crime," it ran in part, "was committed between midnight and 2 o'clock this morning when Clifford Burton was stabbed to death in the apartment of Mrs. Rutherford Lawton. The murder is veiled in mystery. How Mr. Burton entered the apartment, closed for the summer months, why he was there, and who killed him are the questions exercising the minds of police headquarters and the Detective Bureau. Mr. Burton was a well-known lawyer of Washington, a man of wealth, and a member of the Racket, Metropolitan, and Chevy Chase clubs. He was also a large stockholder in the Metropolis Bank and prominently identified with numerous business enterprises. Mr. Burton is survived by Sir Gilbert Montague, a nephew, the only son of his sister, whose marriage to Lord Montague was a fashionable event of 3 decades ago. Sir Gilbert Montague has been attached to the British Embassy since April last. Upon his arrival, he made his home with his late uncle in Hillier Place, but 2 days ago took possession of a bachelor apartment in the Van Vliet. Sir Gilbert, unnerved by the shocking death of his uncle, has so far denied himself to interviewers. Mrs. Rutherford Lawton is prominent socially. From New York originally, she has made Washington her home for a number of years. Her son, Commander Thomas Lawton, U.S. Navy, was stationed here some time ago and has many friends in the national capital. He is at present on his way to Washington after service with the Asiatic Fleet. Mrs. Lawton closed her apartment the last of June and opened her cottage at Blue Ridge Summit, where she still is. All attempts to reach her by telephone have failed owing to a heavy storm in that vicinity which blew down the telephone wires. The crime was discovered by Miss Norma Page, a cousin of Mrs. Thomas Lawton, who is occupying an apartment at the Van Vliet. The latter's apartment overlooked that of Mrs. Lawton, her mother-in-law, and Miss Page saw the murder committed, but was unable to supply the police with any clues as to the identity of the criminal. The police are at a loss to ascribe a motive for the crime. Inspector Mitchell of the Central Office is in charge of the investigation, and he has promised some interesting developments later. A singular feature of the murder of Mr. Burton was the presence in the apartment of Mrs. Lawton's 12-year-old grandson, Bobby Lawton. Through him, the police hope to trace... The newspaper slipped through Tom Lawton's fingers. With face grown gray and haggard, he reached over and picked up his service cap. "Where are you going?" demanded Montague as Lawton strode past him. "To find Bobby." The apartment door slammed shut, and Montague was left staring into vacancy. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Complications. Pat McGuire looked at the taxicab tearing down the street and then at the pretty woman before him. "Indeed, Celeste, and where did ye spring from?" he asked, "and where be the madam?" Celeste showed each pretty dimple in her welcoming smile as she dropped him a quaint curtsy. "Bonjour, Monsieur Pat," she exclaimed, "and how is Monsieur? Well, after the summer heat?" "Well as can be expected," grumbled McGuire, "considering all I have to do, and these worthless boys disappointing me every so often. Be ye wanting to ride up?" "But yes." And Celeste stepped promptly inside the building and into the elevator, the door of which was open. She had not waited to pick up the luggage which the taxi driver had deposited on the steps, and when McGuire, his hands fully engaged with 2 suitcases, a hat box, and 3 large paper boxes, reached her, he found her powdering her nose in front of the small mirror. "Ye haven't answered me question," he pointed out, starting the elevator upward. "Where did you leave old Mrs. Lawton?" "She has stopped at the Navy Department to ask for news of her son." Celeste closed her vanity box and readjusted her veil. "And then she go to the police office to ask for that little devil Bobby who hath run away." "Bobby's here." McGuire stopped the elevator at the top floor. "Leastways, he was hanging around here arsking for Joe about 2 or more hours ago. I forgets the exact time. Can ye get into the apartment?" His hand sought his pass key as he spoke. "I have my own key." Celeste was busy fitting it into the lock. "I told Madame that Bobby would be here, for did he not, with great cunning, take Madame's key? He is one sly boy, monsieur, and the poor Madame, she suffer much anxiety. We sleep not much last night. See?" And she touched the circles under her eyes. McGuire looked admiringly straight into her snapping black eyes. "Gee, gal, but ye are purty," he blurted out and flushed crimson. To cover his embarrassment, he added hastily, "Didn't none of us get much sleep last night. Ye've heard tell of the murder of Mr. Burton in this here apartment." Celeste staggered back against the wall. What is that you say? She stammered. Monsieur Burton killed in this apartment? No, no, c'est impossible. But it is so, declared McGuire with relish, enjoying the sensation he was creating, and before Celeste had time to gather her breath, he gave her a graphic account of the discovery of the murder. Sure, I thought Mrs. Lawton would have heard tell of it before now, he ended. I'm sorry I broke it to ye so sudden-like. Celeste's high color had vanished. She passed one nervous hand over her white cheeks and drew a long breath. C'est terrible, she muttered. Then, in a louder tone, come into the dining room, Monsieur Pat. I think I know. She did not complete her sentence. Instead, she hurried along the hall and, not waiting to see if the janitor was following, entered the dining room and paused in front of the sideboard. Making sure that the door to the apartment was securely closed, McGuire stopped only long enough to pile the suitcases in a corner of the hall and entered the dining room in time to see Celeste produce a decanter and 2 glasses. Only sherry for the cooking, mon brave, she explained. Come, have a glass with me. McGuire needed no second invitation. He smacked his lips as he put down the empty glass. It's dumb good stuff, he admitted, and reaching over helped himself from the decanter, and then gave more to Celeste. What do ye suppose brought Cliff Burton to his apartment last night? Give a guess, as Celeste shook her head. It is hard to say, Monsieur Pat. She shook her bewildered head. Perhaps love, with a coquettish glance into his infatuated eyes. Perhaps hate. Tush, I don't think much of your suggestions, snapped McGuire. The apartment was empty except for that consarned boy. 'Tweren't no love for Bobby brought old Burton here, nor hate neither. Now, if it had been his mother— He snickered as Celeste refilled his glass, and not waiting to see if she replenished her own, emptied it at a gulp. Are ye afraid to stay here by yourself? Celeste shook her head. Madame Lawton will be here shortly, but you, Monsieur Pat, suppose the elevator, he ring? McGuire made a wry face. I'd best be getting back, he admitted. If ye're scared, just ring the house phone. And you will come quick, n'est pas? Her glance warmed his heart, and he clumsily kissed her hand before she pulled it away. Do not go too far from Celeste. I will call. She slipped her arm through his, and walking down the hallway, opened the door for him. The loud and incessant ringing of the elevator bell interrupted his leave-taking, and with a muttered curse on the impatience of human nature in general, and some tenants in particular, McGuire went back to his work. Celeste listened to the descending elevator for a brief second, then retreated inside the apartment and closed the door. As she passed the dining room on her way to the small bedroom and bath back of the kitchen, which constituted her living quarters, she spied the decanter and soiled glasses. It took but an instant to replace them on a shelf in the sideboard, and then Celeste hurried into her bedroom. When she emerged a few minutes later, she was without her hat, and her hair was neatly arranged under a net. A touch of rouge covered Celeste's unusual pallor, and the lipstick, but poorly applied, had made a crimson streak across her face. Her shadow, dimly seen in the long pier glass hanging in the hall near the entrance to the library, caused her to start violently and press one hand over her rapidly beating heart. She laughed shakily at discovering the cause of her fright and moved on, only to halt abruptly at the library door. Twice she strove to pass over the threshold, but she could not muster up her courage, and so hurried on into Mrs. Lawton's bedroom. It was much lighter in the bedroom, and Celeste tried to banish thoughts of Pat McGuire's all too realistic description of Burton's dead body lying across the table in the library. She looked doubtfully at the big French bed, with its enveloping sheets which protected pillows and mattress from dust, and at the other pieces of furniture in their summer garb. With an effort, she awoke from her unpleasant reflections. There was much work to be done before Mrs. Lawton reached there. Celeste went over to the closet door and turned the knob. It failed to open, and her hand sought the key in the lock. It was gone. With a perplexed frown, she stood in thought for a moment, then darted from the bedroom. When she returned after a trifling delay, she held a key in her hand. Inserting it in the closet door, she turned the lock just as steel fingers gripped her shoulder. Celeste's scream was smothered in the palm of a large hand clapped across her mouth, and she was dragged backward. "Keep quiet!" ordered a stern voice in her ear, and looking up, Celeste recognized Senor Lopez. "You!" Celeste wrenched herself free from his detaining clasp. "Mon Dieu!" "Oui, ma belle." Lopez lapsed again into English. "Sorry to startle you, but I could not forbear. Congratulations!" Wide-eyed, she stared at him. "Congratulations?" she faltered. "On your acting." His chill, sinister smile sent her trembling fingers to her shoulder, still tingling from his powerful grip. "I do not get Monsieur's meaning." "No?" The interrogation held sneering skepticism, but Celeste had had a second to pull herself together, and the shock of his unexpected presence was wearing off. "Monsieur is pleased to be funny," she retorted with some of her old spirit. "And what is Monsieur doing in this so-called empty apartment?" "The same errands that brought you to Washington brought me also," he responded, his manner more ingratiating. "But you, Celeste," he paused, "come too late." Her hands opened and closed spasmodically. "You! Her voice was rough with emotion. "Cochon!" "Spare your epithets," with stern emphasis. "Suppose the police—" A loud ring of the bell, followed by an imperative knock on the front door of the apartment, interrupted him. A slight scream escaped Celeste, and her expression changed to one of horrified alarm. "Run, monsieur, run!" she gasped. "They must not find you here." But Lopez, disregarding her frantic motions toward the back hall, quietly approached the library. "What have I to fear?" he asked. His gaze held hers in a fascinated stare. "Answer the door, Celeste." She started down the hall to obey him, then drew back. "Suppose it is Monsieur Pat, the janitor?" Lopez's swarthy lips parted in a grin. "I complicate your love affairs, is it not?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Well, tell the estimable gentleman that I have come." His glance caused her to shrink away. "For Bobby." In old Mrs. Lawton's bedroom, vacated a moment before by Lopez and Celeste, the closet door opened cautiously, then closed as silently. Fear giving him wings, Bobby was but a vanishing shadow as he sped to the service elevator in the pantry. A glance showed him that the elevator was resting at the floor above. The next instant, with the agility of a sailor, the boy was swarming down the center rope, hand over hand, on his way to the basement. It was not the first time he had taken that mode of exit. Celeste was still standing in indecision, with her hand on the knob of the front door, when the knock sounded again with even more insistence. The maid cast a hunted look behind her. Lopez had stopped at the library door and was regarding her intently, with finger pointed toward the front door. Celeste obeyed the silent command in nervous haste. At sight of a strange man in uniform before her, she started to slam the door in his face, but his foot blocked her efforts. "Is Mrs. Lawton here?" he asked, scanning the French maid, and added more forcefully, "My mother." Celeste stared at him aghast. In her fright, she had mistaken him for a policeman, but a closer look showed her the blue uniform and gold braid of a commander in the United States Navy. "Bonjour, monsieur," she exclaimed, and Lawton wondered at her excessive cordiality. "Madame, your mother, will be here in but a minute. She paused at the Navy Department to inquire for news of you. This way, monsieur," and she ushered him into the library. "Monsieur Lopez awaits madame also." Lawton looked at the man who rose at his entrance and, advancing a few steps, bowed profoundly. "Senor Lopez?" he asked questioningly. "My son's tutor?" "Yes, Commander Lawton," and again Lopez bowed. Lawton stepped forward and held out his hand. "My mother has mentioned you very often in her letters," he said, "and also Celeste," nodding toward the maid who waited in the background. "I recognize you both from her description. I did not expect to see either of you here or to learn that my mother was in the city. I came," his voice deepened, "to find my son." "Bobby's truancy has brought us all to Washington," responded Lopez easily. "Celeste has more definite news of him from the janitor." "Oui, monsieur," broke in Celeste. "Bobby was below stairs about 2-3 hours ago, looking for that, hunting for a word, miserable black boy who run the elevator." "So Bobby is not in the apartment?" Lawton's handsome face betrayed his disappointment to the keen eyes watching him covertly, although he had schooled himself to show no emotion. "But he will return for supper, if not before, monsieur," declared Celeste shrewdly. "Bobby has always a big appetite and is never late when hungry." "Celeste is right," added Lopez. "Had you better not sit down, sir?" He stopped with his hand on a chair. "Perhaps not in this room," with a gesture entirely Latin. "And why not?" The question came swiftly from Lawton. "Mr. Clifford Burton was murdered here last night, and his body found on that table this morning," explained Lopez. "My thought was that you might find the room, gruesome." Lawton's expression denoted deep interest, tinged with repugnance. "A tragic affair," he agreed, looking about. "I wish that it had occurred elsewhere than in my mother's apartment." Lopez followed his glance about the room, then let his eyes rest full upon Lawton. Neither man had noticed that Celeste had slipped into the hall to answer a faint knock on the front door, which was repeated several times at stated intervals before she reached there. "You were acquainted with Mr. Burton?" asked Lopez, and at the question, casually put, Lawton eyed his companion somewhat keenly. "Oh, yes," he answered. "But come, Lopez, you must know Bobby's favorite haunts. Can you not suggest some place where we may find him?" Lopez stroked his chin in thought. "His mother's apartment," he suggested suavely, with a slight wave of his hand in the direction of the window. "Across the way." Lawton's eyes narrowed. Otherwise, his expression did not change. "In that case, you might go over there and fetch him back," he suggested. "I will wait here." With a bow, Lopez left him, but before he could reach the hall, the doorway was blocked. "Mrs. Lawton!" he exclaimed, and bowed again. Lopez doubted if she saw him. Instead, her eyes were fixed upon her son, and with arms outstretched, she flung herself into Lawton's embrace with a fervor which secretly astonished him. Once, in the long ago, when a little boy, he had chided his mother because she showed so little feeling at the death of his father. Her answer had always lingered in his memory. "I do not lack affection," she had retorted. "I have simply learned to control my emotions." Lawton patted his mother clumsily on the back with all the Anglo-Saxon's dislike of anything approaching a scene. "There, mother, there," he said. "I should have prepared you for my arrival. I am truly sorry to upset you this way." Mrs. Lawton stroked his cheek. "It is really you," she murmured. "Oh, Tom, I am so glad to see you, and just at this time." She paused to wipe away a tear with a dry handkerchief. "I am sorry, dear, to appear so unnerved, but this dreadful murder in this room." She put up her hand to shade her eyes. "Come into my bedroom, Tom, and talk to me there. Ah," becoming aware of Lopez standing, hat in hand, in the hall. "Senor Lopez, excuse me. I did not see you." "Certainly, Mrs. Lawton." Lopez's deferential manner was soothing to her frayed nerves. Is there anything I can do for you before I leave to look for Bobby?" Mrs. Lawton's expression hardened. "That dreadful boy," she moaned. "Tom, he has been such a torment." Lawton's lips tightened with displeasure. "You will not be bothered with him after tonight," he said quietly. "I will remain with my mother until you return, Lopez." And his tone of dismissal was unmistakable. With another bow, which embraced even Celeste, the tutor left the apartment as Mrs. Lawton led her son into her bedroom. She chatted to him in disjointed sentences, while Celeste, with deft fingers, removed her hat and light traveling coat. "Do look in my bag for my salts, Tom," she directed. "My headache is frightful. Just dump the things on the bed. Here, Celeste, see what is the matter with that hairpin. It is sticking directly into me." Celeste stood behind her as she stood facing her dressing table and strove to remove the ravages of travel and arrange her hair in the most becoming style. Mrs. Lawton was a handsome woman of perhaps 60 years, with slightly gray hair and a fine pair of dark eyes. The family resemblance between mother and son was slight. Lawton had inherited his height and coloring, as well as his disposition, from his father. Lawton's efforts to find his mother's bottle of smelling salts not proving successful, he had followed her suggestion and dumped the bag's contents on the bed. As he sought in the heterogeneous mass of handkerchiefs, gloves, sewing kit, and scissors, his hand touched an electric torch. He picked up the latter and turned its rays into the interior of the bag, just at the moment that Celeste walked over to the closet where Bobby had been hiding to put away Mrs. Lawton's hat and coat. The next instant she had staggered backward into the room, her face like parchment, and collapsed into the nearest chair. "Monsieur, monsieur," she gasped. "Help! The face in the closet!" Lighted torch in hand, Lawton darted into the closet as his mother ran to the servant's side. She was chafing the girl's cold and nerveless hands when Lawton joined them. "What ails you, Celeste?" he demanded sharply. "The closet is empty." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Fencing. The trim maid relieved Senor Lopez of his hat and cane and ushered him into the drawing-room. "Mrs. Lawton will see you in a moment," she murmured, and took her silent way back to Penelope's bedroom. Lopez waited until he heard the faint sound of voices in the direction the maid had gone. Then, with cat-like tread, he crossed the room and re-entered the hall. From it radiated the smaller hallways leading to the 12 large rooms and servants' quarters which constituted the apartment leased by Penelope before leaving Washington for the summer. Lopez's brilliant black eyes took in with swift exactness the plan of the apartment. A rough sketch on the back of an envelope took but a second or two, and then he was once again in the attractively furnished drawing-room. Penelope found him looking admiringly at 2 Ming vases, which, converted into electric lamps, occupied posts of honor. "Genuine and very beautiful," he commented. "May I ask, madam, where you were so fortunate as to find these? Do not think me inquisitive, I beg," apologetically, observing her unconcealed surprise at the informal question. "I am a lover of Chinese art, and I have seen nothing like these vases outside of that country." "They were brought here years ago by Commander Lawton's father," explained Penelope courteously. "My husband gave them to me." She halted and bit her lip. "Some years ago." Swiftly she changed the subject as she glanced down at the engraved visiting card in her hand. "Senor Lopez, is it not?" "Yes, madam," with one of his habitual bows. "Your son's tutor." "I have seen you with him." Penelope's easy, friendly tone masked a more rapidly beating heart. Had she not followed Bobby in her car time and again when he was driving with Lopez? Had she not haunted the streets and parks he frequented for a glimpse of him? And had not her craving to be near the lad induced her to move into her present apartment? Lopez's unexpected call had taken her unawares. She must pull herself together. "Won't you sit down?" She motioned to a chair near the one she selected for herself, and Lopez noted with a cynical smile that she sat with her back to the afternoon sunshine. He did not sit down, but instead stood looking at her. The brief pause was broken by Lopez. "I have come for Bobby," he stated quietly. Penelope shook a puzzled head. "Surely you don't expect to find him with me?" she questioned. "Bobby never comes here." Lopez looked long at the frank brown eyes raised to his. As the pause lengthened, he grew conscious of an accelerated pulse. Penelope was very lovely. "I was misinformed," he said slowly. "I trust you will pardon me for keeping you indoors," conscious for the first time that she was dressed for the street. "Commander Lawton is looking for his son." "And sent you here?" with a slight scornful smile. "I quite understand. Good afternoon, senor." Lopez accepted his dismissal with smiling grace. "I thank, madam." He paused to bow again. "Should you see Bobby, please send him home." And well pleased with his parting shot, Lopez departed at once. His feeling of elation, however, was short-lived. What if he had at last called upon Penelope Lawton and been received as a visitor? He had not been asked to call again. Ah, it was his cursed desire to hurt that had got the better of his discretion. His uncanny intuition had probed Penelope's cherished secret, her passion for her son. It was her vulnerable point. Through that he could strike. The bamboo cane broke in Lopez's grasp, and the elevator boy, hearing the sound, turned and scanned his passenger. "How come you do that, boss?" he asked solicitously as Lopez laid the broken pieces on the seat in the elevator. "An accident," briefly. Lopez slipped some change in the ready palm. "Throw the cane away, but first," he paused just inside the cage, "have you taken a small boy up to Mrs. Lawton's apartment on the 6th floor?" The Negro's naturally sullen expression returned as he dropped the coins in his pocket. He felt entitled to more. Lopez had not measured up to his first estimate of him. "I done took a lot of ladies and gem'mans up and down," he replied. "I might 'a' seen a boy, and again, I mightn't." "Perhaps this will aid your memory." Lopez jingled some money in his hand, and his companion's eyes rolled in his head. "Thar was a boy here long about an hour ago," the latter admitted. "But, boss, I ain't sure which floor he got off at. He must have slipped out with some ladies when I wasn't looking." "What is your name?" demanded Lopez. But the question went unanswered as two women and their escorts brushed past him, and the elevator shot upward in obedience to their demand to be taken to the 3rd floor. Lopez would have further pursued his investigations as to Bobby's possible whereabouts, but a descending elevator arrived at that instant, and at sight of a man towering head and shoulders above the others, Lopez ducked to the other side of the elevator shaft. From that vantage point he watched Sir Gilbert Montague cross over to the office and stop a moment to talk to the telephone girl. Lopez was too far away to hear their conversation, but he judged that the Englishman had put in a call which, from the operator's negative shake of the head, brought him no satisfactory results. Montague stood in apparent indecision for nearly 5 minutes. Then evidently a thought occurred to him, and he crossed the lobby of the apartment house to several small rooms opening out of each other, which had been set aside for the patrons of the establishment to use as writing and lounging rooms. Totally unaware that he had attracted the attention of so insignificant person as Lopez, or that the latter had found it convenient to occupy the desk in the adjoining room, the Englishman wrote steadily for some time, covering the sheets with fine, precise writing. Drawing out an already addressed envelope, Montague placed his letter carefully inside it, sealed the flap, and after gravely balancing the envelope in his hand, searched his pockets for stamps. "I have some," announced a soft voice over his shoulder, and looking around, Montague spied Norma Page standing at his elbow. He was on his feet at once, a glad welcome lighting his deep blue eyes, but his smile was not returned. The conversation she had inadvertently overheard between Inspector Mitchell and the apartment clerk Harris earlier that afternoon was still ringing in her ears. That, and an interview immediately following with the city editor of the Post, had decided her upon a course of action foreign to her nature, to meet guile with guile. What she had heard, what she had observed, indicated that Gilbert Montague was in some way connected with his uncle's murder. Norma's loyalty was in arms, and her love for the Englishman, the depth of which she had only faintly gauged before she realized he might be in trouble, prompted her to try in her own way to establish Montague's innocence. "Here is preparedness for you, Gilbert," she added, producing a stamp from her handbag. "Such it is to be a businesswoman and a member of the ancient and honorable guild of ink-slingers." Montague's smile gave way to a frown. He had done his utmost to persuade Norma to keep up her secretarial work and not try journalism, but the fascination of the Fourth Estate had won against his most convincing arguments. "I am greatly obliged," he said, drawing forward a chair for her. "You can always be depended upon to come to your friend's assistance." "It is delightful to find you in so amiable a frame of mind," she countered, "for here is your opportunity to be of assistance to me." He scanned her intently, leaning forward in his earnestness. "In what way?" he asked. "How can I aid you?" "By permitting me to interview you for the Post." "Oh," blankly. "Dash it all!" "No, please don't." He recognized that she was in deadly earnest in spite of her jesting tone, and his eyes never left her face. "I must, Gilbert, make good in my first assignment. Surely you would not have me a failure?" "I would rather have you my wife." She drew in her breath sharply as she met his ardent gaze. "If I register failure, I will never marry you," she said soberly. "If I succeed—" "Yes?" with passionate eagerness. She smiled. "There will be time to answer then," she prompted gently. "Until that event transpires, suppose you let me interview you for my paper on the subject of your uncle's murder." Montague's expression altered, and the hand resting on the arm of his chair closed involuntarily over its tufted upholstery. It was some seconds before he spoke. "What can I tell you of this morning's tragedy which you do not already know?" he asked suddenly, and she learned nothing from his even, expressionless tones. "Your theory as to who killed your uncle and why." Norma spoke breathlessly. Her throat felt dry and parched. Could she keep up her role of reporter and not let personal feeling creep into the interview? She must. What was Cliff Burton doing in Mrs. Rutherford Lawton's closed apartment? He held up a protesting hand. "Hold, enough," he begged. "One question at a time, please." If you will answer any one of them, I'll be as good as the proverbial patience on a monument smiling at grief." Montague adjusted his monocle. "Grief," he repeated, half to himself. "God, but I can't feel any grief." Norma, under pretense of searching in her bag for a pencil, kept her eyes lowered, and the sudden terror that filled them escaped Montague's notice. "You had quarreled, your uncle and you?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. "And over a woman?" He made no attempt to break the silence, which grew intolerable. "Was I the woman, Gilbert?" "No." The answer shot from him with unintended emphasis, and Montague caught himself up sharply. "I mean, there was no quarrel. That is, Norma, Uncle Cliff and I were, as the French say, not compatible. We had several differences, minor ones, and I decided I would rather live here than share his hospitality in his home. We had no open quarrel." Montague's fingers sought his clean-shaven lip, and Norma interpreted the unconscious gesture. "Why did you shave off your mustache and beard?" she asked. Montague's monocle would not stay put, and he spent a second or two placing it more firmly in his eye. "I thought it would make me appear younger," he explained a second later. "I hope you consider the alteration an improvement?" Norma inspected him gravely. "I prefer you clean-shaven," she admitted, with customary candor. "But you have not answered my question. Who, in your opinion, murdered Cliff Burton?" His answer was slow in coming. "When I know the motive which inspired the crime, I can answer that question, and not before," he said slowly, and Norma sat back in her chair, chilled by the formality of his tone. "Was it robbery, Gilbert?" The Englishman shook his head. "We found nothing missing, apparently. There was over $50 in Uncle Cliff's bill folder, some loose change in his pocket, his gold watch and signet ring. No, robbery was not the motive." "How about love?" Montague regarded his questioner with a singular gleam in his eye. "Does your woman's intuition supply no answer to that question?" Norma fingered her pencil nervously. "You don't surely mean Penelope?" she asked under her breath, and Montague nodded. "You are wrong," she declared hotly. "The idea is monstrous." "From Penelope's viewpoint, doubtless, but remember, there's no fool like an old one." "You are mistaken." Norma's voice rang out clearly. "Your uncle was nobody's fool, and I'll have you understand, Gilbert, that he was only Penelope's lawyer." "And urging her to get an absolute divorce from Tom Lawton." Montague sat back and regarded her. Norma's pretty color had flown, and she plucked with cold fingers at her gown. Her agitation was not lost on the tall Englishman. "Few people know that," she protested vehemently, "and there is no necessity to bring it up now." She raised her head and regarded him intently. "With love eliminated, Gilbert, we must consider hate as a motive." "Hate? A primitive emotion and common to all," replied Montague. "A heritage from Cain." And again, in this case, the criminal wasn't Abel. Norma's spirit was up. Montague had parried her questions once too often. "He left one clue behind." She paused and let her sentence remain unfinished, while she studied her companion's expression. "And that clue," he asked, "was what?" "Bobby." Montague sat up straighter while he regarded her in silence for fully a minute. When he finally addressed her, she was impressed by the gravity of his manner. "Ah, yes, Bobby," he agreed. "The police are of your opinion, Norma. They believe, with you, that he holds the key to the mystery. Why not, with a sidelong look at her, interview Bobby? I will next, grimly. Come, Gilbert, have you no theory about the murder of your uncle? Norma doubted if he heard the question. With head thrown back, he was sniffing the air. As the scent of the cigar became more distinct, Montague's head swung around, and he observed the portieres hanging in the doorway leading to the adjoining writing-room move ever so slightly. With incredible swiftness in so big a man, Montague was across the intervening space and through the portieres, Norma at his heels. They were rewarded by an empty room and cigarette ashes in a tray on the writing desk by the door. Again Montague sniffed the air. "Excellent tobacco," he muttered, "with a peculiar aroma." He crossed the small room and looked into the main hall, down which a number of persons were walking or standing in groups in animated chatter. "Where is Mrs. Lawton?" he demanded, and Norma jumped at the suddenness of the question. "In her apartment, waiting for me to go out to tea with her," she replied, glancing at her wristwatch. Montague rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I called up her apartment 20 minutes or so ago," he said, "and asked if you would both have tea with me here in the palm room. Her maid replied that Mrs. Lawton was lying down and could not be disturbed. She was to take a nap after I left her to go to my office," Norma explained. "Pen looked as if she needed sleep. She struck me as being thoroughly exhausted after luncheon. Norma paused and glanced around. No one was within earshot. She met Tom Lawton at the Army and Navy Club, and he refused to speak to her. Montague let his monocle dangle and regarded Norma's piquant face. As he caught the perplexity and pain in her eyes, he stepped impulsively forward, his great love overcoming his horror of a scene in public. "Norma," he whispered, his voice tense with emotion. "Norma." Another breathless second, and she was in his arms, his lips against hers, and the minutes passed unheeded. Norma was the first to awaken to the workaday world. "This is madness," she stammered, withdrawing from his embrace with gentle firmness. "You cannot marry a pauper." "Who says I can't?" stoutly, his eyes alight with happiness. "Your uncle. Pshaw! He's dead." "Hush!" Norma laid a terrified hand over his lips. "Oh, hush, Gilbert! No matter what happens, we must first solve the mystery of his murder." Montague's expression changed, and he paled. "That is a job for the police," he stated briefly. "My uncle could not influence me in life, and he certainly is not going to influence my actions now that he is dead. Will you marry me tomorrow?" "No, certainly not." She read aright the pain that flashed into his eyes, and regretted the hastily spoken words. "Oh, Gilbert, do not judge me harshly. You have swept me off my feet, from my better judgment. I have no right to be a stumbling block in your diplomatic career." "Now you are raving," he stated, with a softly tender laugh. "I need you, dear, to aid me in my career and to bless my home. Now that I know you love me, nothing matters. You were cruelly unkind to keep me in suspense all these weary weeks. Nothing shall stop our marriage. You understand me, Norma? Nothing." "Yes, Norma's heart was proving traitor to her thoughts. She must have time to reason things out, to compose herself. "I must go to Penelope," she stammered, shyness overcoming her. "Come and see us tonight," with a swift upward glance. "Dear Gilbert." He would have stopped her, but an elevator boy spied them and rushed to her side. "Mrs. Lawton am waiting for you over yonder, miss," he said respectfully. "She says to please come to onst." Montague followed Norma's flying figure more slowly and stopped near the office at sight of Penelope and two men crossing the lobby. They hailed Norma's approach with delight, and Montague had just made up his mind to join the group when they walked through the lobby and out of the front door. Montague gained the top of the stairs as Nelson Thorpe walked over to his parked car, Norma by his side. A sound of hurried breathing caused Montague to turn and look at the man beside him. "Hello, Tom!" he exclaimed. "I didn't know you had returned." Commander Lawton made no response, but instead stood gazing at the four people getting into Thorpe's car. "Who's that man with my wife?" he asked. "Nelson Thorpe." Montague would have added more, but Lawton interrupted him with an impatient exclamation. "Not Thorpe. I know him," with peculiar emphasis, and Montague turned again to glance at his questioner. "I mean the rather small, well-dressed man wearing the ribbon of a foreign order." "Oh, he is Boris Beliselsky." "Well, what of him?" as Montague paused. Beliselsky, unconscious of their concentrated regard, was helping Penelope Lawton into the car with solicitous care. "Who is he?" "Oh, Russian," replied Montague, awakening from his abstraction. "Beliselsky was for a time in the old Russian diplomatic corps. He is quite popular in Washington society." "Humph! He resembles an Oxford rotter," in deep disgust, as the Russian settled himself by Penelope's side, and Thorpe drove his car down the street. Montague smiled into space. "The Oxford rotter," he began dryly, "is a safe and sanctified person by comparison. Beliselsky is a boon companion of Nelson Thorpe. Where are you going, Tom?" as Lawton moved suddenly. "Up to my room for a minute, Gilbert." Then, as Montague hesitated, he asked, "Where are you off to?" "Police headquarters." Montague was not looking at his friend, but from the tail of his eye he caught Lawton's slight start. "I'm going down to offer a reward." "A reward?" Lawton dropped his cap and picked it up. The exertion brought some color to his face. "A reward, did you say?" "Yes, $10,000 for the arrest of Uncle Cliff's murderer. See you later, old dear." And Montague stalked off. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. On Guard. Mrs. Rutherford Lawton contemplated the four walls of her dining room with a dissatisfied frown. As a dining room, with its lovely old china and priceless glass, it gave her ample excuse for a feeling of pride. As a temporary living room, it annoyed her, but a power which she strove in vain to conquer on the ground of giving way to nerves kept her from occupying her favorite chair in the library. She had devoured the evening papers, and the one containing an artist's sketch of the scene of the murder, in which was depicted Burton's body stretched across her library table, had decided her in favor of reading in the dining room, while Celeste, with the deftness which characterized all her movements and the culinary skill given to most French women, prepared numerous delectable delicacies for the evening meal. "For whom are you putting the fourth place, Celeste?" demanded Mrs. Lawton, and the maid nearly dropped a dinner plate at the suddenness of the question in the chill silence of the room. She had thought Mrs. Lawton dozing in her chair when she had entered some moments earlier to set the table. "For Monsieur Bobby, madame," she replied. Mrs. Lawton's thin lips tightened their severe lines. "Master Bobby will go to bed supperless," she declared. "I will see that he is fittingly punished for his latest trick and the fright he has given me. Who is in the pantry?" as the sound of something being set down with decided force came through the swing door. Celeste's pretty eyebrows met in a frown. "It is that pig of a janitor. He helped me to get some ice." Mrs. Lawton's usually passive expression denoted lively interest. "McGuire!" she ejaculated. "Tell him to come here at once, Celeste. I desire to question him. There! Don't let him escape you. Run!" The order was given with such unexpected emphasis that Celeste actually jumped as she made for the swing door leading to the butler's pantry. McGuire, intent on investigating the contents of the icebox, dropped its lid with considerable force at her hasty entrance. "I've packed it full of ice," he explained. "I tucked a bottle of double cream in the upper corner so 'twould keep cold, and—" Celeste cut him short with a brief, "Thank you, monsieur. The madame, she wait to see you." McGuire fell back a step. "Where?" he asked, with a quick, uneasy glance about him which caught Celeste's instant attention. "In the dining room," she explained, and added under her breath, "Imbecile!" Her term of derision totally lost on McGuire, the perturbed janitor laid down his cap and, straightening the collar of his blue working blouse, stepped into the dining room. Mrs. Lawton nodded a pleasant good evening and beckoned him to come to the end of the room where she was sitting. "Well, McGuire," she began, "where were you an hour ago when I sent for you?" "Sure, and I was with the lady in 402, McGuire explained. "She's just moving in and fakes her hot water spigots needed washers. I couldn't leave thin, ma'am, but I come as soon as I could." Mrs. Lawton eyed him coldly. "So you wait until a tenant is moving in before fixing the plumbing?" she commented dryly. "Mr. Thorpe is letting the place run down." "Sure, ma'am. He don't own the apartment no longer." "Indeed?" Mrs. Lawton stared at him in surprise. "And why haven't the tenants been told of a change of ownership?" "I don't know, ma'am." McGuire shuffled his foot uneasily. "I only learned it myself this afternoon when Mr. Thorpe stopped and told me. The deal only went through a couple of days ago." "I see." Mrs. Lawton drummed her tapering fingers on the mahogany table. Her thoughts had gone off at a tangent, and she failed to see Celeste steal noiselessly inside the swing door and pause behind the large Japanese screen which concealed a small serving table from the view of guests. Abruptly, Mrs. Lawton turned to the waiting janitor. "Who bought the house?" "Your son's wife, ma'am." "What?" Mrs. Lawton half rose from her chair and then dropped back. "What?" "Yes, ma'am. Mr. Thorpe said 'twas Mrs. Thomas Lawton bought the house last week." McGuire, considerably startled by the effect of his announcement on Mrs. Lawton, stared at her white face and distended eyes in alarm. "Ma'am, are you ill?" "No, no," she gasped, then, placing her hands to her throat, "Water, for God's sake!" Before the distracted man could look about him, Celeste was at Mrs. Lawton's side, a bottle of smelling salts in one hand and a small wine-glass in the other. "Here is your tonic, madame," placing the glass as she spoke to Mrs. Lawton's lips, and as the latter sipped the stimulant, her color returned. "Thanks, Celeste," she exclaimed weakly. "Now the salts," and as the maid slowly moved the open bottle before her, "not too close. There. I feel better. Don't go, McGuire. Who is that in the hall?" as a heavy tread became audible. Her question was answered almost before it was completed by the entrance of Commander Lawton. "Why, Mother!" he exclaimed, taking in the tableau at a glance. "Are you ill?" Then, as she shook her head in vigorous negative, "What has happened to upset you?" "Most astounding news," announced Mrs. Lawton, waving Celeste toward the background as her son advanced to her side, his face expressing grave concern. "Are you aware that this apartment house has been purchased by your wife?" Lawton shook a bewildered head. "I know nothing about it," he answered. "There, Mother, don't excite yourself. Your heart." His mother's imperious gesture interrupted him. "Do you understand that we are living under a roof owned by that woman?" she demanded hotly, and her clenched fist struck the dinner table a blow which made the plates rattle. "That hussy!" "Stop!" Lawton's low, stern voice brought the infuriated woman to her senses. "Penelope is my wife." His pause was infinitesimal. "Still." "She has humiliated me in every manner," retorted his mother bitterly. "And now this crowning insult to make me pay rent to her, the former beggar." "Mother, be quiet." Lawton emphasized his words by gripping her shoulder with a force of which he was entirely unconscious, but which made her wince. "You must control yourself." Turning to McGuire, standing near Celeste, a fascinated spectator of the scene, he nodded toward the door. "Clear out." "No, don't go." Mrs. Lawton pulled herself together, and the passion died out of her eyes. "You can both aid me to pack. We must leave at once." "Good." Lawton's strong hand released its grip and rested gently on her shoulder. "I'll engage rooms at Wardham Park, Mother, and we can turn this place over to the police." Mrs. Lawton's figure stiffened in her chair, and her eyes shifted about the room. "You will do nothing of the sort," she retorted. "Why, Tom, all my most valued possessions are in this apartment. I will never consent to leave them in the hands of the police. I shall stay here." And she settled back with an air of finality which made her son's heart sink. He knew his mother of old, and that when her mind was once made up, her resolution became adamantine. "But, Mother dear," he began, and her eyes softened at his familiar wheedling tone. "After last night this place holds only gruesome reminders of Burton's tragic death. You must move to more cheerful surroundings." "After the mystery of his murder is cleared up," she broke in. "Yes, then I shall gladly move. Now, say no more, Tom. I shall remain here." Before he could remonstrate further, she beckoned to the janitor. "Come here, McGuire, and tell us why you admitted Mr. Burton to my vacant apartment last night." McGuire came forward with evident reluctance. He was conscious of the naval officer's steady stare and Mrs. Lawton's fixed regard. "I didn't let anyone in your apartment, ma'am," he protested. "No, sir. Mr. Barton got in when I wasn't round. I didn't know nothing of the crime till Miss Page and Sir Gilbert Montague got here close after 2 o'clock this morning and called me and Detective Doyle. I let them in the apartment, and we found poor Mr. Burton a-lying on your table, ma'am," with long, drawn emphasis, "just as dead as a doornail, and the handle of a knife a sticking out of his back." His shudder was not manufactured for their benefit. Of that Lawton grew convinced as he studied the janitor. The man was unnerved, judging by his shifting gaze and unsteady hands. "It weren't a pretty picture we walked in on, Mrs. Lawton, ma'am. 'Deed, if I was you, I wouldn't stay in this here place another hour." A sniff was Mrs. Lawton's only answer, but it was indicative of her combative spirit. "I am the best judge of my own plans," she declared, "so you can't give us any information as to how Mr. Burton got in this apartment," with a glance which made McGuire catch his breath. "Or perhaps you won't?" "I can't," the janitor protested. "I've told all I know to the police, and they believe me. Detective Doyle, who rooms with me, can bear me out, Commander," turning impulsively to the silent officer. "I'll send for him." "Later, yes," broke in Mrs. Lawton with her customary arrogance of tone and manner. "You may retire now, McGuire. Celeste, where is dinner?" "But just a moment, madame." Celeste halted at the pantry door and allowed McGuire to precede her out of the room. "Will you wait for Senor Lopez and Monsieur Bobby?" Lawton started at the question. "Isn't the boy here?" he demanded, wheeling around, and at his mother's low-spoken "no," his lips whitened, and he reached for his service cap, which he had flung down on a nearby chair on his arrival. Where does Lopez live? At the... Hark! There is someone at the front door now. Celeste, raising her voice, please, Tom, permit my servant to answer the door. Her request, however, was wasted on thin air, for Lawton was halfway down the corridor. She heard the opening and closing of the front door and the murmur of voices, which grew louder as the two men approached the dining room. I have visited Bobby's favorite parks and seen several of his playmates, she heard Lopez say, but discovered no trace of the boy. I hoped to find he had returned here. Lawton's face was grave as he re-entered the library, followed by Lopez. Go ahead and have your dinner, Mother, he said, observing Celeste standing in the doorway, a plate of hot soup in either hand. I cannot eat now. I must start at once to look for Bobby. With difficulty, Mrs. Lawton checked her uncertain temper. The boy is probably sitting in some moving picture house, she said sourly, chuckling at the fright he is giving us. Oh, catching her son's expression, Bobby has done it before, I assure you, and taken the ticket money from my contribution box to gratify his fondness for moving pictures. Is it not so? Turning to Lopez. The tutor confirmed her statement with a slight bow. But this is different, madam, he added softly. Under the circumstances, I share the commander's anxiety for the welfare of his son. But, sir, as Lawton stepped toward the door, permit me to suggest that you eat your dinner and I will take a taxi and, he lowered his voice, visit the hospitals. In the event that Bobby was hurt in a street accident, he would be taken to one of them. True, Lawton hesitated. No, Mother, I don't wish any dinner. Senor Lopez has made an excellent suggestion, and I will go with him. But first, he hurried to the telephone in its small alcove just off the dining room. I'll engage a taxi to come at once. Lopez started to follow the naval officer when Mrs. Lawton stopped him with a wave of her hand. Sit down, she directed, and enjoy some of Celeste's delicious soup. Commander Lawton will let you know when he is ready. Celeste, taking the tutor's acceptance of Mrs. Lawton's invitation for granted, pulled out a chair, and a second later, with a murmured word of thanks, Lopez was satisfying his appetite, an appetite sharpened by the fact that he had eaten no luncheon, his various activities of the day having allowed no time for that meal. Lopez, in spite of the scar which somewhat marred his handsome features, had the appearance and manners of a man of good birth, and Mrs. Lawton eyed him with approval. He had come to her highly recommended, and she had left Bobby in his care with a clear conscience and many an inward sigh of relief. Bobby's school reports had become more satisfactory since his advent, and in the matter of discipline, Mrs. Lawton sighed again in content. Lopez's views of discipline concurred with hers. If Bobby was not a model child, she had no reason to reproach herself. From the hall sounded distinctly Commander Lawton's clear, concise tones as he gave his directions over the telephone, and Mrs. Lawton ceased her attempt to keep up an aimless chatter on unimportant matters and bent toward Lopez. Have you really no idea where Bobby is? She demanded in a shrill whisper. Lopez shook his head. I have been unable to find any trace of him, he admitted, then hesitated. His mother... Yes, she prompted him, one eye on the hall door. Hurry. His mother declares he is not with her. Again Lopez hesitated, and Mrs. Lawton moved impatiently, an eager light in her eyes. You think she lied? She asked. Lawton's abrupt return checked the answer on Lopez's lips, and Mrs. Lawton settled back in her chair, a heavy frown clearly indicating her irritation at the interruption. Lawton declined Celeste's offer of broiled chicken, and instead drew out his cigarette case. Nothing to eat, thanks, Celeste, he said. With your permission, Mother, I'll smoke. Oh, pshaw! Impatiently, as a glance showed him the case was empty. Have you any cigarettes? Permit me, and Lopez extended a package. Please keep it and feel your cigarette case. I have more. Thanks. Lawton lighted a match from the box Celeste promptly placed at his plate and puffed his cigarette in silence for a moment. "I have made a list of the hospitals, Mother. It may be a bit late when I get back, but don't wait up for me." "Absurd! Of course I will," she retorted. "Do you think I could sleep in this uncertainty? Don't be unkind, Tom." "There, Mother." Lawton, catching sight of the tears which welled up in her eyes, stroked her hand with affectionate touch. "I did not mean to hurt your feelings. Forgive me. I am greatly disturbed over Bobby's protracted absence. Frankly, I fear the little chap may have come to harm." Lopez, a shrewd student of human nature, gauged the depth of Lawton's devotion to his son by the timbre of his voice, which, strive as he did to keep it unemotional, betrayed his pent-up anxiety to the keen-eyed man watching him across the table. Lopez broke his silence with such suddenness that Mrs. Lawton spilled a drop or two of coffee as she poured it into her cup. "Before going to the hospitals, would it not be best to report Bobby's disappearance to the police?" he asked. "The police?" repeated Lawton, his long fingers busy inserting Lopez's cigarettes in his silver case. "Oh, yes, we can stop at headquarters after we have been to the hospitals, perhaps. Ah, what is it, Celeste?" as the French maid paused by his chair. "Inspector Mitchell to see Monsieur," she murmured, and would have added more, but her announcement was instantly followed by the inspector in person, accompanied by Detective Doyle, who contented himself with a modest chair in a window alcove from which he had an uninterrupted view of the occupants of the dining room. "Sorry to interrupt your dinner, Commander," began Mitchell, bowing courteously to Mrs. Lawton. "But my time is short, sir, and being informed that your mother had returned, I stopped on my way to headquarters to interview you both." "To interview me?" questioned Mrs. Lawton before her son could speak, and her voice of polite interrogation was masterly. "And pray, what about?" "In just a moment, madam." Inspector Mitchell fumbled in his coat pocket before producing an envelope. "This letter came for you, Commander, by special messenger early this morning." Reaching over, he laid the envelope in Lawton's outstretched hand, then addressed the latter's mother. "Mrs. Lawton, why did you order Clifford Burton out of your apartment last summer?" The question was totally unexpected, and Mrs. Lawton's gaze wavered before the inspector's, but only for an instant. Then her poise returned, and she answered with lightning promptness. "Mr. Burton made certain allegations against my son's wife, and I did not care to hear them," she stated clearly. "He inferred—" "Mother!" Lawton was on his feet, his eyes blazing in his white face. "Inspector Mitchell has no right to put such a question, and you will decline to answer it." For one long moment, mother and son regarded each other. Then her eyes sank, and in a voice not quite natural, she addressed the inspector. "My son is right," she said. "I refer you to my attorney, Mr. Ralph Long, as my representative hereafter." Mitchell's smile covered mixed feelings. His eyes swept the dining room in a comprehensive stare. "I must have a word with Bobby, Commander," he stated. "Has he gone to bed?" Lawton transferred his attention from his mother to the inspector. "I regret that Bobby is not here," he replied, and the odd note in his voice quickened Senor Lopez's interest. We," he stumbled in his speech, "do not know his present whereabouts." "What?" Mitchell stared at him in dumbfounded surprise. "What's that you say?" "Bobby is not in this apartment," explained Lawton, speaking with what Detective Doyle, who had joined the circle, found maddening precision. "Senor Lopez and I are starting to look for him, as we fear the boy may have met with a serious accident." Mitchell's expression grew grave. "That's bad news," he admitted. Then more brusquely, "You realize, Commander, do you not, that Bobby is a material witness for the prosecution?" his voice deepening on the last word. "In Mr. Burton's mysterious murder?" Lawton nodded. "I imagined such would be the case after I read tonight's Star," he acknowledged. "If you'll excuse me, Senor Lopez and I must leave at once to find the boy." "The police will aid you," broke in Mitchell. "I'll drive you both to headquarters, Commander, as soon as you have finished reading your letter." "Letter?" Lawton, whose attention had again reverted to his mother sitting frowning in her chair, spoke confusedly. "Oh, the letter you handed to me. By Jove! Where is it?" And he gazed blankly at his empty hands and at his companions. With one accord, they joined in his search, only to find their efforts unrewarded. The letter had disappeared. "Monsieur," Celeste spoke from the doorway, "the taxi is here." With a brief word to his mother, Lawton brushed by the others and hurried from the apartment, followed by Senor Lopez. As Mitchell hurried after them, Detective Doyle reached his side. "The commander's slick, all right," he muttered under his breath, and Mitchell alone caught the words. "I'll bet Lawton pocketed his letter so as to read it when we weren't present." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Thrust and Parry. The ceaseless tapping of typewriters, the noisy activity of copy boys, and the general air of confusion which pervades newspaper offices was in full evidence when Norma Page left the elevator in the Washington Post building and, passing by the city room, entered the small office reserved for the use of the Sunday editor. Pop Manning looked around and hailed her with enthusiasm. "Back again!" he exclaimed. "Ah, Miss Page, it is good to see you. Have you reported for duty?" "Yes." Norma perched herself on a corner of the table, no chair being available, and pushed aside the various cuts and photographs with which Manning had been arranging special feature layouts for the Sunday edition. "And I've come to you for advice." "Excellent. There's nothing I give with greater freedom." Manning's genial laugh brought a touch of comfort to Norma. It was through his friendly offices that she had obtained her present position on the staff of the Post. For over a year she had contributed feature articles to Manning, who had seen their promise of real literary ability, and, with the human interest which animates those of his profession, he had paused in his busy life to extend a helping hand to the young girl. "Take her on," he had urged his chief. "Miss Page has imagination, and she isn't afraid of work. Just cultivate her news sense, and she'll be a star reporter before long. The fact that her family has been socially prominent in Washington for years will prove an added asset." Norma made a very pretty picture, at least so thought Manning, and he sat back in his chair and waited in patience for her to put her thoughts into concrete speech. Finally, his eyes strayed from her troubled countenance to the first page of the evening paper, which Norma had knocked to the floor. "Burton's murder has created a furor," he said, breaking the silence. "According to the Star, you actually saw the crime committed." "I did." Norma sighed drearily. "I wish I could forget it." She laid a number of copy sheets in front of Manning. "The chief asked me to secure an interview, if possible, with Sir Gilbert Montague. It's my first in that line, and would you just read it over?" "Sure," with heartening vehemence. "So you got an interview with Montague, the British Embassy chap. The boys were talking a while back of their inability to land him. Montague ought to make good copy. What relation is he to the murdered man?" "His nephew." "Ah!" The single exclamation denoted quickened interest, and Manning ran his eyes down the first sheet. Norma waited in what seemed to her ever-lengthening seconds for his verdict, but what that verdict was she never learned, for as Manning raised his head, a voice spoke from the doorway. "Pardon, Miss Page," and Belaselsky advanced farther into the room. "Mrs. Lawton is impatient and asks that you come at once. You will excuse her, sir," with a polite bow which Manning, struggling to his feet, returned somewhat awkwardly. "Certainly," replied Manning. "Will you be back tonight, Miss Page?" "No, I am very tired, and the chief said that the interview would be my only assignment." Norma hesitated. "Is it very poor?" "Good stuff," commented Manning gruffly. He was chary of spoken commendation, especially in the presence of strangers, and his lightning appraisement of Belaselsky was not complimentary to the fastidiously dressed Russian. "Leave the article with me, Miss Page, and I'll turn it into the copy desk. See you tomorrow." And he shook hands warmly with Norma, contenting himself, however, with an informal nod to Belaselsky. They had reached the elevator shaft before Manning went back to his desk. He spent many minutes going carefully over Norma's article, and when he finally carried it to the assistant city editor, his lips were twisted into a wry smile. "Bless the kid," he muttered under his breath. "It's a poor story that can't be worked both ways. When she sees her article in type, she will swear she wrote every word of it." The drive to the Van Vliet in Nelson Thorpe's car consumed but 10 minutes, and Norma was conscious of a feeling of vast relief when the doorman of the apartment house assisted her to alight, while Belaselsky performed a like service for Penelope Lawton. Norma had spoken no untruth when she had told Pop Manning that she was tired. The word did not adequately express her condition. The nervous strain she had been under since discovering Burton's dead body, her lack of sleep, and then her interview with Gilbert Montague. Norma's pretty color heightened at the recollection, and her bright eyes gained an added sparkle. Montague had promised to come and see her at 8 o'clock. A swift glance at the clock in the lobby showed her it still lacked 15 minutes of that hour, brief time in which to change from her street clothes to something more appropriate for the evening, but she would hurry. What was Nelson Thorpe saying? "Stevens, my chief clerk, told me you have several papers, Mrs. Lawton, which require my signature relative to turning the apartment house in New Hampshire Avenue over to you," he said as Penelope stepped inside the elevator. "If the papers are handy, would you like me to sign them now?" "Indeed, yes. Come right up to my apartment." And Penelope, ignoring Norma's dismay, made room for both Thorpe and Belaselsky. "I am anxious to get the transaction completed." Then, with calm audacity, she asked blandly, "What is it, Norma? You look so distressed." "Why, I have an engagement at 8 o'clock," in some confusion, as she met Belaselsky's smiling eyes. "I must dress for it," and Norma gave her cousin an indignant look which would have withered a nervous person, but Penelope's soft laugh disarmed anger as she slipped her hand inside Norma's arm and led the small procession to the door of her apartment. "Run along, Norma, and dress," she said. "We will excuse you." Norma needed no second bidding. Not stopping to see where the others went, she hurried to her room. The minutes flew swiftly as she donned her prettiest gown, and when she paused at last before the long mirror in the door of her closet, its polished surface gave back a charming picture of girlish beauty. After patting a refractory curl in place, Norma slipped down the long hall and into the pantry in search of a glass of ice water. A murmur of voices from the drawing-room reached her, and she indulged in a frown. She had hoped the two men would take their speedy departure, and thus give her an opportunity, before Montague arrived, to whisper to Penelope her precious secret. She had promised to marry Gilbert Montague. Norma's pulses danced, and her color deepened. In obeying the dictates of her heart that afternoon, she had conquered doubt and banished suspicion. Gilbert was not, could not be involved in any way in the dastardly murder of his uncle. If only her mother had lived to be her confidant! Norma brushed away unbidden bitter tears as she crossed the pantry and filled a glass from the pitcher. The water was icy cold and very refreshing. A dim light had been left burning, and by its rays Norma saw a small tray on which were piled a number of soiled plates and dishes. Norma eyed them in surprise. It was not like Susie, Penelope's excellent maid, to be untidy. Perhaps she had been delayed, and in her hurry had overlooked the dishes. Susie was not staying at the apartment at night, and the cook, owing to Penelope's unexpectedly early return, was not due there for another 2 weeks. Under the circumstances, Penelope and Norma were taking their meals in the cafe on the first floor, and Norma remembered that Susie was instructed to go there also. She recalled meeting the maid in the lobby on her way out, just before her interview with Sir Gilbert Montague. Susie had told her then that Penelope had given her permission to go off early and not return until the next morning. Penelope and Norma had motored to the Chevy Chase Club with Nelson Thorpe and Boris Belaselsky and dined with them there, and Norma had commenced to wonder why Penelope, to whom variety was the spice of life, had accepted an invitation for luncheon and dinner from Nelson Thorpe on the same day. Little Belaselsky Norma found most amusing at all times, but she had never cared particularly for Thorpe, even in the old days, and his frank devotion to Penelope at dinner had annoyed Norma almost to open rudeness. Norma had stolen into a writing room at the end of dinner, and there had written her article for the Post, and Penelope had insisted upon their driving her cousin into Washington, and declining Thorpe's suggestion of a theater, had waited outside the Post building for Norma to rejoin them. Norma had a horror of red ants, and, knowing their prevalence in apartment kitchens, she put down her empty glass and, picking up the tray with its remnants of a repast, put it on the service elevator, closed the door, and pressed the first-floor button. The porter would return the dishes to the cafe. A glance at the clock in the kitchen showed her that it was 10 minutes past 8. The front doorbell had not sounded. Of that she was positive. Sir Gilbert Montague must have been detained. Of old, she knew him to be promptness itself. Norma was again impressed with the size of the apartment as she went slowly down the corridor in the direction of the drawing-room. Both hallways and rooms were of unusual size and gave an air of spaciousness and coolness, very inviting on a September night. Several of the rooms appeared closed, and Norma paused long enough to open the doors and windows to make a draught through the apartment. One door, which Norma knew opened into Penelope's boudoir, was locked. Her thoughts elsewhere, Norma gave the handle an extra turn to satisfy herself that it would not open, and then joined Penelope and her guests. Penelope was sitting before her buhl desk, and Norma caught a glimpse of her checkbook as she closed one of the drawers. Thorpe, seated on a nearby sofa, reading a legal-looking document, never raised his head at Norma's entrance, but Belaselsky sprang up at once and moved forward a chair for her. "Welcome, most welcome, Miss Norma," he exclaimed gaily. "I have listened to such dry technicalities. Madam, is the party of the second part, and so on," with a wave of his hand toward Thorpe as the latter drew out his fountain pen and, resting the document on a magazine, wrote his name with painstaking care. "They have ignored me, these two, and I have nothing to fall back on but the evening papers and the murder of poor Cliff Burton." "Why do you bother with it, Belaselsky?" asked Thorpe brusquely, handing the document to Penelope. "To be quite frank, The novelty of the murder has intrigued me," declared the Russian, "and I have read every little detail, down to the smallest." "Have you reached any conclusions?" asked Thorpe, replacing his reading glasses in their case and pocketing it. Before answering, Belisowski glanced across at Penelope. "You have no feeling in the matter, madame?" "I? Oh, no." Penelope passed her handkerchief gently across her lips and then spread it out on the buhl desk until each little wrinkle was as smooth as the tiny initials daintily embroidered in one corner. "In fact," and her gaze passed around the small circle and rested affectionately on Norma, "I am deeply interested in anything which touches my mother-in-law, and to have Clifford Burton murdered in that estimable lady's home piques my curiosity. Can you blame me?" A laugh that was half a sneer accompanied the question, and Norma looked swiftly at Penelope. She was aware of the animus which Mrs. Lawton bore her beautiful daughter-in-law, but Penelope had seemed impervious to her shafts, and had borne herself with admirable tact as far as their outward relations were concerned. Norma had marveled at the younger woman's self-control as well as self-restraint. Never once in their intercourse had she complained to Norma of the older woman's slanderous jibes which well-meaning friends had occasionally repeated to her. "Blame you?" echoed Thorpe. "By heaven, I should say not! I wonder how Mrs. Lawton explains Burton's presence in her apartment last night. Is there anything about that in the evening paper, Boris?" The Russian shook his head. "Not a word," he answered. "The paper stresses the fact that Madame Lawton was away for the summer, and that only the boy Bobby was occupying the flat. It speaks much of you, Miss Norma, and that you took Sir Gilbert Montague to find his dead uncle." Thorpe transferred his gaze from Penelope to Norma, and she was startled by its penetrating quality. "How was it that Montague accompanied you to the apartment?" he inquired. "I asked him to go with me," promptly. "In fact, it was I who told him his uncle had been murdered." "Did you telephone to Montague?" And at Thorpe's persistency, Norma's eyes opened in surprise. "Oh, no," she replied. "I met Sir Gilbert in the corridor just as I left here to investigate what I had seen through the window of the opposite apartment. I hadn't been here before and wasn't familiar with the locality. Sir Gilbert then accompanied me to what proved to be Mrs. Rutherford Lawton's home." Thorpe's heavily lidded eyes considered Norma for a moment, then shifted to Penelope, who had squirmed around in her seat and sat with her back partly turned toward her companions. Her gaze was riveted on the corridor, and her head bent in a listening attitude. When Thorpe spoke finally, his manner was entirely serious. "What was Sir Gilbert doing in the corridor at that hour of the morning to meet you so opportunely?" he asked. Norma stared aghast at her questioner, and a hot wave of color mounted almost to her brow. "What do you mean to infer?" she demanded, her indignation rising. "My meeting with Sir Gilbert was quite accidental. Is it your intention, Mr. Thorpe, to be insulting by such a question?" "Norma!" Penelope crossed the room and laid a restraining hand on Norma's shoulder as the girl started to rise. "Mr. Thorpe had no such intention, I am sure," with a glance which brought Thorpe to his feet. "He was merely unfortunate in his phrasing of the question." "Just so," declared Thorpe earnestly. "I assure you, Miss Page, you misconstrued my meaning. I merely wished to know, from idle curiosity, what Montague was doing strolling around at that hour in the morning." "I presume he was on his way to his apartment," replied Norma, slightly mollified by Thorpe's apologetic manner, and she leaned back again in her chair. Penelope, relieved by the girl's action as well as by her words, started to recross the room to her old seat when she detected the faintest sound of the buzzer over the front door, and instead she sped silently into the corridor. "You know, Mr. Thorpe," went on Norma, unaware that her cousin was no longer in the room, "that Sir Gilbert and Commander Lawton have an apartment on the same floor with us here in the Van Vliet." "And you think he was on his way to his apartment?" asked Belisovsky, who had followed their rapid interchange of remarks with absorbed attention. "Why, yes," answered Norma, and her sunny smile dispelled her frown as she looked across at the Russian. Her resentment against Thorpe, however, was not lessened by seeing him pick up and fondle Penelope's Angora cat, which Susie had brought back that morning from his temporary summer quarters with the janitor's wife. "But to set your mind at rest, Mr. Belisovsky, I will ask Sir Gilbert the next time I see him." "Do so," remarked Thorpe, striving to make his manner conciliatory. "And you might also inquire where Montague was coming from at that hour." Thorpe had not troubled to lower his naturally strident tones, and they carried easily to Sir Gilbert Montague as the young diplomat followed Penelope along the corridor. He waited courteously for his hostess to enter, and then walked into the room and paused at Thorpe's elbow. "I seem to be the subject of discussion," he said, with a faint humorous twinkle in his deep blue eyes as he bowed to the two men and held Norma's hand in a warm pressure for a second. "Which of my shortcomings are you pointing out, Thorpe?" Thorpe's brick-red complexion assumed a deeper hue. Otherwise, his surprise at Montague's unexpected arrival was carefully concealed. "Oh, I was just wondering what kept you out so late last night," he said. "Miss Page was telling us of running into you when she went to investigate your uncle's murder. Quite a coincidence, wasn't it?" "Quite," agreed Montague, adjusting his monocle in his eye as he sat down near Norma. His firm mouth relaxed into an almost boyish smile. "It does happen occasionally that we diplomats are Johnny on the spot, eh, Belisovsky?" "Indeed, yes, Sir Gilbert," responded the Russian, and his softly modulated voice was soothing to the ear. "We were commenting on the murder of your uncle, a most shocking affair. Permit me to offer my condolences." "Thanks." Montague looked at his companions unobtrusively. He was conscious of an atmosphere of antagonism in spite of Belisovsky's kindly countenance and Penelope Lawton's air of eager, friendly interest, an interest which Nelson Thorpe watched under lowering brows. The Englishman caught Norma's shy gaze for an instant, and its message of tender trust stirred his pulse to a quicker beat. "By the way, Belisovsky, you knew my uncle intimately, did you not?" he added, turning to the Russian with some abruptness. "I was honored by his friendship, yes," Belisovsky replied, pausing first to light a cigarette. "If I may say so, Burton was a man of moods. Neither his friends nor his enemies knew quite where to find him." "Ah, then you knew him to have enemies?" At the swiftly put question, Penelope drew in her breath sharply, but except for an added seriousness, Belisovsky's expression did not alter, and his dark eyes rested tranquilly on his stalwart questioner. "Your uncle could not be called a popular man, Sir Gilbert," he said. "Enemies, however, is perhaps too strong a term. There were those who disliked him." "And who were they?" "Possibly some of his business associates." Belisovsky turned to Thorpe. "Am I right or wrong, my friend?" Thorpe stopped fingering his watch fob and pushed a lock of hair off his forehead. "To tell you the truth, Sir Gilbert," he said, speaking with deliberation, "Burton's manner could not be called ingratiating, and, well, he wasn't always careful of other people's feelings." "Particularly when he lost money in a financial deal," added Montague dryly, as Thorpe paused. How much did you let him in for in that Russian oil concession? 20,000? Thorpe's hand crept to his collar, and he settled his tie before answering. Around that amount, he acknowledged, with much self-control, but which the glance he shot at Montague belied. You are mistaken, Sir Gilbert, in thinking that I persuaded your uncle to invest in the oil concession. On the contrary, I warned him not to go into the deal. Ah, then it was too bad he did not follow your advice, with faint emphasis, and particularly unfortunate that you did not warn him not to go to Mrs. Lawton's apartment last night. Two pairs of eyes flashed like a sword's thrust across the table, but a woman's intuition was as swift as they, and Penelope's clear voice broke the tense stillness. "Were you coming from that apartment, Sir Gilbert, when you met Norma?" she asked. "No," responded Montague, and Norma, who had watched the men in fascinated silence, knew by the faint flicker of his eyelid and the almost imperceptible change in his expression that the Englishman had lied unblushingly. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. A game two can play. The mist of the early evening had settled into a heavy rain, and Commander Lawton turned up the collar of his coat as he sprang out of the taxi and paused to pay the chauffeur. Lopez, his hat pulled low over his forehead, waited for Lawton before entering the Van Vliet. As they passed up the steps, the electric light from the ornamental iron lanterns, which decorated the front entrance, shone full on their faces, and a medium-sized Negro boy clutched his smaller companion and ducked out of sight. The precaution was unnecessary. Lawton glanced neither to right nor left as he entered the building, crossed the lobby, and stopped at the desk, Lopez at his heels. "What is the number of Mrs. Lawton's apartment?" he inquired as a sleepy-eyed clerk came forward to the counter. "Apartment 615, sir." The clerk stepped back a second to verify his statement with the list of tenants on the telephone rack. "Do you wish to leave a message for her?" drawing forward a pad and pencil as he spoke. "No, thanks." Lawton moved away from the desk and then halted. "Has Sir Gilbert Montague come in?" "I believe so." The clerk reached for one of the telephone instruments. "Shall I call up and see?" "No, I am on my way to his apartment now. Good night." "Good night, sir," and the clerk retired to the cashier's cage. At the elevator shaft, Lopez touched his companion on the arm. "Hadn't I better leave now, Commander?" he asked. "Or is there something else I can do for you?" "Come with me." That is, with a frank, friendly smile which completely altered his expression of stern repression, "if you are not worn out. You have been very good, very kind tonight." "I am glad to be of service," protested Lopez. "I am not weary." "Then let us go upstairs." And without further words, Lawton led the way into the elevator. "6th floor," he directed, and lapsed into silence. Still in silence, he left the elevator and started down the corridor. He had proceeded but a short distance when he stopped abruptly in front of a door on which Lopez saw the numerals 615 and raised his hand toward the bell button beneath them. "Beg pardon, Commander," exclaimed Lopez, "but this is not your apartment." Lawton nodded grimly. "I know it," he said. "I desire to have a talk with—" He touched the bell button with no uncertain pressure. "My wife." Lopez contemplated him with an inscrutable expression. "At this hour?" he asked softly. "Think, Commander, it is after midnight." Lawton's state of mind found vent in an oath. "To hell with the hour!" he exclaimed below his breath, but loud enough to reach Lopez's ears. "I must see Mrs. Lawton, and," his voice deepening, "I wish you to be present at the interview." There was no time for Lopez to reply. The door was pulled softly back, and Penelope stood framed in the doorway, eyeing them in speechless astonishment. She had sent Norma to bed soon after Montague departed, Thorpe and Belisowski having shortened their visit perceptibly upon the, to them, unexpected arrival of the tall Englishman. Her talk with Norma, in which the younger girl had told her of her engagement to Montague, had aroused bittersweet memories which she could not put aside, and not troubling to undress save to don a becoming negligee, she had turned on the reading lamp, and, selecting a novel which had created a small sensation, she had sought distraction in its pages. Lawton gave her no time for thought. "Sorry to disturb you at this hour," he said. "It is imperative that I see you. I will detain you only a moment, but," with a side glance up and down the long corridor, "we cannot talk here." Penelope, collecting her wits, drew back. "Come in," she said, and Lopez secretly applauded her quiet acceptance of the situation. "You also, Senor Lopez." She closed the front door and led the way to the drawing-room, switching on the electric light as she went. She motioned to a chair, but Lawton declined it. "I prefer to stand," he said, then added in a voice low and determined, "I have come for the boy." Penelope stared at her husband as if she thought him demented. "What boy?" she demanded. "Your son and mine." "Bobby?" "Certainly. Please call him." Penelope gazed open-eyed first at her husband and then at Lopez. "You are pleased to be facetious," she said, with a slight catch in her voice. "You know very well, Tom, that this is the last place Bobby would be." "That is just why I have come here," Tom answered firmly. "We have been unable to find Bobby anywhere else." Penelope raised one hand to her temple and pushed back her soft, abundant hair, and the pupils of her eyes grew distended. "What am I to understand?" she faltered. Has Bobby disappeared?" "He is not with his grandmother, nor with any of his playmates," stated Lawton slowly. "We have been to all the hospitals and private sanitariums, and no boy answering his description has been taken to any of them because of illness or injury." He sighed heavily. "We are very tired. If you will kindly get Bobby, we will leave at once." Lopez doubted if she heard Lawton's last words, but one idea was uppermost, and she turned ghastly pale. "Bobby is lost?" she stammered. "My little son? Oh, God!" And but for Lawton's quick spring to her side, she would have fallen. He helped her to a chair, and Lopez, spying several bottles of Apollinaris water, one unopened, which Penelope had offered her guests earlier in the evening, filled a glass and gave it to her. Penelope sipped the water gratefully. Her throat felt parched, and her head was whirling. "You must find Bobby!" she exclaimed as soon as she could speak. "Please, Tom! Now! At once!" Lawton, who had been fighting down his wild longing to take her in his arms, fighting against his mad desire to cast aside all barriers and plead with her to forget the long, bitter years of their separation, started as if stung. The hot blood mounted to his forehead, and a revulsion of feeling swept aside his moment of weakness as suspicion gained supremacy. "Pray spare us your heroics," his low, bitter voice cut Penelope like a whiplash, "and send Bobby here." She put down her half-empty glass and rose unsteadily to her feet, her face ghastly. "I have told you that Bobby is not here," she stated clearly. "How many times do you wish me to repeat that fact before you will believe it?" Lawton looked keenly about the drawing-room before replying. "Are you the only grown-up person in the apartment?" he asked. "Except for Norma Page, yes." "Will you call her, please?" Penelope raised her head and, bending slightly forward, looked at her husband queerly. "Why?" she asked. "I desire to question her." He stopped and moved uncomfortably as he met Penelope's blazing eyes. "How dare you?" she said, and hot anger kept her voice low. "You came uninvited. Now go before I have you ejected." But Lawton stood his ground. "I will not leave," he announced stubbornly, with face as white as hers, "until I have assurance other than yours that Bobby is not concealed here. Oh, I know something of your plans," he added, as she started to interrupt him with fierce indignation. "Clifford Burton had warned me of your desire to kidnap Bobby." Penelope stood rigid, regarding her husband, apparently bereft of speech, as a soft footfall sounded on the hardwood floor of the hall, and Norma Page, but half awake, stepped inside the drawing room. She started back at sight of Lawton and Lopez and drew her silk kimono about her. "Why, Tom!" she gasped, and tried to tuck her bare feet out of sight. "Oh, Pen, excuse me. I heard voices, and then I thought I heard my name. I didn't mean to disturb you." "Don't go." Penelope stepped forward and slipped her hand in Norma's, and the latter started at her icy touch. "Commander Lawton desires you to confirm my statement that Bobby is not with me in this apartment." "Bobby here? Oh, no!" Norma's frank young voice rang out instantly and carried conviction. She glanced at her companions. "You don't mean that Bobby has disappeared?" "It would seem so," replied Lawton, stooping to pick up his cap, which he had dropped on the floor when he went to Penelope's assistance. "When did you last see Bobby, Norma?" "He left me here at the door of the apartment." Norma added the last clause on catching sight of Lawton's frown. "Bobby wouldn't come inside with me, although I begged him to do so." She felt Penelope's hand quiver ever so slightly, and seeing Lawton's eyes still bent upon her, continued hurriedly. "Bobby left word with the elevator boy that he was going to his grandmother's apartment and would wait for me there. Haven't you seen him, Senor Lopez?" Lopez shook his head. "No, Miss Page, and I have searched most diligently for him. I greatly fear—" He stopped hastily as Penelope threw up her hand as if to ward off a blow. "Don't!" she whispered. "I can't stand it." She turned her agonized gaze toward her husband, all else forgotten in her anxiety for her son. "You must find him. Don't stand there doing nothing. Go to the police and ask for their aid." Lawton hesitated. Then, signing to Lopez, he went into the hall, but once there he turned back and addressed his wife. "I will send you word if Bobby turns up," he said, and catching Lopez by the arm with a grip which hurt, he hurried the tutor out of the apartment, utterly unconscious of the latter's attempts to lag behind. As the front door closed behind her husband, Penelope stood motionless for nearly a minute, then staggered toward the hall. "Help me to bed, Norma," she whispered through trembling lips. "Oh, I am ashamed to cry, ashamed to admit that any man has the power to cut me to the heart. Pray God, Norma, that Gilbert Montague is not a fiend in human shape." And to Norma's utter consternation, Penelope burst into a flood of tears. It was fully 2 hours later when Norma crept back to her room and into bed. At last Penelope had fallen into a fitful sleep, and Norma felt that she could leave her cousin. It had grown colder, and the girl was unpleasantly conscious from her stiffened muscles that the last day of September was over. What a day it had been! Norma sighed. Perhaps October would usher in better fortune. A second or two later her eyes closed, and she slept like a tired child. Her sleep, however, was not of long duration. She awakened with a growing sense of depression, and was at first unable to account for it. Then, as recollection grew, the incidents of the night recurred to her with startling vividness. Slowly, she conned over the scene between Gilbert Montague and the two men, Nelson Thorpe and Boris Beliselsky. She had never cared particularly for Nelson Thorpe, and she bitterly resented his manner toward Montague that night, and she sat up in bed. The pillows felt hot and uncomfortable. Why had her sixth sense warned her that Gilbert Montague had lied in stating that he was not at Mrs. Rutherford Lawton's apartment the night before? It was absurd. No, it was worse than absurd. It was disloyal to doubt Montague's statement. After all, what had she to go on? Just a feeling? Pshaw! What a fool she was! With this comforting reflection, Norma lay down in bed again. But court sleep as she did, it would not come. She had killed one head of the dragon, doubt, but another had taken its place. Bobby! Where in the world was Bobby? Was his disappearance but a thoughtless, boyish prank? Had any harm come to the child? The thought was not quieting, and she squirmed about the bed in unhappy silence. Where could Bobby have gone? She ran over all the most unlikely places where he might have hidden. But why should the boy hide? Norma shook a bewildered head. Suddenly an idea occurred to her of a so startling nature that she almost fell out of bed. Bobby was in the Lawton apartment at the time Clifford Burton was killed. Suppose the police believed the lad knew who stabbed Barton and had secretly locked him up as a material witness. Norma felt very shaky as to the power of the law under such circumstances. In regard to the Metropolitan Police Department and its inner workings, she was not very knowledgeable, to use her black mammy's term. Was the idea worth repeating to Penelope Lawton? On second thought, it might not comfort a small boy's mother to suggest that he was in a police cell, even through no fault of his own. Norma lay back in bed and tried to compose herself for slumber. It was no use. Her active brain would conjure up first one idea and then another. If Bobby wasn't in a police cell, where was he? Where could a small boy of 12 be hidden in the city of Washington? And why should he be hidden anywhere? Norma caught her breath, and one hand flew to her mouth to stifle an exclamation. She must not awaken Penelope. Suppose the criminal had learned through the public press of Bobby's presence in the Lawton apartment and, fearing the boy's testimony, had abducted him. It was truly an alarming thought. Norma felt cold all over. Should she call up her cousin, Tom Lawton, and suggest it to him? No. Her lips closed firmly. She would not willingly speak to her cousin again after his insulting behavior to his wife. How dared he doubt Penelope's word when she said the boy was not in the apartment? Why, it was preposterous to suppose that Bobby was concealed on the premises. There wasn't a room which was not open. Which was not open. Norma repeated the words aloud semi-consciously. She had found one room closed to her that evening when she tried the door of Penelope's boudoir on her way to join her cousin and her two guests in the drawing-room. And come to think of it, she had asked Penelope if she did not wish her bedroom door, which communicated with the boudoir, opened to make a current of air, and Penelope had replied in marked haste that she feared a draught, as she had taken cold that afternoon. Suppose Bobby was in that room? The idea took Norma's breath away. For long minutes she lay battling with suspicion. No, it could not be. What possible object could Penelope have in concealing her own son? Oh, the idea was preposterous. Like a flash, Norma recollected the tray from the cafe with its soiled dishes, which she had found in the pantry. She had wondered at the time who the food was for. Bobby? Norma rose, her mind made up. Donning her kimono and slippers, she tiptoed softly down the hall to the boudoir door. It was still locked. Norma released the knob and stood leaning against the door, but only for a moment. With an air of settled determination, she continued down the hall and with cat-like tread entered Penelope's bedroom. It was the one she had occupied the night before, and she was fairly familiar with the location of the furniture and the communicating door leading to the boudoir. Penelope used a nightlight, and by its dim flame Norma made out her cousin lying asleep. She gained the door without disturbing Penelope, and, turning the knob with infinite pains, stepped inside the boudoir. The room was quite large, and as Norma's eyes grew more accustomed to the dim light, she picked out different objects in their summer cretonne covers. A couch toward the end of the room was her objective. As she drew nearer, she distinguished something lying upon it. Norma's heart was beating like a trip hammer as she crept forward and laid her hand on a summer blanket. And that was all. Norma checked her inclination to hysterical laughter. She had conjured up a mare's nest. Bobby was not there. Her cousin Penelope was never to be doubted. In her reaction, Norma almost sang aloud as she turned around, and her blood froze in her veins. Coming toward her, she made out the dim outlines of a white, shrouded figure, which appeared to stagger rather than walk. For one brief instant, Norma was frozen to the spot. Then instinctively she backed away, her hands spread wide behind her. Back she went until she brought up against the wall and leaned weakly against it. A loud buzzing in her ears, which gained in volume until the room was filled with noisy ringing. Would it never stop? Was she going utterly mad? A light flashed on, and Norma saw that she was confronted by her cousin, whose white negligee trailed from her shoulders. "Norma, what's the matter?" she demanded, breathless. "And why are you ringing the electric bell? There, look behind you." And Norma turned to find her finger was pressed tightly over the push button. Without a word, Norma dropped weakly into the nearest chair and laughed wildly, immoderately, while Penelope, thoroughly frightened, sought her bottle of spirits of ammonia. Back in his hall bedroom in a boarding house in the once fashionable neighborhood of G and 20th Streets Northwest, Senor Lopez divested himself of his wet coat and shoes and, curling up on the bed, drew from his trousers pocket a crumpled envelope. He stared at the address, Commander Thomas Lawton, then turned the envelope over and ran his sensitive fingers along its flap. "Steamed open and resealed," he muttered. "Inspector Mitchell scored one there, but," his smile was cynical, "he wasn't quick enough to detect me when I purloined the letter which Commander Lawton dropped under their noses." At the thought, Lopez indulged in silent mirth. His shoulders shook. He stuffed the bedclothes into his mouth to stifle queer, uncanny noises. Suddenly he sobered and sat up. Drawing out a penknife, he deftly turned back the flap of the envelope and read the message, "Beware of the bear that walks like a man." With eyes grown suddenly hard and merciless, Lopez smoothed out the sheet of paper and regarded it long and intently. "So Celeste Laporte can practice treachery," he said below his breath, and unconscious that he spoke aloud. "Well, that is a game that two can play." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Second Initial. The sound of running water and much splashing came distinctly through the bathroom door, which had been left slightly ajar. Then a fine, spirited tenor voice echoed through the apartment. So I gave my heart to my lady's keeping, and ever her strength on mine shall lean, and the stars shall fall, and the heavens be weeping, ere I cease to love her, my queen, my queen. The singing stopped abruptly as the door swung open, and Montague, his body tingling from the cold shower, walked through the hall on his way to his bedroom. He called Commander Lawton's name as he passed the latter's closed door, and, getting no answer, stepped inside the room. A glance showed him that it was empty and that the bed had not been slept in. A puzzled frown wrinkled Montague's forehead, and he stood twirling the cord of his dressing gown for some seconds. He had gone to bed shortly after midnight, having waited up for Lawton until that hour. He had slept heavily, dreamlessly, and on awakening had taken it for granted that the naval officer must have come in and gone to his bedroom without disturbing him. Montague's thoughts on the subject were cut short by the sound of a key being inserted in the lock of the front door, and its hasty opening and closing with a bang which jarred every picture on the walls. "Hello!" called Montague. "By Jove, old dear, but you have nocturnal habits, night before last on the go, and never showing up last night. What have you on your conscience that you cannot sleep?" Lawton came into the bedroom and halted before the tall Englishman. "Bobby's gone," he said simply. "Gone? Gone where?" "God knows." Lawton's gesture was expressive, and without further word he walked over to the window and looked outside. When he had full command over his voice, he turned again to his silent companion. "I have searched Washington for Bobby, and the police have aided. We can find no trace of the boy. It is as if the city had opened and swallowed him whole." He clenched his hands spasmodically. "I am miserable, Gilbert, miserable." Montague went swiftly to him and laid his arm around his shoulder. "I understand," he said. "Poor chap." "I don't believe you do." Lawton swallowed hard. "Bobby's more precious to me because of, well," looking his friend squarely in the eye, "because he's like his mother. He's got her voice and certain mannerisms." Lawton sighed heavily. "Poor Bobby! That's why his grandmother dislikes him." "Oh, I know," as Montague moved suddenly. "How?" the latter demanded sharply. "From just a word here and there which Celeste dropped last night and again this morning. The lad hasn't been happy, Gilbert." "I wouldn't take a servant's word." "It isn't only her word. There are certain little things—" Lawton broke off abruptly. "I should never have left Bobby under Mother's guardianship. I realize that now. She's grown self-centered and inclined to be prejudiced." Lawton floundered around hopelessly for a moment before adding in haste, "Forget what I have said, Gilbert, like the loyal friend you are, and give me your advice. Where else can I look for Bobby?" "Where have you tried to find him?" "At the hospitals and the homes of his playmates." Lawton sighed again. "Lopez went with me." "Lopez?" questioningly. "Ah, the tutor." "Yes, good chap." He turned as he spoke and commenced to pace the room with long, nervous strides. "Well, have you any suggestions?" The abrupt question brought Montague out of a brown study. "No, not offhand." He hesitated. "Perhaps Norma Page? I saw her last night." A tinge of red crept into Lawton's haggard cheeks. "I stopped at my wife's apartment to inquire for Bobby. He wasn't there. Then Lopez and I went to the police, and later to my mother's apartment, where Lopez left me. I couldn't stay idle, however, and walked the streets, hoping to catch sight of the boy." Montague looked at his friend in increasing concern. "See here," he exclaimed with such energy that Lawton stopped in his restless pacing and stared at him. "You must have proper sleep, and I'll wager you've eaten neither dinner nor breakfast. Oh, that's bally rot." as Lawton gave vent to an impatient exclamation. "You must take care of your health. Off with those damp clothes and into a hot tub. I'll draw the water now." And utterly ignoring Lawton's feeble protests, he dragged off the latter's coat and, speeding out of the room, soon had the tub filled with steaming water. Half an hour later, fully dressed, he carried a breakfast tray into Lawton's room. The latter was sitting up in bed, and his eyes brightened at sight of Montague. "I feel like a fool," he admitted as he poured out the fragrant coffee. "I ought to be up and not lying here." "You have been 48 hours without sleep. That's excuse enough," retorted Montague. "Finish your breakfast and put the tray on the bed table. I'll see the cafe people get it later, and," with all an Anglo-Saxon's distaste for any display of sentiment, "try and not worry over Bobby. I know the youngster fairly well. He used to take long walks with Norma." His eyes lit up with a quick, mischievous smile. "And voila tout! Bobby's a manly little fellow, quick-witted and imaginative. I'll lay my last shilling that he has not come to harm." Lawton's expression brightened, and leaning forward, he wrung Montague's hand. "Where are you off to?" he asked as the young diplomat made for the door. "To find Bobby," was the instant rejoinder, in a voice which carried conviction, and Lawton, his eyelids heavy with sleep, turned wearily back to the tempting breakfast and his torturing thoughts. But once outside his apartment, Montague's footsteps lagged, and he was deep in thought when he left the elevator on the ground floor. He stopped for a moment at the desk and gave orders to have his telephone temporarily disconnected so that Lawton's much-needed sleep might not be disturbed. On leaving, he waved aside the doorman's offer of a taxi and, tucking his cane under his arm, strode down the street, rushing by pedestrians in blind haste until he reached Connecticut Avenue and N Street. There he paused long enough to enter a florist's shop. After making his selection with particular care, he gave Norma's name and address to the clerk, then crossed the street to the British Embassy. He was greeted on entering the Chancery by one of the staff who hailed him with relief. "There have been numerous telephone calls for you, Sir Gilbert," the latter said. "Several newspapermen and photographers requesting appointments. I put them off," hastily, observing Montague's frown. "Inspector Mitchell of Central Office has called a number of times. He tried to reach you at the apartment, but the clerk there said you had just left." "Did Mitchell leave any message?" "He asked that you meet him at 10 o'clock at your uncle's residence in Hillier Place," the secretary explained, and added in some haste as Montague dropped into a chair, "The inspector said that it was imperative that you be there." "Oh, very well." Montague tossed down his cane and gloves. "My mail?" he demanded, and as it was handed to him, he thrust all else from his mind. Half an hour was spent in going carefully over the letters and dictating replies to such as required immediate attention, and then Montague rose, after first consulting his watch. "You can reach me at my uncle's residence," he said. "I presume the telephone has not been disconnected. By the way, when do you expect the ambassador?" "Tonight. He wired that he would get here on the 6:35 train." The secretary laid down his stenographic notes and stood up. "I suppose you saw by the paper that the president is again at the White House." "Yes." Montague twiddled with a pencil for a second, then reached for the desk telephone. "You need not wait, Foster," and with a bow the secretary retired. It took Montague several long minutes to get Penelope Lawton's apartment as Susie, immersed in trunks which she was unpacking with elaborate care, did not at first hear the bell. In response to Montague's impatient inquiries, she vouchsafed the information that Penelope and Norma had eaten an early breakfast and gone out immediately afterward, that she did not know where, and that Bobby was most certainly not in the apartment. To emphasize the last statement, Susie raised her voice almost to a bellow, and Montague hastily removed the receiver from close proximity to his ear. Before he could ask another question, Susie had hung up the receiver. Montague sat back in his chair and contemplated his surroundings with mixed feelings. He had carefully refrained from calling Norma earlier in the morning, as she had told him, being on a morning newspaper, she would have to work at night and sleep late in the daytime. He had asked both Penelope and Norma to dine with him that night, but that was a long way off. He had confidently expected to take Norma out to luncheon, or to at least have the pleasure of walking downtown with her. With an impatient exclamation, Montague consulted the telephone directory and then again applied himself to securing the number he wanted. This time he was not kept waiting, for Mrs. Rutherford Lawton responded at once. When she understood who was speaking, her voice became less austere. "Oh, Sir Gilbert," she exclaimed, "how kind of you to call up and inquire for Bobby. No, he has not returned. I do not share my son's forebodings that he may have come to harm. Personally, I believe, having stayed away for 24 hours, he is now afraid to return for fear of punishment. I know Bobby," with emphasis. "He has suffered from a guilty conscience before this." "Who has not?" asked Montague, as Mrs. Lawton came to a breathless pause. "Conscience makes cowards of us all. Beg pardon, what did you say?" Getting no response, he wanged the hook up and down until an irate operator told him the other party had hung up. Montague pushed the instrument away and sat back in his chair. In spite of his farewell words to Lawton, he had not been sanguine of locating Bobby. He had called up the lad's grandmother in the forlorn hope that Bobby might have returned, and not from any desire to talk to Mrs. Lawton. He had been taken to see her by Norma on his arrival in Washington, following which he had been entertained at her apartment, and they had met at the homes of mutual friends. But Montague had been conscious always of an undercurrent of distrust on her part, which he was at a loss to account for. The fact that he was an intimate friend of her son did not bridge the chasm, and, except for occasional friendly chats with Bobby, he had little intercourse with Lawton's mother. Montague consulted his watch in doubt, then rose, and after a brief word with Foster, left the Chancery and boarded an uptown streetcar. It was on the stroke of 10 when he walked up the steps of his uncle's residence in Hillier Place and inserted his latchkey in the front door. The windows and blinds on the first floor were closed, and Montague, coming from the bright sunlit street, paused until his eyes adjusted themselves to the semi-darkness. Like many big men, he was light on his feet, and his entrance had been practically noiseless, while the opening and closing of the front door had been drowned by the efforts of a delivery driver to start his Ford parked before the house. Montague had spent several months with his uncle, and the familiar sight of the hat stand in the hall, on which hung Burton's overcoat and several pieces of headgear, was a mute reminder of the dead man. Suddenly awakening to the fact that he had been standing in the hall for fully 5 minutes, absorbed in thought, the Englishman looked into the parlor and then into the dining room. No one was in either place, and he was on the point of opening the door of the back stairs and going in search of his uncle's manservant when he heard that worthy's voice on the floor above. The stairs were carpeted, and Montague's light tread was unheard as he went up to the second floor and across the hall in the direction of the voice. The house, built some 20 years before, when land was comparatively inexpensive, had a wide frontage, and next to the bedroom occupied by Burton was a large library. A gilt mirror, which partly covered the west wall, was directly opposite the doorway, and Montague caught a glimpse of the man he sought, standing by the bay window facing 2 men seated, one on either side of a table. Montague was about to make his presence known when the sense of what the servant was saying arrested the words on his lips. "Sir Gilbert was here near midnight," Simpson stated, turning so as to face Inspector Mitchell directly. "He asked me for the master, and said he had an arrangement with him. When told he was out, Sir Gilbert sat about for an hour or more." "Well, what then?" inquired Mitchell, as the man stopped and looked uneasily at him. "I was in yonder putting Mr. Burton's room to rights, and Sir Gilbert came in," went on Simpson, with provoking deliberation of speech. "He asked me to shave him." "Why?" "He didn't say, sir. Simply, I'm a gentleman's body servant, and have often valeted Sir Gilbert when he lived here with his uncle, and in half an hour Sir Gilbert was clean shaven. He left immediately afterwards." "Where did he go?" asked Mitchell, watching Simpson closely. The servant shook his head. "He didn't say, sir. I went to bed directly afterwards. Detective Doyle told me the dreadful news, sir, early this morning. It's been a great shock, sir." Simpson passed one moist palm over the other and lapsed into silence. Mitchell consulted his notes. "Have you any idea where Mr. Burton spent last night?" he asked. Again Simpson shook his head. "Only that he had an appointment with a lady," he said, and at his words Montague, who had moved slightly to one side of the open door so as not to be seen by those in the library, drew in his breath sharply. "Mr. Burton wished me to order some medicine from the chemist shop, and he wrote the name on a slip of paper which he tore off a note which he had in his pocket." Simpson drew a much-folded strip of paper, which had once been white, from his vest pocket and handed it to Mitchell. "Good quality of note-paper," the latter said to his companion, and spread it out carefully on the table so that both could read it. Mitchell repeated the disconnected sentences on the jaggedly torn paper as he pointed to each one with his pencil. "See you tonight. Apartment L." "It's a lady's writing," declared Simpson, peering excitedly at him. "Don't you think so, Mr. Lewis?" The lawyer pursed his lips. "It would seem so, Simpson," he agreed cautiously. "A handwriting expert would know. Too bad, Inspector, that the signature is missing, leaving only an initial." A grunt was Mitchell's only answer. Turning the paper over, he stared at the words scrawled unevenly on the reverse side. "Hexamethylamine 5-grain tablets." "Did you get the medicine, Simpson?" he asked. "Yes, sir. The box is on Mr. Burton's bedstand. Shall I get it, sir?" And Simpson took a step toward the door. "No." Mitchell folded the paper and put it carefully in his leather wallet. "Who among Mr. Burton's lady friends have names with the initial L, Simpson?" "First name or last name, sir?" asked Simpson promptly. "Either," replied Mitchell, and picked up his pencil. Simpson rubbed his chin reflectively. "There's Miss Lily Mason," he began, "and Mrs. Sam Long, Mrs. Emma Latrobe, Miss Sally Lieber, Mrs. Philip Lowndes. That's all I can think of now, sir." "Think again, Simpson," directed Mitchell, and at his tone the man moved uneasily. "Yes, sir. Of course, sir, there's Mrs. Lawton, both of 'em, the one in whose apartment he died, and the younger." Again Simpson rubbed one palm over the other. "But neither of them has ever been here, sir, like those I just mentioned. Miss Lily Mason, now." He paused. "Some while back, Mr. Burton let on before me that he planned to marry her," he said, "and later he refused to see her and wouldn't talk to her on the phone as late as last week." "Ah, and where does Miss Lily Mason live?" "She has an apartment just under Mrs. Rutherford Lawton, sir," replied Simpson, and paused dramatically to watch the effect of his statement. The two men exchanged startled glances as the grandfather clock in the corner chimed the half hour. Mitchell started to speak, then thought better of it. "Sir Gilbert Montague will be here shortly," he said after a pause. "Are you sure the front bell hasn't rung, Simpson?" Montague waited to hear no more. Swiftly, noiselessly, he disappeared out of the room and down the staircase. Evidently, the servant had forgotten that his uncle had given him a latchkey. Undetected, he gained the front vestibule and closed the door behind him. A glance up and down the single block, which was the extent of Hillier Place, showed him that it was empty, while the house directly across the narrow street bore the sign "For Rent." Montague adjusted his monocle, pressed the doorbell, and, leaning nonchalantly on his cane, awaited the coming of Simpson. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Suspicion. With a promptness which suggested a race down the staircase on the part of Simpson, the door of the house in Hillier Place swung inward, and the servant bowed gravely as Sir Gilbert Montague stepped across the threshold. Simpson, a tall man with light hair and almost imperceptible eyebrows, looked more cadaverous than usual owing to the tight fit of his black clothes and his solemn countenance. "It's very shocking, Sir Gilbert," he said. "Monday, Mr. Burton in such high spirits, and now today he lies in the morgue." "My uncle is not there, Simpson," sternly. "His body was taken to the undertaker's chapel. The funeral will be held immediately after the inquest tomorrow, and interment will take place in Oak Hill Cemetery." "Yes, sir." Simpson bowed deferentially. "Don't go in the parlor, sir. They are waiting for you upstairs in the library." "They? Who?" pausing in the doorway and regarding the servant steadily. "Mr. Lewis, sir, your uncle's lawyer, and Inspector Mitchell. Shall I announce you, Sir Gilbert?" "It is not necessary." Handing his cane and hat to Simpson, Montague slowly mounted the staircase, conscious that the former was standing in the hall looking at him with a curious gleam in his little swinish eyes. Inspector Mitchell and the lawyer both rose as Montague joined them. "I am glad you got here, Sir Gilbert," Mitchell stated as Montague shook hands with Lewis. "Suppose we sit down by this table," pulling out a chair as he spoke. "Mr. Lewis is executor of your uncle's will, and as such I have asked him to go over the contents of this house and your uncle's papers in my presence." "They are here," broke in Lewis, pointing to a neat pile of documents lying on one side of the table. "Ordinarily, your uncle, Sir Gilbert, kept his will in his safe deposit box, but on Monday of this week, to be exact Monday morning, he appeared in my office and in my absence left it with my chief clerk, a trustworthy person who, in your uncle's presence, locked the document up in my safe. As you see, the envelope is addressed in your uncle's handwriting, and the seals are unbroken," turning it over to corroborate each point as he brought it out. "Is it customary in the United States to read a will before the testator is buried?" asked Montague quickly, and Inspector Mitchell answered for the lawyer. "It is not generally done," he admitted, "but your uncle was foully murdered by a party or parties unknown, and in view of the fact that his will might give us a clue in unraveling the mystery, I have asked Mr. Lewis to waive the customary procedure and read it to us. That is why I wished you present so urgently this morning, Sir Gilbert." He eyed the Englishman keenly. "You have no objection, I presume?" Montague leaned forward. "As a matter of fact, I have," he said, and at his words the lawyer laid down a letter opener and stared at him. "Why do you wish to retard justice?" demanded Mitchell, giving Montague no chance to say more. "I have no such wish," quietly, meeting Mitchell's eyes unflinchingly. I fail, however, to see what my uncle's will has to do with his untimely and most unhappy death. Frankly, gentlemen, I feel that to read my uncle's will before he is buried is disrespectful to his memory and therefore highly improper." The lawyer sat back in his chair and exchanged glances with Mitchell. "I am sorry you take that attitude, Sir Gilbert," he said gravely. "Under ordinary conditions, I would be the last to advocate anything which would seem disrespectful to my old friend. But considering his cold-blooded murder less than 24 hours after he had called at my office to alter his will, I agree with Inspector Mitchell that the disposition of his property should be known." "Just so," declared Mitchell with energy, catching Montague's startled expression. "Your uncle decides to alter his will, but before he can do so, he is killed. What do you make of that, Sir Gilbert?" Montague twirled his monocle, his eyes fixed on the sealed envelope lying in front of the lawyer. Suddenly he looked across at Mitchell, his expression inscrutable. "There is much I do not understand," he said simply. "I withdraw my objections, Mr. Lewis. Will you read the will?" The lawyer wasted no words. Picking up the steel letter opener, he slit the envelope and drew out its contents and spread the papers before him, and, in a voice audible only to those in the room, read Clifford Burton's last will and testament. There was a brief silence when he finished. Laying down the paper, he addressed Montague. "Your uncle has left everything to you, unconditionally," he said. "You are his only heir." Montague bowed his head. "It would appear so," he agreed, and paused to clear his throat. "I am his nearest relation, and Uncle Clifford was keen on family ties. He believed that blood was thicker than water." "That is true," volunteered Lewis, as Mitchell started to speak. "Your uncle, Sir Gilbert, was of a quarrelsome nature, but he did not harbor grudges for long." "Just a moment," broke in Mitchell, planting both elbows on the table as he leaned forward. "What was his grudge against you, Sir Gilbert, that he wished to change his will on Monday last?" Montague received the direct question with unruffled composure. "We have had a number of disagreements," he admitted quietly. "Which one of them was of serious enough import to constitute a grudge is hard to say. For instance," gazing blandly at the inspector, whose ire was rapidly rising, "Uncle Clifford objected to my wearing a beard and mustache as being un-American." He paused and touched his clean-shaven face significantly. "Simpson, my uncle's servant, shaved me late Monday evening while I was awaiting my uncle's return here." "Ah, you had it done to placate Mr. Burton?" asked Mitchell swiftly. "No, I did not attach as much importance to it as that," with an ironical smile. "Purely a whim on my part, and Simpson's surprise and displeasure at the unexpected order repaid me, incidentally," keeping his countenance unmoved with difficulty as he met Mitchell's disgusted glance. "The change improves my appearance, what?" "It alters it materially," remarked the lawyer gravely. "I should not have known you at first glance, Sir Gilbert." "What were your other disputes with your uncle?" demanded Mitchell, making quiet note of Lewis's remark for future reference. "Were they about women?" "Sometimes." Montague ceased playing with his monocle and inserted it in his eye. "Cherchez la femme," quoted the lawyer, to Mitchell's manifest annoyance. "Women played a large part in Burton's life. I wonder that he did not marry." Then, with dry emphasis, "You would have been out of luck if he had, Sir Gilbert." For the first time Montague changed color. "My uncle was free to leave his money to whom he wished," he said. "He was also free to marry." without consulting your wishes?" interpolated Lewis sarcastically. "There is no occasion to lose your temper, Sir Gilbert," catching an ominous gleam in Montague's eye. "I was in your uncle's confidence, and he told me of your objections to his attentions to—" The lawyer paused as, under shelter of the table, Mitchell's shoe came in sharp contact with his shin bone. With difficulty, Lewis smothered a groan of anguish under a cough. "Different women," he ended feebly. Montague's strong fingers touched the table ornaments absently as he regarded his two companions, his thoughts masked from their keen vision by an immovable countenance. "Different women," he repeated. "Why not specify them by name, Mr. Lewis?" And the disdain in his voice stung the lawyer. He had no liking for the Englishman. A fancied slight early in their acquaintance had been magnified by a warped nature into a major offense. A lifelong friend and one-time partner of Clifford Burton, Lewis had anticipated a bequest, however small, in the latter's will, and his disappointment was proportionately keen. Not to be remembered even with a keepsake. Lewis forgot Mitchell's caution, forgot the wisdom of holding his tongue, and gave full vent to his spleen. "I have in mind," he began smoothly, "your uncle's attentions to Penelope Lawton, his client, and, an expressive shrug completed the sentence. "My friend," supplemented Montague, and his voice was under perfect control, "you will not again allude to her without the prefix Mrs." "Mrs. Lawton, if you prefer it." Lewis's rage was mounting, and Inspector Mitchell's efforts to attract his attention were unavailing. "Burton confided to me that they plotted to be married when she was granted a divorce." "That I know to be a lie." Montague's voice rang out clearly, and Simpson, within earshot in the connecting room, grimaced at his own reflection in the mirror over the bureau. "Sir Gilbert!" Lewis was on his feet, his face livid. "You take advantage of your youth and your size." "On the contrary, it is your age which protects you," declared Montague swiftly. "If you were a younger man and my equal in strength, I'd kill you." "As you did your uncle." Lewis, shaking with rage, pointed a trembling finger at Montague. "Why don't you arrest him, Inspector?" "Yes, why not?" inquired Montague. "Come, Inspector, I am waiting." Gentlemen, protested Mitchell, "this scene has gone far enough. Mr. Lewis, please sit down." "No." While Lewis's shrill, nasal voice came more under control, his rage remained at white heat, and he threw discretion to the winds. Sir Gilbert knew his uncle planned to disinherit him. He knew Burton was to meet Mrs. Lawton clandestinely on Monday night in her mother-in-law's vacant apartment, and he planned the murder, even to having himself shaved to prevent recognition. Lewis came to a dramatic pause. "There's your criminal, Inspector." Mitchell's temper slipped its leash. "Either keep quiet or leave the room, Mr. Lewis," he ordered. "Sir Gilbert." "Oh, let him rave." Montague's fine white teeth showed in an expansive but fleeting smile. "Words are cheap, Inspector." Mitchell shook his head. "Sir Gilbert, this is serious business," he began. "Mr. Lewis has made certain allegations which he must substantiate now," his voice deepening. "Come, sir, where is your proof that Sir Gilbert was in Mrs. Lawton's apartment on Monday night?" Lewis sobered at the question. "That is for you to produce," he snarled, "in the person of Bobby Lawton." Montague tipped his chair forward on its front legs. "Ah, and what do you know of Bobby, Mr. Lewis?" he inquired. The lawyer's smile was enigmatic. Other than that, he paid not the slightest attention to Montague or his question. Gathering up his papers, he laid them and the will in front of Mitchell. I give these into your charge, he said. Kindly sign this release. I had it drawn in my office as I did not wish the responsibility of keeping Mr. Burton's will and other valuable documents in my possession. If you desire to question me further regarding any matters pertaining to Mr. Burton and his lady friends, with a sneering smile which made Montague clench his fists, I shall be glad to come to police headquarters. He waited until Mitchell handed him the signed receipt, then picked up his empty briefcase, and not deigning to notice Montague, he bowed courteously to the inspector and left the room. At the door he would have halted, but Simpson stood waiting to usher him out, and with a quick imperative sign to the servant to follow him, Lewis hurried down the staircase. Tilting back in his chair, Inspector Mitchell peered out of the open window into Hillier Place and kept that position until he saw the lawyer's spare form disappear from view. Then he resumed his customary pose and addressed his silent companion. "Sir Gilbert," he said, lowering his voice so that it reached only Montague's ears, "you are undoubtedly aware that your diplomatic position makes you immune from arrest." Montague nodded. "You will have to act through your Department of State," he replied quietly. "But, Inspector, accept a fool's advice and be very certain of your ground before you take such a step." Then, as Mitchell reddened, "Pardon me, I should not have said that." Mitchell did not reply at once. Rising abruptly, he crossed the library and closed the folding doors leading to Burton's bedroom and another that opened into the dead man's dressing room. When he came back, Montague was tying a shoelace. "You left my uncle's papers," the latter pointed out. "Hadn't you better count them?" Mitchell sat down heavily and, without investigating them, slipped an elastic band about the documents and placed them in the inside pocket of his coat. "Sir Gilbert," he said, "I want your help." "Ah, then you do not distrust me." "Had I done so, I would not have left your uncle's papers within your reach," dryly. "Sir Gilbert, when you told your uncle, if you compromise her you will be killed, did your 'her' refer to Miss Lily Mason?" "No." Not by the flicker of an eyelash did Montague betray his startled wonder at the question. "Had you Mrs. Penelope Lawton in mind?" asked Mitchell relentlessly. The pulse in Montague's temple was beating with maddening speed, but there was no hesitancy in his promptly spoken "No." Mitchell sat back in his chair and regarded Montague from his highly polished shoes to his carefully brushed head. It was some minutes before he spoke. "Sir Gilbert," he began, "there is no sense in disguising the fact that you are in a very delicate position. To sum up, you are known to have had disagreements with your uncle of so serious a nature that you left his house and rented an apartment in the Van Vliet. Your uncle is stabbed to death before he alters his will, and you are found to be the sole heir. On the night of the murder, you are shaved at a most unusual hour for such an operation, and your appearance somewhat changed thereby, the inference being for purposes of disguise, and you have never given the police a satisfactory account of where you spent the hours between Monday midnight and 2 o'clock on Tuesday morning." Mitchell paused and lapsed into silence. The room had grown intolerably hot with the closing of the doors, and Montague was conscious of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Would the keen-eyed inspector see it and put it down to emotion? Drawing out his handkerchief, Montague deliberately wiped his forehead. "Deuced hot!" he exclaimed. "Well, Inspector, you have drawn quite a case against me. Mr. Lewis would rejoice if he heard you. And so would the world if my summing up is broadcasted," grimly. "It would be the ruin of your diplomatic career. Sir Gilbert Montague, attaché of the British Embassy, branded as a murderer." Montague's heart contracted with sudden shock, then beat with suffocating rapidity. Inspector Mitchell had put the situation with brutal frankness. His honor at stake, even his life, and there was another dearer than life, Norma, his little sweetheart. Suppose she judged him by the world's verdict. For an instant the room turned black, and the inspector faded from view. Then his head cleared, and the pounding in his temples ceased. "What have you done to locate Bobby Lawton?" he asked, and Mitchell started slightly at the unexpected question. "A description of the boy has been sent to every precinct," he explained. "All patrolmen are on the lookout, and with the publicity given the lad's disappearance in the morning newspapers, Bobby is sure to be found before nightfall, provided he has not been kidnapped and taken out of the city." "By whom?" quickly. "The person most interested in his disappearance." Mitchell never took his eyes from Montague. "Probably his mother." Montague shook his head. "Your theory won't hold water. Mrs. Lawton is still in Washington." "In that case, I am very likely wrong," responded Mitchell. "The police will locate the boy, never fear," sarcastically, "but we do not have to wait for him to solve the murder. You can do that." "You flatter me," grimly. "By telling me frankly the relationship between Penelope Lawton and your uncle," went on Mitchell, paying not the slightest attention to Montague's interruption. "She was his client and nothing more." The two men looked at each other in a lengthening silence. Suddenly Mitchell thrust his hand inside his pocket and drew out a folded strip of paper. He spread it on the table before Montague, and the latter saw clearly the wavering lines. "See you tonight. Apartment L." "Isn't that Mrs. Penelope Lawton's handwriting?" he asked. Montague rose and buttoned his coat. "You have very ably pointed out that I am the criminal," he said deliberately. "Mr. Lewis, a prominent lawyer, shares your view, with the promise of producing proof against me. Shall I accompany you to the Department of State?" In silence, Mitchell pocketed the paper and rose also. "I will not trouble you to go there now," he replied, "because I am convinced you are chivalrously shielding a woman, and that woman," he preceded Montague to the folding doors and threw them open, "is Penelope Lawton. Good morning, Sir Gilbert," and with a low bow he ushered him to the staircase. Mitchell waited until convinced that the Englishman had left the house, and then retraced his steps to the library. He entered just as Detective Doyle stepped from behind a moderate-sized bookcase which stood cat-a-corner at one end of the room. "You played Sir Gilbert well, Inspector," he exclaimed admiringly, careful, however, to keep his voice subdued. "The poor fish!" End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Innuendos. Connecticut Avenue, once the exclusive residential section of the capital city, but into which had crept first one shop and then another as the fashionable world forsook the shelter of its beautiful trees for more spacious land on Cathedral Heights and Massachusetts Avenue, was thronged with people, and Sir Gilbert Montague stopped frequently to greet friends and acquaintances. The 1st of October generally brought back the cave-dwellers from their summer outings, but with the unexpectedly early return of the chief executive and the opening of the White House, the political world as well as the diplomatic representatives accredited to Washington found it expedient to close their summer homes and again foregather in the national capital. In spite of the balmy air and the brilliant sunshine, The world looked gray and cheerless to Gilbert Montague, and it was with a motion almost mechanical that he raised his hat to bow to first one friend and then another. That the accounts of his uncle's sensational murder had been read was attested by the many curious glances which followed his tall form, clad in well-cut dark clothes, with a black band on the sleeve. Montague was considering getting off Connecticut Avenue and continuing his stroll to the Washington Post building on a less frequented street when he stopped at the curb to await the passage of an automobile. The moment's respite gave Boris Beliselsky an opportunity to overtake him. "You wear the famed 7-league boots, my friend," he said, as Montague turned at his hail. "Where away in such haste?" "Nowhere in particular," was Montague's evasive reply, but the Russian seemed blind to his lack of cordiality, and, suiting his step to his, continued by his side down the avenue, chatting agreeably on first one topic and then another. Beliselsky could be amusing when he exerted himself, and Montague's reserve thawed somewhat as they reached 17th and H Streets. He was about to make his excuses and board a downtown streetcar when Beliselsky caught sight of a smart roadster which swung through traffic as Penelope Lawton turned the steering wheel with the skill of a practiced driver. Attracted by Beliselsky's exclamation, Montague turned in time to see the roadster vanish up H Street, headed due west, and to recognize Norma Page sitting by her cousin's side. There was no possibility of catching them, no taxi was in sight, and that part of H Street was without a car track. Montague smothered his disappointment. His plan of seeing Norma at the office of the Washington Post was futile now. He had called the office from a telephone booth in a drugstore at DuPont Circle and left a message for Norma asking her to wait for him. Evidently, the message had been undelivered, or else— Montague bit his lip as he stood on the corner, his thoughts following the speeding roadster. For the moment, he hated Penelope. She was where he wanted to be, by Norma's side. Was she always to block his happiness, to thwart him? Beliselsky touched him on the arm to attract his attention. "You must lunch somewhere, Sir Gilbert. Why not with me?" he asked, and pointed with his walking stick to the big brick building on their left. "Come into the club and," with uncanny insight into the Englishman's carefully covered aversion to meeting casual acquaintances and listening to their maladroit references to Burton's murder, "you will find privacy there." What he said was true. Montague knew few members were to be found in the Metropolitan Club at noon, and those who might be there would have the tact to leave him alone. The Russian read his changed expression aright, and, turning, silently accompanied him inside the club and up to the dining-room floor. Beliselsky selected a table in one of the corner windows overlooking 17th and H Streets. It was cooler there, and no other tables in the vicinity were occupied. Montague's healthy appetite was unimpaired by his harassed thoughts, and while his host forbore to address him, he saw that the Englishman was bountifully served. Half an hour later, as the steward cleared the table and brought coffee and cheese, Montague roused himself from his abstraction. "You are very good, Beliselsky," he said apologetically. "I am poor company." "Not so," declared the Russian, with a kindly glance. "I myself am not too cheerful. However, it is not wise for men to dine alone when downcast. I would that I could offer you a liqueur." "I am better off without it." Montague squared his broad shoulders. His head had ceased aching, and the tobacco soothed him. He knocked the ashes from his excellent cigar, which Beliselsky had ordered with discriminating taste, and sat back more at ease. A glance at his wristwatch showed him that it was approaching 1. In a few hours he would again be with Norma. She would surely keep her dinner engagement with him. Lighter-hearted at the thought than he had been for many weary hours, Montague looked across at his companion. "Where is Nelson Thorpe?" he asked. "I usually see you together." Belisovsky stroked his pointed mustache. "He has grown unsociable with the return of Penelope Lawton," he stated simply. "What think you? Will she marry him when free to do so?" The question acted like a douche of cold water, and it required all Montague's self-control not to betray his surprise. "I have given the matter no thought," he admitted quietly. "In fact, I had no idea Thorpe was interested in that quarter. What makes you think so?" "We were together in a house party upon his return to America this summer," Belisovsky explained, between puffs at his cigar. "Thorpe became much enamored, so much so that gossip started." The Russian paused and laid down his cigar. "Mrs. Lawton can be very fascinating to a man of his stamp. What did you say?" As Montague's strong white teeth came together with a distinct click. "Nothing," he protested. "I did not mean to interrupt you." He looked out of the window for a second and then back at his companion. "So you think Thorpe more than ordinarily interested in Mrs. Lawton?" "But yes," with the slightest trace of foreign accent. "How far Mrs. Lawton's affections are engaged, I do not know." He paused for comment from Montague, but the latter sat staring straight ahead, and finally the Russian added thoughtfully, "I sometimes wonder if Mrs. Lawton is not a modern Undine, completely without soul." "Without sense," declared Montague in sudden ungovernable disgust. "Imagine a woman with such a husband as Tom Lawton, a fine, honorable chap, putting up with the attentions of a man of Thorpe's caliber." Belisovsky nodded. "She is what you call treading on thin ice," he commented softly. "Nelson Thorpe is of inflammable material. Let him but think she is playing with him, and poof!" He demonstrated his meaning with a snap of his fingers. "The fat will be genuinely in the fire." Montague's thoughts had turned to Thomas Lawton, and he scarcely heard Belisovsky's comment. In their years together he had gained an insight into Lawton's unshaken devotion to the woman who bore the honored name of wife, and now they were once again in Washington, once again under the same roof, with the thin width of apartment walls between them, but separated by an ever-widening gulf of unhappiness, misunderstanding, and, God help them, suspicion. "She is playing with fire!" exclaimed Montague, and started guiltily. He had inadvertently voiced his thoughts aloud. "Indeed, yes," agreed Belisovsky, relighting his cigar. "And in other ways." He blew out the match and tossed it down. "Can you not warn Mrs. Lawton through her cousin, Miss Page?" "Warn her? Of what?" Montague was instantly on his guard. Belisovsky's keen glance betrayed surprise. "Are you not aware that Penelope Lawton is a parlor pink?" he asked, and the gravity of his tone impressed Montague. "Have you not heard her express her views on socialism?" "Not to any marked degree. But then," reflectively, "I was called away from Washington before she left for the summer." "She has grown more outspoken," went on Belisovsky. "The agents of my unhappy country find a fertile field in the United States among the idle women. I suppose," with a cynical lift of his shoulders, "they must have something new, even dangerous, as sauce picante, and so listen to the doctrines preached by the communists." Montague carefully polished his monocle before putting it back in his eye. "We outsiders see most of the game," he said thoughtfully. "It is evident that communist propaganda in the United States is the overwhelmingly chief reason for the government's refusal to recognize Soviet Russia." "Congress will do so, however," retorted Belisovsky bitterly. "Touch an American pocketbook!" He shrugged his shoulders. Germany foolishly destroyed American commerce, and America declared war upon her. Rot, declared the Englishman with vigor. Ah, no, but of course you Anglo-Saxons stand up for each other. Belisovsky laughed softly. Listen to me, my friend. The merchants and manufacturers of the United States wish trade with Russia, and their views will be listened to by the men on Capitol Hill. Listened to, perhaps, but not acted upon favorably, replied Montague stoutly. I have followed the situation closely, Belisovsky, as have all in the diplomatic world. Mark my words, until the active spirit of enmity to American institutions ceases, there will be no recognition of the present government in Russia. Again Belisovsky laughed. Perhaps not immediately, he admitted, but it appears certain that a trade agreement with the United States is imminent. You think not? As Montague shook his head in polite disagreement. Without an agreement, Americans are selling constantly growing quantities of goods of all kinds to Russians, the latter replied. The United States is, in reality, at the present moment doing more business with Russia than several European nations which have such trade agreements. Belisovsky considered the Englishman in silence for a moment. If what you say is true, he began, adding hurriedly, and I have no doubt that it is, as in your official capacity you are in complete touch with the situation, whereas I am out of accord with the official representatives of my country in Washington, I fail to understand Moscow's feverish, not to say frantic, desire for a trade agreement with the United States. Montague scrutinized his companion thoughtfully. Belisovsky was nobody's fool. Why was he claiming ignorance on a subject that was common talk in diplomatic circles? Was he being drawn by the wily Russian? And if so, with what object? Because such an agreement would be considered an act of approval of Soviet government by the administration here in Washington, he answered dryly. It would be hailed far and wide as the first step toward recognition by the United States. Montague paused and put down his cigar stub. I have not been long in Washington, he added, but I am fortunate to count among my friends many Americans, and I am convinced, his voice deepening, that the President of the United States will never sanction diplomatic relations with a foreign regime bent upon undermining American ideals of government. Belisovsky folded his napkin with precision and laid it on the table. It is good to hear such sentiments so forcefully put, he declared heartily. I am glad to be reassured. It would be a world calamity to see another country wrecked as is Russia today. His voice grew husky. The reign of terror in France was nothing as compared to what transpired in Russia, my friend, when the peasants rose against the Tsar. Lenin and Trotsky, their names should be damned throughout the ages. Do not fear, history will give them their just deserts, responded Montague. I must be running along, Belisovsky, with a glance at his watch. Thanks very much for your hospitality. Not a word, my dear friend. Belisovsky clapped him on the shoulder familiarly. Is Bobby Lawton with his father or his mother? Neither. What? Then the story of his disappearance in the post is not a newspaper exaggeration? Belisovsky's voice conveyed lively interest. A remarkable boy. I sincerely trust no harm has come to him. Then you knew Bobby? Surely. His grandmother has been kindness itself to me, and I have enjoyed many delightful hours in her apartment. The Russian stopped abruptly as an acquaintance hailed him. He tried to pass the latter's table with a polite bow, but the other persisted in his endeavor to talk to Belisovsky, and with a low-spoken excuse he left Montague. The Englishman did not tarry. Brushing by several who would have detained him in conversation, he avoided the elevator and instead hurried down the staircase and out of the club. His talk with Beliselsky had given him food for thought. Could it be that Penelope Lawton was seriously considering divorcing her husband? And if so, in heaven's name, upon what grounds? Would she top that folly by marrying Nelson Thorpe? Montague struck viciously at an orange peel lying on the sidewalk and sent it into the gutter. Then, swinging his cane, he hastened into 16th Street and turned in the direction of the Van Vliet. His thoughts, however, were still centered on Penelope Lawton. Beliselsky had said she had become a parlor socialist. He had heard of such fools before. Pshaw! Why worry his brains over Penelope? Beliselsky had but confirmed his opinion of her, and there was no reason to doubt his estimate. No one could have been more suave or apparently cordial than his host at luncheon. Montague whirled on his heel as a shrill voice sounded in his ear. "Pardon, monsieur," panted Celeste, one hand on her rapidly beating heart. "I run the block for you. Madame Lawton will speak with you." And she pointed toward the opposite curb where a limousine stood waiting. The chauffeur held the door open when Montague paused by the car, and Mrs. Lawton motioned to him to enter it. "Can I take you anywhere, Sir Gilbert?" she asked. "Thanks." And Montague sprang inside. "If you will run me up to the Van Vliet, I shall be most grateful. I am on my way to join Tom." "But he is not there," she broke in. "I understood he was lunching with you, or so the clerk at the Van Vliet inferred." "He was mistaken." Montague tucked his long legs out of the way as Celeste entered the limousine and occupied one of the folding seats. "I left Tom in bed." Noting Mrs. Lawton's startled expression, he added hastily, "Your son was not ill, only utterly weary after his fruitless search for Bobby." Mrs. Lawton's lips closed in a hard line, and her eyes snapped. "Bobby's behavior is outrageous," she declared. "I will never forgive him for this escapade. Never. He deserves corporal punishment of the most severe type." Montague studied the angry woman in silence. Was it possible that she felt no alarm for the boy's safety? Could she think that his protracted absence was simply a boy's prank? "I was hoping that you would tell me Bobby had returned," he said gravely. "The situation is becoming serious." Mrs. Lawton gave him no opportunity to complete his sentence. Leaning toward him as the limousine continued up 16th Street, she asked in a voice meant only for him, but which was partly audible to Celeste, "Have the police searched Penelope Lawton's apartment for Bobby?" "No, Mrs. Lawton." Montague was conscious of a feeling of repugnance. Was the woman utterly heartless, or was her callous attitude but the result of her hatred of her daughter-in-law, a hatred apparently passed on to the latter's son? "Last night Tom went to see his wife." He got no further, for at his words Mrs. Lawton turned ghastly and sank back in the car. Celeste, who appeared to have eyes in the back of her head, swung around and produced with lightning speed a small phial from her handbag. She clapped it to Mrs. Lawton's lips and held it until the medicine was swallowed. "If monsieur will excuse," she said, turning to Montague, who was looking at Mrs. Lawton with alarm, "we will leave him here and return at once to Madame's apartment." "Don't you need assistance?" asked Montague, as the car stopped in front of the Van Vliet, and the doorman appeared at his elbow. "Hadn't I better get a doctor?" "No, no, monsieur." Celeste emphasized her words with vigorous bobs of her head. "Madame is better, even now. See?" The maid appeared to be right. There was more color in Mrs. Lawton's cheeks, and her eyes had regained their intelligence. She nodded feebly to Montague. "Don't wait," she gasped. "I will be all right. Come, tonight. Tell John. Home." And, leaning against Celeste's supporting arm, she dropped her head on her shoulder. Montague was so engrossed in watching the Lawton limousine out of sight that he failed to observe a man leave a car in which he had borrowed a ride and approach him. "Afternoon, Sir Gilbert," and Detective Doyle halted by him. "I have some news for you." "Ah, indeed," viewing the detective with quickening interest. "Have you located Bobby Lawton?" "No, sir, but almost as good." "I fail to understand you," broke in Montague as Doyle paused. "Excuse me." Doyle never took his eyes from Montague. "I meant we found the black boy, Joe." Then, observing Montague's blank expression, he added, "The boy that ran the elevator in the Lawton apartment house the night your uncle was killed." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Mended Pillow. "Any telephone calls, Susie?" Norma's clear young voice startled the maid into wakefulness, and the Persian cat, which had slept peacefully in her lap while she dozed in comfort in a rocker in the servants' sitting room, was hastily dropped on the floor. Clapping her white cap on her head, Susie paused but a second to see that it was properly adjusted, and then hurried into the hall to meet her mistress and Norma. "There was one for you, Miss Norma," she explained, picking up, as she passed the telephone stand, a pad bearing writing, and refreshing her memory with a glance at it. "Mr. Manning asked you to call him up at the post the moment you came in." "No, ma'am," meeting Penelope's anxious eyes. "There has been no word about Master Bobby." Without comment, Penelope brushed by Susie and Norma and went straight to her room and closed the door. "Did you see her face, miss?" Susie drew closer to Norma and spoke in an awed whisper. "The poor madam! Go in and comfort her, miss." "I will in a minute. Don't push me, Susie," as the maid, her sympathies at fever heat, gave Norma a gentle shove. "It is best to let Mrs. Lawton be alone. She can't bear to have anyone see her give way to emotion. She is proud, you know, and very sensitive." "'Deed, don't I know it!" Susie spoke with deep feeling. Penelope had the faculty of winning the affection of her servants. "I'd like to tar and feather those that hurt her, and especially that there old cat," and Susie shook a fist in the direction of the apartment occupied by Mrs. Rutherford Lawton. "She's an evil-minded old shrew." "Good gracious, Susie!" Norma, taken aback by the maid's vehemence, actually jumped. Her exclamation, however, did not stem the tide of Susie's wrath. "And that there's Celeste," she went on, "that French flibberty-gibbet, she don't put nothing over on me. I've seen her a-signaling men from the pantry window and beckoning them to climb the fire-escape. Indecent, I calls it." And Susie wagged a shocked head in confirmation of her statement. "Poor Master Bobby! I don't wonder he ran away. The surprising part is he didn't do it afore." "I wish he hadn't taken this occasion," sighed Norma. "Listen, Susie, make some appetizing sandwiches and coffee and bring them into the boudoir. I couldn't persuade Mrs. Lawton to eat any lunch, and we've been driving around and around the city and vicinity ever since noon in the hope of seeing Bobby." "Very well, miss. I'll just telephone to the cafe to send up something tasty." And Susie, relieved that her pent-up indignation might find vent in serving Penelope, hastened into her own domain, while Norma sought her bedroom. As Norma tossed her hat and gloves on the bed, she caught sight of a florist's box. In an instant the top was off and her face was buried in fragrant violets. There was no need to look at the accompanying card. Norma's dancing heart supplied the donor's name. For the moment her happiness banished all thought of Penelope, and she spent the next 10 minutes rearranging her hair, blown by the wind, and putting on a fresh gown. There was just a possibility that Montague might call. Anyway, she was to see him at dinner, and it was now nearly 4 o'clock. Norma found Penelope seated at her writing table in her boudoir. "Have you rung up the post?" she asked. "No? Then do it now," pointing to the branch telephone by the lounge. "Won't I disturb you, Pen?" "No." Without turning her head, her cousin continued her search for a missing memorandum. "Ask your friend if the paper has any news of Bobby, will you, dear?" Penelope followed Norma's long talk with Pop Manning with almost painful attention, while her fingers thumbed a notebook in feverish haste. She tossed it aside and sat back wearily as Susie entered and placed a tray on the table in front of her. With a word of thanks, she assisted the maid in arranging the coffee cups and saucers. "I see your hand in this, Norma," she said, as the young girl dropped down in a chair near her. "You always think of something nice for others." Norma flushed. A word of praise from Penelope delighted her. "They have no news," she said. "Don't lose hope, Pen. Bobby must turn up soon, and," hastily, in her endeavor to bring consolation, "it isn't so very long that he has disappeared?" as her cousin faltered. "Yes. Bobby was here yesterday morning. He's been away from home a little over 24 hours. "Is that all? It has seemed an eternity since I learned that he was missing." Penelope drew in her breath and let it out slowly. Rouge and powder, skillfully applied, had removed all trace of tears. Only her reddened lids spoke of bitter grief. She tried a sandwich and put it down. "I can't swallow it, Norma. Just think, Bobby may be starving." "Not if I know Bobby," declared Norma stoutly. "If anything, he's suffering from overeating. Pen, you mustn't bury him," observing 2 large tears rolling down her cousin's cheeks. "Bobby is all right, I tell you. It's my premonition, and it's never wrong." Penelope's soft smile was pathetic in its fleetness. "I wish I shared your assurance," she said wistfully. "What else did Mr. Manning say, Norma? I saw you making notes. Was it for another assignment? I thought the managing editor had given you leave for another week." "So he has," hastily. "Mr. Manning wants a Sunday special on parlor socialists in Washington. I'm looking to you," with a mischievous smile, "to supply copy. Isn't that your favorite indoor sport, Pen?" Penelope filled her coffee cup and drank it thirstily. "I'll tell you what I can, Norma, but remember, my name mustn't appear." And, as Norma nodded an eager assent, "When must you have the story completed?" "Friday night. Then there is no hurry." Penelope pushed back her chair and rose. She had come to a sudden resolution. A creature of impulse, she seldom paused to consider what might be the outcome of her acts. "I am going to call on my mother-in-law," she announced gravely. Norma stared at her in open-mouthed astonishment. If her cousin had stated that she contemplated a trip to the North Pole, she would not have been less thunderstruck. "You are going to call on Mrs. Rutherford Lawton?" she gasped. "You are joking, Pen." "No." Penelope was halfway to her bedroom, unbuttoning her gown as she spoke. "Will you come with me?" "Of course," with gratifying promptness, and as Norma adjusted her brain to the startling proposal, her sense of fun got the upper hand. "Oh, to see Mrs. Lawton's face when you walk into her apartment!" She followed Penelope into the next room and watched her select a dress with Susie's assistance. "What is taking you there, Pen?" Penelope paused in the act of taking down her hair. "I go to seek Bobby," she said. "Come, Susie, and arrange my hair." Mrs. Rutherford Lawton took some small change out of her purse and handed it to Celeste. "That will pay for the advertisement," she said. "After you have attended to that, Celeste, go to Cornwall's and get some alligator pears for salad. My son is very fond of them. Also, buy a pound of chocolates. Did you tell John to wait?" "Oui, madame. He is below stairs with the limousine." "Then go in it and hurry back. I do not like to be alone," with an involuntary glance about her bedroom. "Hark! Is that the front doorbell? Perhaps it is Commander Lawton or a note from him. But, Celeste, one moment," and the maid stopped in the doorway. "I cannot see ordinary visitors. Say that I beg to be excused." "Oui, madame," and Celeste vanished down the hallway to return in a few minutes. "Senor Lopez desires a word with you, madame." "Ah, indeed!" Mrs. Lawton's expression brightened. "I will keep him here while you are away. Go, Celeste. Do not waste further time. Say to Senor Lopez that I will join him in a few minutes." Mrs. Lawton's tone did not brook delay, and Celeste, already dressed for the street, had no excuse to linger. There were occasions when the maid dared to provoke her anger, but this was not one of them, and it was with a rebellious face that she preceded her down the hall. Mrs. Lawton waited until she saw the front door of her apartment close on Celeste's pretty figure, then went in search of Senor Lopez. Her glance into the dining room showed her that it was empty. She turned and with slow, reluctant feet walked into the library. Senor Lopez rose at sight of her and bowed profoundly, then, advancing, pulled forward her favorite chair. "Have you news of Bobby?" she demanded, without further greeting, and her voice held a breathless note in it, which caught Lopez's unobtrusive attention. A negative shake of his head was his only answer, and Mrs. Lawton sat down heavily in her armchair. "Where can that wretched boy be hiding?" she muttered, then bent forward and shook a long bony finger at the tutor. Her hands, large and with joints swollen from rheumatism, were particularly ugly. "Senor Lopez, Bobby must be found, and without delay. Have you no suggestions to make?" "I have searched everywhere, Mrs. Lawton." Lopez's graceful gesture conveyed sorrow and distress. "I would give much to find the boy before others. Much." Their glances crossed, and Mrs. Lawton was conscious of a sudden sense of chill which the mild atmosphere of the room did not account for. "I fear his father will not punish Bobby as he deserves." "Quite true," Mrs. Lawton sighed softly. "Lopez was a man after her own heart. Commander Lawton is too often governed by affection where he should show no mercy. If you find the boy, bring him here at once, and, permit me to notify his father." "Certainly, Mrs. Lawton." Lopez considered her thoughtfully. He was unconscious of his prolonged stare until she moved restlessly. "Have you no ideas to submit?" she asked. "Would it be advisable to offer a reward for Bobby?" "His father has already done that, according to the afternoon papers," replied Lopez. "It has occurred to me, Mrs. Lawton, that possibly Bobby may have left a note. He was very fond of scribbling, or some line which might give us a clue to his present whereabouts. For instance, have you searched this room?" "No. This is practically the first time I've been inside it since my return from Blue Ridge." Mrs. Lawton avoided his glance. "However, your suggestion has value. Suppose you look around the room now." Lopez needed no second bidding. With the deft swiftness which characterized all his motions, he examined every article of furniture, and at the end dropped down on his hands and knees and looked into every corner and under the rugs. Slowly he got to his feet, and, dusting his hands one against the other, sat down on the large sofa stretched across one corner of the room. It stood close to Mrs. Lawton's chair and directly facing her. Mrs. Lawton watched him run his hands along the edge of the sofa where the back and the seat cushions met. His efforts produced a little dust and nothing more. Picking up one of the smaller sofa pillows which he had inadvertently knocked to the floor, Lopez sat back and considered his next move. He was silent for so long a time that Mrs. Lawton waxed impatient. "What is the matter?" she demanded ungraciously. "You've sat there staring at that pillow for more than 5 minutes. What is there about it to hypnotize you?" "Pardon me." Lopez's tone conveyed sincere apology. "This pillow is covered with such beautiful silk. I regret to see that it has been mended." "Mended?" in astonishment. "Nothing of the sort, Senor Lopez. That is the pillow left me by my sister 6 months ago, and it was in perfect condition when I closed the apartment this summer. The silk is some my husband brought from China and cannot be duplicated in color or design." "True, madam, and being somewhat of a connoisseur of Oriental goods, I have greatly admired the pillow." Lopez touched it lightly with his fingertip. "I recall that in spite of the silk's age, it was, as you say, well preserved. But now, see for yourself." And he laid the pillow in her lap. Mrs. Lawton paused to put on her glasses and then examined the pillow. The tutor was right. 2 holes had been neatly darned with silk, which toned in with the Oriental color and, to the casual glance, would have passed unseen. "Upon my word!" Mrs. Lawton stared at the pillow in angry displeasure. "Who has dared to do such a thing? Who could do such a thing?" Then, in rising crescendo, "Why, my apartment has been closed all summer." "But accessible to Clifford Burton and his murderer," Lopez pointed out thoughtfully. Mrs. Lawton continued to stare at the pillow with eyes in which a trace of fear had found lodgment. "I do not understand," she gasped. "What made the holes?" "Cigarette ashes," suggested Lopez. "Someone has sat on the sofa and carelessly let them drop on the pillow." "But I do not permit smoking in this room." Mrs. Lawton jumped to her feet, and the pillow slipped from her grasp. "What is that noise?" "Someone is tapping on the front door." Lopez turned his head and listened. "Did not Celeste go out after I came in?" Mrs. Lawton nodded her head absently as she reached for the pillow. "Yes, please see who is there." And as Lopez sped noiselessly away, she held the pillow under the standing lamp at her elbow and switched on the electric light. "I know only one person who can darn like that," she exclaimed under her breath. "Celeste." Her absorption made her deaf to what was going on in the hall. Lopez had swung open the front door with an impatient hand and a desire to be back in the library. As his eyes fell on Penelope Lawton and Norma Page standing on the threshold, he was very conscious of a distinct shock, and for once his ready wit forsook him. With a swift, graceful spring, Penelope was inside the apartment, Norma immediately in her wake. Before the surprised tutor could speak, she smiled up at him. "Thanks, Senor Lopez," and her soft, soothing tone penetrated his confused mind. "Where will I find Mrs. Rutherford Lawton?" "In the library." Lopez felt the appeal of her lovely eyes, and his own lit with smoldering admiration as he took in each detail of her charming costume. Penelope had held the attention of men too long not to know her power of fascination. "Will you lead me there?" she asked, and as he passed her with a low bow, "Thank you." Lopez missed Penelope's swift, warning glance at Norma as the latter paused to make certain that the front door was securely closed. He was only conscious of the faint, delicate perfume she used and that she was a few feet behind him. Lopez pulled back the portieres of the library with a keen sense of the dramatic, but Penelope gave him no opportunity to pronounce her name. Walking quietly into the room, she stopped in front of her mother-in-law. "Good afternoon," she said quietly. "It is some time since we have met." The pillow dropped from Mrs. Lawton's nerveless fingers, and she stared at her visitor for a moment bereft of speech. It was fully 10 seconds before she found her voice. "You!" she exclaimed. "Ah, it is like your effrontery to dare to come inside my apartment. Perhaps," with a glance of cunning and fury combined, "it is not the first time." Penelope regarded her without a change of expression. "It is not my practice to thrust myself into other people's homes," she replied. "I have come to see my son." "He is not here." Then, as she read Penelope's disbelief, Mrs. Lawton pointed triumphantly to Lopez. "Ask him if you think I lie." Lopez shook his head sorrowfully as Penelope glanced at him. "Bobby has not returned," he added, "and no message has been received from him. I greatly fear," his oblique black eyes never leaving her face, "for his safety." Penelope blanched, and one hand stole upward to her heart. Her emotion was not lost on her mother-in-law, and her lips twisted into a taunting smile. "When you leave," she said, "you might visit the morgue." The brutality of the words brought back Penelope's self-control, and she faced the older woman with flashing eyes. "It was due to your concealed machinations that my home and happiness were wrecked," she said. "I could pardon my husband's belief in you, for you are his mother, but so long as I live, I will never forgive him for leaving Bobby in your care." "And why did Tom do it?" asked Mrs. Lawton, the hate of bitter jealousy making her voice harsh and rancorous. "Because you are a godless woman. You flout the church." She would have added more, but Penelope's imperative gesture silenced her for a moment. "The road heavenward has many paths," answered Penelope simply. "I prefer to choose the one you do not tread." She glanced swiftly about the library. Lopez stood watching her in fascinated silence. Apparently, he had failed to notice that Norma had not entered the library with them, and Mrs. Rutherford Lawton was unaware of the girl's presence in the apartment. Could she hold their undivided attention for a brief time longer? She must. A slight movement of the portieres attracted Penelope's attention. They parted, and Norma's face was framed for an instant between them. Then a jerk of her head toward the front door, and she had vanished. Penelope took a step toward the doorway, and then paused and faced her mother-in-law. "My instinct tells me that you do not wish Bobby found," she stated quietly. "I go from here to the police." Mrs. Lawton watched the slender, graceful figure slip through the portieres, and if malevolent looks could injure, Penelope would never have reached her destination unscathed. Norma, waiting patiently by the front door, bowed politely to Lopez as they passed into the corridor, and turning, went silently with Penelope to the elevator shaft. Except for themselves, the corridor was empty, and as Norma laid her finger on the push-button to summon the elevator, she whispered in her cousin's ear, "I searched every room in the apartment, and Bobby is not there." End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The House in the Suburbs. Penelope Lawton's pretended interest in a book would have fooled no one but a pair of lovers. Norma and Gilbert Montague, absorbed in each other, were entirely oblivious of the fact that she held the book upside down, and that behind its sheltering covers her eyes were blinded with tears. She wiped them away and stole a look at her watch. Over 2 hours had elapsed since dinner, which Susie had served in the apartment as Montague, at Penelope's plea not to dine in public, had changed his plans and remained with them, instead of taking them to a restaurant. She had given them an hour to themselves, not to mention the time spent with Susie, that they might be entirely alone. Surely they had said all that was to be said. Her nerves could no longer stand the strain of silence. She must talk, do something, anything to get away from her thoughts. The book slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor with a bang which made Norma jump, while her hand tightened its clasp of Montague's and then released it. "Forgive me," exclaimed Penelope, as Montague stooped over to pick up the book. Does your watch say only 9:30? Correct, replied Montague, first verifying his statement. I say, Mrs. Lawton, wouldn't you and Norma like to take a motor ride? A run in the night air might make you feel rested. Candidly, with a charming boyish smile which robbed his words of any sense of criticism, you look a bit fagged, you know. An excellent plan, chimed in Norma. Come, Pen, perhaps the drive would make you sleep better. But her cousin negatived the idea with a despondent shake of her head. Besides, she added, I don't like to leave the apartment, and no one here to answer the telephone in our absence. I might get word of Bobby. The police have promised. I'll stay here, and you go with Gilbert, broke in Norma impetuously. And leave you alone? No, indeed. Penelope bent forward and kissed the winsome face so near her own, for Norma, in her earnest endeavor to persuade her to follow Montague's suggestion, had left her seat by his side and joined her cousin on the sofa. Penelope turned to Montague, who, true to custom, had stationed himself in front of the fireplace and stood looking down at his two companions. You are quite sure, Gilbert, that the private detective you engaged will report here? I told him to, responded Montague, genuinely pleased that she had dropped his title. She was Norma's cousin and the wife of the man he admired above all others, and, oh, dash it all, was he, like the rest, to fall victim to her personal charm? Fight as he did against it, Montague admitted to himself the magic of her smile. Please don't worry, Mrs. Lawton. I assure you the city is being combed for Bobby. I say, in a louder key, a sudden idea striking him, what about driving down to police headquarters and inquiring in person? Penelope sighed. Norma and I met everyone there this afternoon, from office boy to superintendent, she answered, not to mention the police commissioner. They all promised. Her gesture indicated a growing despair. Perhaps later we will go with you. Tell me, in her earnestness, she raised herself from the sofa cushions, which Norma had placed solicitously at her back earlier in the evening. When did you last see my husband? And she made no effort to disguise the almost painful interest with which she awaited his answer. Only once in their intercourse had she ever before mentioned Tom Lawton to Montague, and that was in the early days of their acquaintance, when she learned he had been attached to the British Embassy in Russia at the outbreak of the World War. She had then inquired if he had met her husband, serving as American naval attaché in the same city, and upon his simple statement that they were close friends, she had dropped the subject. Montague respected her reticence. It was one thing in her favor that she did not take the world into her confidence. What manner of woman Tom Lawton had married, Montague could not determine. There were times when he deemed her froth and bubble to the goblet's brim. There were others when he glimpsed a depth of feeling, of tenderness of soul in touch, alike with joy or human suffering. Pen spoke to you, Gilbert, and the reproach in Norma's voice was unmistakable. You have not answered her question, dear. Oh, forgive me. Montague thrust aside his thoughts and conjectures in some confusion. I left Tom early this morning. Then he did not lunch with you? Broke in Norma. I asked at the desk for Tom, and the clerk said that he had left word he had gone to meet you. Possibly he went to the embassy. May I use your telephone? Hardly waiting for Penelope's answer, Montague was at the branch instrument. His telephone conversation, however, proved unsatisfactory, judging by his heavy frown. Tom hasn't been there, he explained, hanging up the receiver, nor has he sent any note or message. I wish now that I had thought to call him up from the Metropolitan Club before lunching with Belisowski. Penelope drew her handkerchief back and forth through her fingers, a nervous trick she had. I did not know that you see so much of Belisowski, she added. He doesn't seem your type, somehow. Norma laughed aloud as she glanced at Montague's fine physique and clear-cut features. "Poor little Belaselsky." Again she laughed. "He is an amusing little cuss, if you have time for gossip. Then there is some satisfaction in having a man around who always agrees with what you say." "True," responded Montague, returning her mischievous smile. "Belaselsky has an open mind." "Quite so. Open at both ends," commented Penelope dryly. "Was Nelson Thorpe of your party also?" "No." And at the brevity of his tone, Norma's eyebrows arched prettily. "I am glad you share my antipathy in that quarter," she exclaimed with downright candor, which was her distinguishing characteristic. "I can't see why you have him hanging around, Pen. Frankly, I wish he had stayed in the Orient." Turning impulsively to Montague, she added, "Mr. Thorpe's mother was a high-caste Chinese, you know." "Ah!" The exclamation escaped Montague involuntarily. He recovered himself with a quickness which proved his fitness for diplomacy. "That accounts for Thorpe's tastes for the Oriental," he said. "I am told his house at Silver Springs is filled with extremely valuable silks and jade from China and Japan. Really museum pieces, in fact." "Well, if that's the case, I hope Mr. Thorpe asks us out to see them," Norma declared, with utter disregard of the inconsistency of her remarks. "I don't like the man, but I adore jade. I gathered the impression from you, Pen, that he was interested only in ancient armor. Why, he sent you some silly daggers. What did you call them?" Penelope shrugged her shoulders. "Daggers is as good a word as any," she answered. "They are sort of this shape," demonstrating with a graceful movement of her hand. "I see. Melee crease effect," responded Montague, and caught instantly the sudden light that flamed her eyes and then died down. "I used them for letter openers," she went on in a dead monotone, "but I haven't seen either of the daggers since I moved here. Remind me to ask Susie tomorrow to hunt them up, Norma." She played for a second with the string of pearls at her throat. "Do you think it possible, Gilbert, that Commander Lawton may have come in and, without stopping at the desk downstairs, gone to your apartment?" "By Jove, it might be." Montague took a hasty step in the direction of the hall. "I'll run over there and see." "Be sure and come back," called Norma, "and put the front door latch down so you can get in. It's perfectly safe, Pen," turning to her cousin. "It won't take Gilbert but a moment. They are on the same floor with us, Pen," with a complete change of tone. "I've been thinking while you and Gilbert were talking. There's something which has just struck me. Wait, and I'll show you both," and springing to her feet, she hurried away. Penelope sat quietly on the sofa for some minutes, then rising, went over to her buhl desk. Pulling open one of the drawers, she tossed its contents about, but what she sought was not there. With puckered brow, she surveyed the ornaments on the top of the desk. From there her gaze traveled about the room, taking especial note of the bric-a-brac in cabinets and the oriental objects of art on the mantel and small tables. She had circled the room when the telephone bell sounded once. If she had not been close to the instrument, its faint note might not have been heard. Snatching the instrument from its stand, she pressed the receiver to her ear. "Yes," she called. "Yes, this is she. I cannot hear you. Who is speaking? Your voice is very indistinct." "Ah!" She leaned slightly against the wall of the room as the sense of the message came to her. "I understand," she stammered after a breathless minute. "Yes, yes. I can't hear. Repeat it. The Upper 10 Club. Tonight. Now." Penelope stood for an instant staring into space. Then she replaced the receiver and, putting down the telephone, slipped from the drawing-room through the door opening into the dining-room, and by so doing missed seeing Gilbert Montague standing just inside the hall door. Having followed Norma's advice as to leaving the latch down, he had walked in unannounced in time to hear Penelope's closing words at the telephone. Surprised at Penelope's abrupt departure and at Norma's absence, he remained where he was. At the sound of a soft footstep, he looked down the hall and saw Penelope, with hat on, struggling into a light summer coat. Without a glance in his direction, and with a swiftness which left him gasping, she passed down the hall and out of the front door. Montague paused in indecision for a second only, then left the apartment as silently as he had entered it, one idea uppermost. Penelope had asked him to find out if her husband was in his apartment. He must get word to her before she left the building. He missed the elevator she caught by the fraction of a second and sped down the staircase in pursuit. A party of young people blocked the entrance of the Van Vliet, and he could not charge through them. By the time he reached the pavement, Penelope had started her car. His hail was lost in the noise of shifting gears as the car pulled away from the curb and darted up the street. Montague ran halfway up the block, then stopped as he saw the roadster gather momentum and swing into a cross street. A hot hand clutched his, and looking over his shoulder, Montague recognized Tom Lawton. "Don't stop," the latter panted. "I have a car around the corner." They were running even as he spoke. A second more, and Lawton flung himself into a touring car, standing with engine throbbing. "Did you notice the roadster and the car following it?" he demanded, as his chauffeur turned for orders. "Yes, sir. They are continuing down this street," pointing to where a taillight could be dimly seen in the distance. "Go ahead. Keep them always in sight," ordered Lawton, and as the man obeyed him, he turned to his mystified companion. "I was coming up the street and recognized my wife as she stood for a second under the lights of the Van Vliet. As she hurried toward her car, I saw a man spring out on the further side and dart to a car apparently waiting for him across the street. Did you notice the second car, Gilbert?" "Not particularly. I was simply conscious of a car passing me as I ran after Mrs. Lawton," replied Montague. "I had no idea that she was being shadowed." Lawton's strong hands closed and unclosed. "The man ran like a sailor," he muttered. "By God, if it's who I think it is, I'll kill him." As Penelope Lawton left the city behind her, she pulled her coat more closely over her throat. The night air was chill, and she was not too warmly clad. She had driven much the previous spring, and was familiar with many of the roads in the vicinity of Washington, and having a well-developed bump of locality, she had not lost herself as she drove the car through bisecting avenues and twisted and turned up and down intersecting streets. She had driven with scarcely diminishing speed in spite of the poor street illumination, a condition which confronts every motorist in the nation's capital. In the more open country just beyond the city limits, her foot pressed the accelerator, and, with a silent prayer that she would not meet a traffic officer, she continued toward her destination. She was nearly there when she caught sight in her small vision mirror of the headlights of a car some distance behind her. She had observed them before, and the regularity of the distance always kept between the headlights and her car struck her anew. She slowed up appreciably and waited for the car to pass her, but it remained in the background, and, as her speed varied, it varied also. Penelope's heart missed a beat and then raced on. The road was lonely, and it was long after 10 o'clock. Could it be a police car pacing her? Or was it? As they topped a small hill, Penelope saw a curve ahead. It was a section of the road she knew well. Her foot came down on the accelerator, and the car shot around the curve. As she vanished from the sight of the pursuing car, she shut off her lights and, checking speed slightly, swung to her right and into a narrow lane which had the general appearance of being simply the entrance to a farm, the buildings of which were far to the left of where she was. Her engine was running noiselessly, and with the lights still out, Penelope drove onward, trusting to her splendid eyesight and the instinctive feel of the wheel to keep to the narrow lane, on either side of which grew a high and protecting hedge. She had covered 3/4 of a mile when she made out a turn to the left. It was the shortcut she had been looking for. 10 minutes later she turned again and continued up a little used driveway. The house she sought loomed up faintly against the skyline, and she drew up to one side of the road and shut off the ignition. Convinced that her car was far enough to one side to escape being hit by a passing vehicle, she started to cross the private roadway and approach the house, which was surrounded with heavy shrubbery and a grove of wonderful old trees. Penelope stumbled slightly as she went down the inclined path, which she made out but dimly. "Have a care, madam," said a soft voice to her right, and Penelope started visibly. "The descent is steep, and therefore pleasantly dangerous." Penelope regained her courage at the sound of a friendly voice. "Where are the veranda steps?" "Straight ahead." The voice came from behind the shrubbery, but evidently the unseen speaker kept abreast of her, for Penelope occasionally distinguished the rustle of autumn leaves as he moved cautiously along. It was with a sense of relief that Penelope reached the veranda and ran lightly up the steps. A door opening upon it swung inward on well-oiled hinges at her approach, and she passed inside the house. One electric light bulb, high up in the ceiling, was the only illumination in the long, narrow passageway, and Penelope peered anxiously at the person who had admitted her. He was a young man, not more than 25, pale, but with traces of what must have been beauty before the ravages of disease came to mar both face and form. He noticed her hesitancy and advanced to her side. "Straight ahead," he murmured, "and across the central hall, then to the right. You are expected." Penelope followed his directions explicitly. The central hall, of large dimension and paneled in oak, was occupied by several men who sat or lounged in various postures against the carved furniture. They rose as Penelope advanced, but none approached or addressed her. The square hall, like the smaller passageway, was poorly lighted, but in Penelope's quick estimate of her surroundings, she judged the men, swarthy and small of stature, were of foreign extraction. Acknowledging their presence with a slight bow, Penelope crossed the hall and walked through the only door that stood open. As she crossed the threshold and stopped before a center table, the electric wall brackets which served to light the room went slowly out, one by one, and she was left in utter darkness. Startled beyond speech, Penelope passed her tongue over her dry lips as she tried to still her rapidly beating heart. "What mummery is this?" she asked as soon as she had mastered her alarm. As mysteriously as they had been extinguished, the lights came slowly on again, and Penelope saw 3 hooded figures seated around the table. "Your chair is there." The man directly opposite Penelope broke the silence. "Be seated." Slowly Penelope did as she was told. "You are pleased to be dramatic," she commented. "Why the hood and gown? I am not," with a brave smile, "an impressionable young miss of 16. "Your levity is ill-timed," stated the first speaker. "Your signature is desired on this paper." And leaning forward, he placed before her a piece of parchment, while one of his companions laid a fountain pen in Penelope's hand, which rested, half open, on the table. Penelope glanced at the long list of signatures which filled the 3rd and 4th pages, and then turned the parchment over. She read the opening paragraph in its neat, precise penmanship slowly, and so on down the first page and over the next. As she read the closing sentences of the document, her face blanched. "But this is treason!" she cried. "Treason!" You should choose your words with more care, admonished the man by her side. They conflict with your statement that you considered the noblest privilege of an American citizen to be absolute freedom of thought and action. But there is a higher principle which far outweighs that privilege, declared Penelope as her color rose. Loyalty to my country. Nothing will induce me to sign this document from Soviet Russia. Nothing? Questioned the smooth voice across the table. Not even the prospect of arrest for the murder of Clifford Burton? Penelope sat as if carved out of marble, her face devoid of color. So, she drew in her breath with a sudden sucking sound, you threaten me? Yes, calmly, to do good in the end. A truly Jesuitical principle. Penelope's stiff fingers fumbled with her silver vanity box. She must gain time. Her brain was on fire. The top section of the box contained rouge. Mechanically, she opened the lid and, taking out the small pad, applied it to her cheeks with the aid of the mirror in the lid of the box. It was an expensive trinket, and the mirror of excellent clarity and magnifying quality. As Penelope scanned herself, she caught a glimpse of the room behind her. A number of the men whom she had seen in the central hall had entered and stood near the doorway. One at the moment ventured closer and came directly in her line of vision. He was gone in an instant, but in that instant Penelope recognized Senor Lopez. She closed her vanity box and slipped it inside her coat pocket. "Threats are idle, gentlemen," she said. "You claim, apparently, that I killed Clifford Burton. What proof have you?" "That furnished by your son," calmly. "Bobby!" Penelope sprang to her feet, her face livid. "You lie! He did not see me!" She stopped, appalled, as realization came over her. "You have betrayed yourself." Low, menacing, the voice across the table continued speaking, but it was a second or two before Penelope understood what was being said. "There is the paper. We require your signature," the man stated. "Sign." Like some hunted creature at bay, Penelope gazed about her. Was it years or only weeks since she had stood in that very room, a prospective tenant, and been shown its one redeeming feature in its inharmonious architectural plans by an anxious real estate agent solicitous to rent the house to her? An addition added to the original mansion, it was used as a sun parlor or breakfast room, and the further wall was broken by long French windows which opened upon a paved terrace. Floor-length curtains were stretched across the French windows, all except one. Penelope pushed back her chair and rose slowly. "I refuse to sign that document," she stated. "I refuse absolutely." "Do you fully understand the step you are taking?" demanded the hooded figure by her side. "The police, they are outside. See?" And Penelope, with the courage born of desperation, pointed to the French window where crouched a kneeling figure. Instinctively, her companions whirled around and with one accord raced for the window as the figure outside disappeared from view. As Penelope drew back, she saw Lopez leap for the document on the table. He had it almost within his grasp, but she was too quick for him. With terror lending wings to her feet, she sped through the concealed opening into the garden and gained her car. 3 seconds later, 2 men, blinded by her headlights, had just time to swerve aside as the powerful car rushed down the drive and swept into the public highway leading to Washington. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. A Pawn in the Game. Norma stared blankly about the empty drawing room. She had left Penelope there not 10 minutes before. Where in the world had her cousin gone? "Pen," she called, "where are you?" She waited a minute, then, getting no response, hurried to her cousin's bedroom, and from there to her boudoir. Norma's mystification grew as she completed a tour of the apartment. Penelope certainly was not there. Why had she gone out? And why did she go out at that hour of the night? And above all, why had she left without a word to her? Norma returned to her cousin's bedroom and looked around. She recalled having seen Penelope's motoring coat and hat flung on the bed. The indentation on the white spread where they had lain was plain to be seen, but both coat and hat were missing. Norma went back to the drawing room with mixed feelings. Penelope must have taken the occasion of her absence to steal out of the apartment. No other word expressed it, for while she, Norma, had been absorbed in her search for her address book, she would most decidedly have heard her cousin go to her bedroom and return down the hall unless she had taken pains not to be overheard. Norma curled up on the sofa and pondered deeply, then, shaking her head, gave up that problem for another. Why was Gilbert Montague so long in returning to the apartment, as he had said he would? Had he rung the front doorbell, and she not heard it? Norma sprang up and hurried down the hall. Opening the front door, she tested the night latch. It was down, and Montague had only to turn the knob of the door and walk into the apartment. Again Norma went back to the drawing room, considerably perturbed in mind. It was getting late, and she felt that she must see Montague. Time was precious. Hurrying to the telephone, she called up the desk and asked for the Englishman's apartment. Then followed a long wait, during which she heard the house operator ring Montague's number with loud insistency. "Nobody answers," reported the operator at the end of 5 minutes, and Norma put down the instrument with a sense of bewilderment. Had Montague returned to the apartment and gone out with Penelope? If so, why so much secrecy about it? Why not take her into their confidence? For a moment, blind, bitter jealousy tore at her heartstrings, and her hands clenched and unclenched in speechless agony. Gradually, reason reasserted itself and calmed her chaotic thoughts. She had the grace to feel ashamed. What if her cousin and her fiancé had gone out together and left her alone? There was nothing to get upset about. They undoubtedly had sufficiently good reasons for their conduct, and she was a fool to worry further. Norma walked around and around the drawing room, a trick she had when disturbed in mind. She had left Penelope because of a sudden idea, and had gone to her bedroom to find her address book. Her search for it had been of longer duration than she had anticipated, for with the perversity of inanimate objects, the book had got misplaced, and she finally found it at the very bottom of her trunk. Norma paused by the sofa on which she had tossed her address book, and, sitting down, turned its pages rapidly until she found the entry she wished. "Aunt Polly," she read, "Rear 3040 Dumbarton Avenue," and closed the book. Just before Montague left the drawing room to find out if Tom Lawton had returned to his apartment, an idea had occurred to Norma, and as she considered it while Penelope and Montague chatted on, it grew upon her. Not certain that she had her old address book with her, she had waited until she found it before taking Penelope into her confidence. During her hasty search for Bobby in Mrs. Rutherford Lawton's apartment that afternoon, she remembered seeing a book lying open on his bed, and the fly-leaf bore the name Aunt Polly in Bobby's round, childish writing. The book had made but scant impression at the time, but it had flashed into her mind with startling vividness, apropos of nothing, and her thoughts had turned to her old family servant, whom old Mrs. Rutherford Lawton had employed for a brief period before Senor Lopez's advent to look after her grandson. Bobby's devotion to Aunt Polly had been a bond between Norma and her small cousin, for she loved her old black mammy dearly. Could it be that Bobby had taken out the book to read, and at sight of Aunt Polly's name had decided to go and see her, and had prolonged his visit to his old nurse for 24 hours? Aunt Polly could neither read nor write, and would, therefore, be unaware of the hue and cry raised in the newspapers for Bobby. It was the one place where Bobby might be, the one place of which no one had thought. Early in May, Bobby had told Norma that Aunt Polly had moved into the city after several months with a relative in Virginia, and repeated the old woman's address, which Norma had jotted down in her book, intending to run in and see her. But the summer had gone, and in her multitudinous duties she had failed to look up Aunt Polly. In fact, even the address had escaped her mind. If she had not located the book, she would have had no means of finding Aunt Polly. The latter had moved into Washington too recently to be in the city directory, and the poor soul was most certainly not a telephone subscriber. Norma jotted the address down on a piece of paper and then glanced at the clock. 10:30. Should she wait for Penelope and Montague? No. She had become obsessed with but one idea, and inaction was torture to her. In locating Bobby, she would solve the mystery of Clifford Burton's cold-blooded murder. Norma left the Van Vliet 10 minutes later and hurried toward Connecticut Avenue. She had fully expected to take a taxi, knowing that the manager of the apartment house chartered a number of cars for his patrons, but the doorman told her that none was on call at the moment and advised her to wait. Norma, keyed up to unusual excitement at the prospect of finding Bobby, was in too nervous a state to follow his advice and set off across the city, her objective being DuPont Circle. There she knew she was almost certain to find a taxi, for close to it was a public cab stand. She was a swift walker, and her mind centered on her errand. She took little note of the silent streets which she traversed. Hurrying around DuPont Circle, she stopped at the public cab stand and gave vent to a sharp exclamation. Not a taxi was in sight. Norma turned and looked eagerly toward the Georgetown streetcar line. Her newspaper experience had taught her that at that hour of the night longer intervals prevailed in the uptown car service. Evidently she was doomed to a wait, whether of short or long duration depended upon a kind or adverse fate, for there was no sign of any moving thing, human or mechanical. Norma debated for a moment. It would prove a long and dreary walk across Rock Creek Bridge into Georgetown, and the streets of that section of the Northwest were narrow and dark. The wiser course was to wait for an electric car. But even as Norma reached that decision, a closed automobile swung into Massachusetts Avenue and drew up to the curb in front of the cab stand sign. As it came to a halt, Norma was at the door and had clutched the handle. "Take me to Dumbarton Avenue and 30th Street," she directed, and was inside the car before the chauffeur had time to move. He started the car with a jerk which brought Norma's shoulders against the upholstered back of the seat with a force which momentarily deprived her of breath, and turning around drove rapidly in the direction of the Q Street Bridge. After its somewhat jerky start, the car ran swiftly and well, and Norma reached the intersecting streets she was bound for in record time. "Here you are, Liddy." The chauffeur had left his wheel and stood by the open door. "The charge is—" "Oh, I still want you," broke in Norma. "Drive down 30th Street until you come to an alley which runs behind these houses fronting on Dumbarton Avenue and turn into it. I'll signal to you when to stop." To make certain that the man understood her directions, Norma leaned partly out of the car, and the light from the street lamp to which the chauffeur had his back turned fell full on her face. His slight start escaped her notice as his hand sought the visor of his cap and pulled it down on his forehead, still further sheltering his features from her view. "Very good, miss," he responded civilly, and obeyed her instructions to the letter. It took a few minutes to locate the entrance to the alley. Norma hardly noticed the slight delay. She had caught the man's Cockney accent, and her active brain was trying to place where she had heard it before. It was a broad alley which wound around between old stables, converted by thrifty owners into garages, and a number of two-story tenement houses. The latter, somewhat ramshackle in appearance, were like many another in the alleys of Washington where dwelt its poorer class, both white and black. They had proceeded about what Norma judged to be half the length of the alley when she spied a tin sign with black lettering on a white background, hanging askew on the wall of a brick dwelling standing across from the only lamp post the alley boasted. Norma tapped on the glass partition between herself and the chauffeur, and the car came to a standstill. She was out of the car before the slower-moving chauffeur, and going closer to the building, read the tin sign with its half-obliterated numerals, 3040. Norma heaved a sigh of delight. The first half of her task was completed far more quickly than she had anticipated. There only remained to locate the front door of the house. She stared in some perplexity at the blank wall and walked to one side. The building, small and square in shape, was detached from its mates, but a high board fence precluded any suggestion of entrance on that side. In some perplexity, Norma circled the place, with the conviction growing upon her that possibly she would have to rouse the occupants of 3040 Dumbarton Avenue to reach Aunt Polly, for evidently the latter's house was built on the back of their lot, and the fence connected the two dwellings. "Here, miss, this way," volunteered the chauffeur, who had done some exploring on his own initiative, as Norma sped around the house and joined him. "See, there's a bloomin' door let into the yard," and he pointed to it. "Let in" described it, for the door was but two of the boards swung on creaking hinges, and her head came on a level with the supporting rail. "Have a care, miss." In his effort to be of assistance, the chauffeur endeavored to hold back the door, and a rusty nail caught in his cap and dragged it off. Norma gasped in astonishment as her gaze rested on the face so close to her own, for he had stooped forward in his effort to catch his cap before it fell to the ground. "Simpson!" she exclaimed. "Why, surely it is Simpson, Mr. Burton's servant." "Yes, miss." Simpson grinned sheepishly. "In hot hours hoff, miss, I drives a taxi. It's a prime way of making money, for people are generous at night, and tips are frequent. You mustn't think hardly of me, miss. I'm a poor man," and the whine in his voice grated on her ear. "It's none of my business, Simpson," she replied. "One might question your lack of feeling for Mr. Burton in seeking such employment when he lies dead and unburied. But," with a fleeting smile, "I might have been out of a ride had you proven more loyal to his memory." "Yes, miss," with a humility belied by the angry gleam in his pig eyes. "But the police have taken over his house, and Hyam turned loose, so to speak. Can I help ye, miss?" as Norma ducked through the opening in the fence. "I have a flashlight in the car." Get it, will you please?" Norma stumbled over a loose board lying on the ground and regained her balance with some difficulty. Simpson, even if a weak sister, was better than no one in a pinch, and she waited impatiently for his return before venturing further inside the yard. Had she chanced to glance upward, she might have seen a head appear cautiously at one of the windows of the second story. It ducked out of sight at Simpson's approach, heralded by a broad beam of light. Under its guidance, Norma picked her way to the few rickety steps which led to the front door. Her first rap brought no response, and Simpson, who had kept at her side, brought his fist against the panels with a resounding bang, followed by several others in rapid succession. "Wait," cautioned Norma as he prepared to repeat the blows. "Someone is moving inside." The door opened slowly, and an alarmed voice came through the crack. "Who am you?" it demanded, "disturbing respectable colored folk at this here time of the night?" "Aunt Polly," called Norma softly, "it is I, Miss Norma. Let me in, dear." Aunt Polly opened the door a bit wider and peered outside. "It surely am yo'!" she exclaimed in joyful surprise. "Come right in, Miss Norma, and welcome. Who am dat with yo'?" Catching sight of Simpson. "Just my chauffeur." Norma turned on the threshold. "Wait for me in the car, Simpson," and the door closed in the servant's face. Far from following Norma's explicit orders, Simpson quietly squatted down and applied first his eye and then his ear to the keyhole of the door. As detached fragments of conversation reached him, his features were distorted by a malignant leer. He was so intent on what was going on inside that a small shadow slipped unnoticed around the house and across the yard and was lost among the deeper shadows beyond the fence. In the apartment which served Aunt Polly as dining room and kitchen, Norma sat back in her chair and regarded her old mammy with radiant countenance. "So I was right," she exclaimed. "Bobby came to you yesterday." "He sho' did," declared Aunt Polly. "He 'lowed his grandma wouldn't be hyah for quite some days, and, as he said 'twas lonesome in that there department of her'n, I let him stay with me. We hain't been off'n de place, 'cause I'm puttin' de big house where Marse and old Miss Fitzhugh live to rights 'gainst their comin' home next Sunday, and I had plenty of corn pone, bacon, and a chicken. Bobby, he eats like I don't know what." Aunt Polly's comely face expanded into a cheery smile, good to see. Suddenly she grew grave. "Bobby ain't too well, Miss Norma. He talks and tumbles in his sleep. 'Tain't natural for a boy like Bobby to act that way, and he won't go into the street 'cause he's afeard that there teacher of his will cotch him." "Senor Lopez?" questioningly, and as Aunt Polly nodded her head vigorously, Norma added, "I don't imagine Bobby will be left to Lopez's care now that his father is here." "Bless the Lord!" Aunt Polly's voice held genuine rejoicing. "S'pose we tell Bobby?" "Yes, and I must take him back to his mother." Aunt Polly turned from the staircase. "To his mother," she repeated. "Dat am good news. Wait, Miss Norma, and I'll get him. He's upstairs a-sleepin' in my brother's room, Jim," she added by way of explanation. "He's stayin' a spell in Richmond." She vanished inside a doorway even as she spoke, and her voice trailed after her. Norma, who had followed Aunt Polly into the tiny hallway with its ladder-like stairs, heard the ladder's heavy tread across the floor, stop, and then move onward more rapidly. "Miss Norma, please come here." Aunt Polly's call held an urgent note, and Norma ran upstairs and into the room opening almost directly from it. By the aid of the one gas jet which Aunt Polly had turned up to its fullest capacity, she saw her old servant standing by an empty bed. "Bobby's done gone, miss." Norma gazed at the colored woman in amazement. "It's not possible!" she exclaimed. "Why should he run away from me?" Aunt Polly's eyes were twice their natural size, and her face was gray. "I been through my room and the bathroom and the closets, and dem's the onlyest rooms on this floor. Bobby's gone. I spec he must have thought that there man with yo' was his teacher." "Perhaps," replied Norma dully. A sick wave of disappointment surged over her. Why had she sat talking to Aunt Polly instead of sending for the boy at once? Listen, she added, should Bobby return, bring him at once to the Van Vliet. Here is money, emptying her purse on the table. Come with him yourself, Aunt Polly. Don't let anyone take the boy from you. I must hurry back to his mother. And paying no attention to the colored woman's excited comments and promises, Norma dashed down the staircase. She fumbled for the latch of the door, and brief as her delay was, it gave Simpson a chance to retreat into the yard. "Have you seen a small boy?" she asked breathlessly, catching sight of the servant standing by the fence. "No, miss." Simpson swung his electric torch slowly around. "He never came out of the house since you have been inside. Shall I hunt about, miss?" Norma paused for reflection. "No," she replied. "Aunt Polly will bring Master Bobby to us if he is anywhere in this vicinity. Take me to the Van Vliet, Simpson, but as you go, keep a sharp outlook for a small boy." "Very good, miss." And Simpson piloted her to the taxi and took his place behind the wheel. As the taxi slowed down to almost a standstill to make an abrupt turn in the alley, a second passenger found a precarious perch on a spare tire rack and, secure from view, enjoyed the run across the Q Street Bridge into Washington. Norma watched the streets for a small figure with eager, intent eyes as they hurried along, and she bitterly upbraided herself for permitting Bobby to slip through her fingers. She had planned such a triumphant return. Norma, half blinded by a particle of dust which blew in through the open window, spent a few painful minutes getting it out of her eye. As she lowered her handkerchief, the car stopped by the curb, and Simpson, switching off his engine, sprang out and opened the door for her. "Just a moment, Miss Page," he said, and Norma, somewhat surprised that he did not move away from the door and permit her to leave the car, remained seated. "I overheard Mr. Burton say his nephew, Sir Gilbert, was in love with you." "Simpson!" Norma was conscious of blushing hotly. The servant gave her no opportunity to say more. "There's something you ought to know, miss," he went on, leering at her most unpleasantly. "Sir Gilbert knew his uncle was to meet young Mrs. Lawton in her mother-in-law's apartment Monday night." He paused and lowered his voice. "Sir Gilbert went there after them." Norma stared at him uncomprehendingly at first, and then, as she took in the sense of his words, her face whitened. "How do you know?" she demanded. "I followed him there." Simpson licked his lips as he relished the situation. "How much is that piece of information worth to ye, miss?" Norma's eyes flashed in indignation. "Not a cent more than—" "To them?" questioned Simpson swiftly, and pointed with his finger to the stately mansion where the lion and the unicorn looked down on Connecticut Avenue, and for the first time Norma realized they had not reached the Van Vliet. "The British ambassador is back, miss. Do you think he would be interested in knowing how Sir Gilbert helped young Mrs. Lawton down the fire escape?" Overwhelmed with the rapid, vehement torrent of words, Norma shrank back. For a moment things were black before her. Then her head cleared, and she caught again what Simpson was saying. "I am a poor man, Miss Page." His voice again held its customary whine. "The police have offered a reward for information." Norma pushed the hair off her forehead. "What is your price?" she cut in swiftly. $12,000 cash." He leaned further inside the cab. "Sir Gilbert has it if ye haven't, and it's buying his safety." Simpson doubted if Norma heard him. She kept so silent, so motionless. When she finally spoke, he almost failed to recognize her voice. "Drive to the Van Vliet," she said. "My checkbook is there." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Spider's Web. Motorcycle policeman McQuaid stopped tinkering with his disabled machine and, turning about, glanced up New Hampshire Avenue as the sound of a speeding automobile reached his ears. Traveling at the rate of 40 miles an hour, it covered the distance to where he stood, whistle at lips, a few seconds after he first descried its headlights. As the car swept by him, he saw that the driver was a woman. With an agility which had gained him place and fame on the Metropolitan Police Force, McQuaid leaped for the running board and missed it by a bare few inches. He was still on his hands and knees on the asphalt when a second car rushed past, swerving to one side to avoid his recumbent figure, distinguishable in the glare of the headlights. As McQuaid gained his feet, he saw the first car, its speed evidently somewhat diminished, make a right-hand turn into the next cross street just at the moment that a third car, coming due west, swept down upon it. The danger was seen by the car behind. Like a thing alive, it leaped ahead and dashed between Penelope Lawton and the third car. There was a grinding of brakes, a swerve to the left, a sickening crash which brought the suddenly awakened occupants of houses within the radius of the sound to their windows. Penelope stopped her roadster in front of the side entrance to the Van Vliet and looked back. With Aladdin-like magic, the crowd was already collecting in what had been a quiet and deserted street. She was conscious of deadly faintness and sat still, for the moment unable to move. She had thought death inevitable a second before. Slowly she gathered her spent faculties, and the twinkling lights of 16th Street, which crossed the westbound street 100 rods or so beyond where she was parked, assumed natural proportions. The blood was coursing more naturally through Penelope's veins when she finally locked her car and stepped out on the pavement, but her progress toward the side door of the Van Vliet was barred by McQuaid and a number of strangers who, their curiosity still unsatisfied, were following the uniformed traffic officer as a matter of course. "You were exceeding the speed limit, madam," he began, but Penelope brusquely interrupted him. "I will pay my fine," she exclaimed incoherently, "but let me go to my apartment first." "In a moment." McQuaid's manner, though courteous, was firm. "Let me see a driver's permit. I insist, madam," as she started to brush by him. With stiff, numb fingers, Penelope opened her handbag and fumbled for the leather folder in which she kept both her Maryland and District of Columbia permits. As she produced it, her handkerchief fell unheeded to the sidewalk. "You've had a close call, madam," observed McQuaid, jotting down the number of her district permit in his memorandum book. "If the car following you hadn't dashed ahead and caused the other to swerve, you'd have been a goner. As it was," returning to the leather folder, "it was a bad smash, and it looks as if the driver was done for. Why was he following you?" with a penetrating glance into her white, strained countenance. Penelope dropped the folder inside her bag before answering. "The car tried several times to overtake me," she admitted. "I concluded from the peculiar manner in which it was driven that the person at the wheel was intoxicated. That was why," with a quick conciliatory smile, "I was breaking the speed limit to avoid him." "He drove as if the devil was chasing him," said McQuaid. "If he was tanked, he's paid for it, poor devil. Where are you going, madam?" as Penelope turned away. "Into the Van Vliet, to my apartment." Penelope felt a tug at her elbow as the small crowd about her was augmented by new arrivals. She would have looked around, but her attention was arrested by a remark made by one of the bystanders to another. "They say the Navy officer lives here." Penelope whirled back and faced McQuaid, who had stepped to the curb and was jotting down the numbers of the license tag on her roadster. "Who drove the car behind mine?" she demanded breathlessly. McQuaid added the last numeral before looking up. "I don't know his name," he said. A plainclothes officer, Doyle by name, and the regular patrolman on this beat were there, and so I came after you." He shut his book with a snap and pocketed it. "From what I could see, the driver wore a Navy uniform." Penelope's heart missed a beat and then raced on. To keep her balance, she clutched the arm of the person next to her. Then, as the touch of vertigo left her, she started up the street, the person to whom she still unceremoniously clung keeping in step with her, and the crowd gave way as they elbowed their way through. The car Penelope sought had come in violent contact with a lamp-post and lay on its side, half on the sidewalk, its engine a crumpled wreck. Penelope's gaze sought the twisted steering wheel. Whoever had sat behind it was there no longer. Impulsively, she bent down and grasped the wheel. It was moist and sticky to the touch, and when she removed her hand, her fingers were stained a bright crimson. "Commander Lawton drove the car." The words reached Penelope from a far distance. There was a roaring of 1,000 Niagaras in her ears, and she saw the face so near to her own through a blurred mist. As the nose, mouth, and eyes took form, she drew back aghast. Senor Lopez was at her elbow. Then, even as a sharp cry broke from her, he was swallowed up in the surging throng as an emergency hospital ambulance, summoned by some excited individual, drove up, its horn sounding a deep-throated warning. A familiar voice accosted Penelope as the latter strove to reach the blue-coated patrolman who had gone to converse with the young doctor and the ambulance driver. "Mrs. Lawton, you, here!" Boris Belisowski sprang to her side, genuine distress depicted in his agitated features. "But this is tragic. You must leave at once." Penelope resisted his effort to lead her away. "Where is my husband?" she asked through quivering lips. "Sir Gilbert Montague has taken him to his mother's apartment." Belisowski held her hand sympathetically in his. "The commander, while but semi-conscious, asked to go to his mother." The hand in his gave a spasmodic twist and then lay still. Quite unaware of the direction she was heading, Penelope took several steps down the street and stopped by the side of a third automobile. The damage to it was slight. A broken wheel where it had struck the curb and a smashed windshield were the outward indications of the force with which it had stopped in its dash down the street. Nelson Thorpe turned away from the car in a rage just as Penelope and the Russian reached the scene. "Curse the meddling fool!" he raved. "This wouldn't have happened if Lawton hadn't driven right athwart our bows and forced us out of our course. By... I'll make him pay." "Gently, my friend, gently." Belisowski held up a cautioning hand. "Do you not see Mrs. Lawton?" The passion died out of Thorpe's face, and his expression grew inscrutable. "You should not be here," he exclaimed solicitously. "Let me see you home." And as Penelope stumbled over a break in the asphalt pavement, "Belisowski, take her arm." Penelope submitted to their leadership for only a few rods, however. Then, with an abruptness which took them completely by surprise, she swung around. "I am going to my mother-in-law's apartment," she stated briefly, and not waiting to see what became of them, she hurried toward New Hampshire Avenue. At the entrance of the apartment house, Thorpe and Belisowski overtook her. "Consider a moment," the former begged as Penelope paused at their hail. "Is it wise to go to that apartment again?" The string of pearls Penelope wore with her summer evening dress had become caught in a button of her overcoat, and as she straightened up, they dragged across her throat until the string was taut. It took her a second to unwind them and release the pressure from her throat. When she looked up again at her companions, her manner was entirely composed and her gaze unshaken. "On second thought," she began, "I have decided not to go. Alone." The emphasis on the last word was unmistakable. "Therefore, I invite you both to accompany me. Come." and calmly taking their consent for granted, she led the way inside the apartment house. Inspector Mitchell, standing just within the open door of Mrs. Rutherford Lawton's apartment, watched Penelope and her two companions leave the elevator with unfeigned astonishment. He partly closed the door an instant to exchange a whispered word with Pat McGuire. Then, as the janitor nodded his head in understanding and slipped away, he admitted Penelope. Without an instant's hesitation, she walked down the corridor and into the library. The bandages which Mrs. Rutherford Lawton was taking from the Red Cross emergency kit and handing to Celeste dropped from the French maid's fingers and rolled unheeded to the further end of the library. "Madame! Madame!" Celeste could hardly articulate. "See whom you have here!" And she pointed an agitated finger at Penelope and the three men, for Inspector Mitchell had walked gravely after them as they passed down the hall. Mrs. Lawton closed the lid of the box standing on the floor at her feet and straightened up in her chair. Her face, flushed from the exertion of stooping, turned apoplectic in hue at sight of her daughter-in-law. "You show strange familiarity with my apartment," she snarled. "Your effrontery passes belief. How dare you intrude upon me at this time?" As Penelope met her furious gaze, her hands clenched themselves inside the pockets of her coat, but she gave no outward sign of emotion. "I have not come to see you," she stated quietly. "I desire to be with my husband." "A desire which he does not reciprocate," declared Mrs. Lawton insolently. "Kindly leave at once and, take those persons with you." A sweep of her hand indicated Belisowski and Thorpe, who bowed in unison as they encountered her enraged glance. "Celeste, show them out." Celeste actually jumped at the sharp command, but before she reached the library door, Sir Gilbert Montague stepped inside the portieres. At sight of those already in the library, he halted involuntarily. Penelope gave him no time for speech, much less thought. "Is Tom seriously hurt?" she demanded, and there was an unmistakable catch in her throat as she put the question. "The doctor says not," responded Montague, and caught the look that flamed her eyes to unwonted brilliance. It died at his next words. "A broken arm and a cut on his temple." "Ah, then he will be up and about very soon," broke in Belisowski, finding it impossible to keep silent any longer. "Possibly." Montague fixed his monocle carefully in his eye and scanned his companions with keen interest. "Unfortunately, Lawton appears to have lost the desire common to all mankind, the desire to live." "It would appear so, judging from the way he tried to drive his car into mine," retorted Nelson Thorpe sarcastically. He had caught and read aright Penelope's shocked expression, and his anger kindled anew. "It's your job in life explaining matters, Sir Gilbert. Therefore, tell us why you and Tom Lawton were chasing Mrs. Lawton into town." Montague stroked his smooth-shaven chin thoughtfully for an instant. "We followed her car for the same reason you did, Thorpe," he said dryly. "To catch up with her. Mrs. Lawton," the Englishman turned swiftly to Penelope, "let me have for safekeeping the document you refused to sign at the secret meeting of the Upper Ten Club." Penelope's hand sought the pocket of her sport coat. Its flap, which she distinctly recalled having buttoned down in her mad rush for her roadster, was unfastened. Her hand slipped inside the deep pocket. It was empty. Penelope stared downward, her wildly beating heart half suffocating her. Had she failed after all? With the document gone, who would believe her account of that mad evening? Which man had stolen it from her pocket? The pause was infinitesimal, but when Penelope looked up, she had regained her lost composure. She found Nelson Thorpe regarding her in sullen anger. Belaselski's bead-like eyes were fixed upon her in open curiosity, while Mrs. Lawton's insulting stare plainly indicated her detestation of her daughter-in-law. Inspector Mitchell, whom she had met that afternoon at police headquarters, and Celeste were both watching her with undisguised and fascinated interest. Only Sir Gilbert Montague's look appeared impersonal as he stood waiting in courteous silence for her answer to his request. "Stand aside. I will come in. There is no use, McGuire, trying to stop me." Norma's fresh young voice, raised in anger, came distinctly to them, followed by a rush down the hallway, and she was in the library, clutching a reluctant and protesting Simpson by the arm. At sight of Sir Gilbert Montague, the servant wrenched himself free and would have dodged into the hall, but the Englishman again occupied most of the door space and blocked his exit. "Penelope!" Norma strove to keep her voice lowered, to master her excitement and control her inclination to hysterics. Simpson and I, waited at your apartment until Detective Doyle told me of Tom's accident and that you were here with him, so I dragged Simpson over with me under pretense of getting you to advance me $12,000. "What?" The ejaculation escaped in chorus from Penelope and Montague. "Why do you want such a sum of money?" "Simpson, tell them why," ordered Norma, and her pent-up indignation found vent at last as she turned in scorn on the cowering servant. "What? You are afraid? Then I will." She looked across at Montague, her loyal pride in him and deep abiding affection undisguised, unashamed. "Simpson claims that he followed you here, Gilbert, on Monday night, and saw you help Penelope down the fire escape." She got no further. "Ah!" The exclamation came from Mrs. Rutherford Lawton in one long-drawn, triumphant breath. She raised an accusing finger and pointed it at her daughter-in-law. "Your guilt has found you out, and the wages of sin are death." Penelope shrank back from the almost maniacal fire which blazed in the older woman's eyes. "Is your hatred so deep-seated that you would brand your son's wife a murderess on such flimsy testimony?" she asked, and the bitter, biting contempt in her voice cut like a whiplash. "The testimony of a blackmailer who dares not voice his thoughts aloud?" She glanced at her silent companions. "The charge is monstrous." From an inner pocket, Inspector Mitchell drew out a paper and, stepping forward, extended it to Penelope. "This warrant has been sworn out for your arrest," he stated simply, "for having murdered Clifford Burton in this room on Monday night." A scream escaped Norma Page and was instantly smothered against her palm. It was the only sound that broke the solemn silence. She stared dumbly about her. It seemed to her excited imagination that all avoided her gaze. In her endeavor to confront Simpson with Gilbert Montague and show the servant up for what he was, a lying, treacherous blackmailer, what had she not precipitated? Penelope took the warrant and gazed dully at the lines upon it. Twice she strove to speak. Each time her voice died in her throat. Then, as her sense of justice gathered force, her courage returned. Suddenly, she woke to the fact that the inspector was still speaking. "We have a complete case against you," he declared, "but it is my duty to warn you that whatever you admit will be used against you." "Thanks." Her dry lips could hardly frame the mocking word. "As I appear condemned out of court, may I know your grounds for your false accusation?" Mitchell reddened with vexation. So far, he had not shaken her nerve. Well, he would try again. "Doyle," he called, and his eyes never left Penelope. "Bring the boy in here." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Foiled. The blood drained from Penelope's heart. What fresh torture was she to be put to? Of their own volition, her eyelids closed, then opened slowly as one idea predominated in her reeling brain. Bobby! Her son Bobby! As she raised her head, she looked straight into the eyes of a grinning, sheepish black boy. "This is Joe," explained Inspector Mitchell, "the lad who ran the elevator here on Monday night. Joe, do you recognize this lady?" "Yes, sir." Joe's eyes rolled in his head. "It's Mrs. Lawton, Master Bobby's mother. I done brung her up to this here apartment on Monday night and help her open the door, and I see her enter, but I didn't never see her come out, and I quit at midnight." Inspector Mitchell waited in significant silence for Joe's statement to sink in, and then motioned to Doyle to withdraw. "Take Joe to the station house and hold him as a material witness," he directed, and turned to Penelope. "Are you satisfied, madam?" "Of the injustice of your accusation? Yes," she responded with undaunted spirit. "I was in this apartment Monday night. I don't deny it." "Ah!" Mitchell's satisfaction was second only to that of Mrs. Rutherford Lawton, who followed every look and gesture made by Penelope with burning interest. "But I do deny that I killed Clifford Burton," went on Penelope. "Why, I did not even know he was here that night." Mitchell laughed aloud. His hour of triumph was at hand. "Your own handwriting gives the lie to your statement," he retorted, and held at a careful distance from her, but so that she could read it, a scrap of paper which bore the lines, "See you tonight, apartment L." Penelope looked up, and the mockery in her glance penetrated even Mitchell's cocksure conceit. "Yes, I wrote that note to Mr. Burton," she admitted quietly, "but, Mr. Inspector, let me point out that you have only a fragment of it there. Here is my whole message." And whirling around, she drew a small memorandum pad and pencil which lay on the table toward her and wrote rapidly. "Look!" And she held up the pad so that those who had crowded about her could see what she had written. "Dear Mr. Burton," the note ran, "thanks for the papers. Regret I cannot see you as you said tonight at the apartment. P.L." Reaching forward, Mitchell took the note from her and compared it carefully with the scrap of paper, then slipped both inside his pocket. There was a glint of reluctant admiration in his eyes as he again faced Penelope. She was game, he could not deny that. "To assert a thing is not proof," he said. "Did anyone see you write that note?" "No," with disarming honesty. "You must take my word for it." Then, noting his expression, she explained with a touch of passion, "I am not trying to dupe you. I have told you I came to this apartment on Monday night. I came on impulse. Having returned unexpectedly to Washington, there was nobody to meet me at Union Station, and leaving my bags to be sent up to the Van Vliet, I walked home by way of Massachusetts and New Hampshire avenues. As I went by the entrance of this apartment house, I stopped and asked Joe, who was loitering outside, if Bobby was back. He told me that the apartment was vacant and for rent, furnished." Penelope paused and cleared her throat. "Mr. Burton," she continued a second later, "had acted for me in the purchase of this apartment house, and with the deeds transferring the property to me, he sent the owner's master key, which gives access to each apartment. Joe told me that several parties had looked at Mrs. Lawton's apartment with a view to renting it, and, on impulse, I decided to look it over also. A snort from Mrs. Lawton interrupted her. "Lies! Lies!" she cried venomously. "Why pay attention to her, Mr. Inspector? Execute your orders as the law commands." "I will, never fear," retorted Mitchell grimly. "Go on, madam," addressing Penelope. "Your story is interesting." "And true," she added swiftly. "The apartment to which I referred in my note to Mr. Burton was my own in the Van Vliet." "Oh!" Mitchell considered her thoughtfully. Could he have been mistaken? No, it was not possible. The evidence was too strong, and her explanation too plausible. If you came up here simply out of idle curiosity, or possibly with a view to renting the apartment furnished, why did not Joe, the elevator boy, see you leave? I did not go immediately. There was a little color at last in Penelope's white cheeks. I admit I lingered, for there was much that touched me deeply. Unconsciously, her eyes traveled to the photograph of her husband in its silver frame on the mantel. It was the first time in years that I had been in my little son's bedroom, and I played for hours with his toys and his books. She stopped to steady her voice, ashamed of the emotion she betrayed before her critical audience. It was after midnight when I left. Mitchell's gaze clashed with hers for a brief second. "And at what hour did you return here?" he demanded softly. Penelope bit her lip until the blood came. The strain was telling upon her, sapping her courage, confusing her thoughts. She must not deviate from her story. She must not. "I cannot tell you the exact time," she acknowledged, avoiding Norma's agonized gaze. "I was too excited to... Oh, I cannot explain," with a graceful gesture which held infinite pathos. "There are times when one must be alone, and I walked about the streets instead of going to my home in the Van Vliet. Suddenly I missed, she faltered, and Mitchell cut into the pause. "Your handkerchief?" he interpolated, and held up a small object. "But when you cut it free from the fly paper, you carelessly left your last initial stuck to it." Penelope looked at the mutilated initial in puzzled surprise. "Let me see it," and as Mitchell held it closer, "It looks like the embroidery I use," she admitted, "but it happens that all mine are marked, a fad of mine, with the initials of my maiden name, P.P. Penelope Page." "Humph! Pretty thin," sneered Mitchell, returning the torn handkerchief to his pocket. "If you didn't come here for your handkerchief, what did bring you back here?" "My husband's class ring," quietly. "I have grown much thinner, and I presume when I took off my gloves on first entering the apartment, the ring pulled off with them. I came back irrespective of the time because—" Again her voice faltered. Then, after a second, she went bravely on. "It was my engagement ring, and I did not wish to lose it here, of all places." Mrs. Rutherford Lawton's jeering laugh broke the silence. "You are to be congratulated upon your vivid imagination," she mocked. "Come, tell us what you found here upon your return." "A dead man." Penelope's lips were ashen, and her eyes dark pools of suffering. "The sight of Clifford Burton lying on that table," she turned and pointed to it, "deprived me of my reasoning faculties, for I fled in terror." "Down the fire escape?" questioned Mitchell eagerly. "Yes," faintly, "but Simpson lies when he says he saw me with Sir Gilbert Montague." Mitchell wheeled on the silent Englishman. "How about it, Sir Gilbert?" In the acute silence, Penelope heard her own irregular breathing. The pause seemed unending. Her eyes swept the small group, then passed on to the doorway. Had she the strength to reach it? Even as she looked, she saw the portiere to the right shake slightly. Then a large, shapely hand dragged it aside, and she saw her husband leaning against the door jamb. "Cut out this foolery," he exclaimed roughly. "I stabbed Cliff Burton." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Solitary Initial. In stunned silence they gazed at Commander Lawton. Penelope was the first to recover from the shock of his statement. In an instant she was by his side, her gaze turned in frantic, desperate appeal on Inspector Mitchell, who stood with mouth agape, for once taken completely off his feet. Lawton, in white shirt and blue trousers, his broken arm supported in splints and a bandage wound around his head, seemed to tower above his wife, who looked upon the point of swooning. From the depths of her armchair, Mrs. Rutherford Lawton stared at her son and daughter-in-law. A little froth, flecked with blood, appeared on her lips, and her body twisted and turned, then fell back limply. No one noticed her condition, not even Celeste. With eyes half out of her head, the French woman appeared turned to marble as she watched the tableau enacted before her. "Commander Lawton is overwrought," Penelope said, almost in a whisper, but in the tense silence every syllable was distinct and clear. "Pay no attention to him, Inspector Mitchell. He is delirious." "On the contrary, I am the only sane person in this room," declared Lawton. "Will you take my confession now, Inspector, or wait until we get to police headquarters?" "Now," replied Mitchell cautiously. He felt that he was treading on unknown ground. Could it be possible that his first theory as to Commander Lawton's guilt was correct, in spite of the evidence against the latter's wife? "There are plenty of witnesses here, and you can make a sworn statement later at headquarters." "I reached Washington Monday night," began Lawton. "My train was hours late. I tried to get Sir Gilbert Montague on the telephone from Union Station and failed, so came here. Not finding anyone to run the elevator, I walked up the staircase to this apartment." "And how did you enter?" asked Mitchell. "The front door was ajar." Briefly, "I went directly into the library and came face to face with Clifford Burton. We quarreled, and I killed him." "Clearly put," commented Mitchell quietly, "but your statement needs elaboration to be convincing. For instance, what did you and Burton quarrel over?" Then, as Lawton remained silent, "Your wife?" A dull red suffused Lawton's white face. Suddenly he put out his hand and drew Penelope to him, and standing with his arm thrown protectingly about her shoulder, regarded his questioner with iron self-control. "Indirectly, yes," he responded, and felt Penelope's convulsive start. "My mother had written me of an interview she had with Mr. Burton, whom I had known in the old days. She told me that he had called upon her in the capacity of my wife's lawyer to inquire what sum of money she thought I would take to permit my wife to divorce me." Penelope could keep silent no longer. "The beast! The lying, treacherous beast!" she cried. "A divorce was ever farthest from my thoughts. It is even forbidden by the tenets of my religion." Her cheeks crimsoned almost to her brow. "That Mr. Burton considered himself in love with me, I bitterly regretted. It resulted in our becoming business acquaintances and nothing more." "Humph!" The inspector's grunt betrayed his skepticism. "Well, go on, Commander. As you met Mr. Burton here quite by accident, how did you happen to have this weapon handy? and he drew out from its oilskin wrapper a dagger. It was lying on the desk. Nodding his head in the direction he meant, one word with Burton led to another, and in a passion I snatched up the knife and did for him. In the back? Mitchell smiled as he saw Lawton wince. Did all this transpire in the dark? Why, no. That is, catching himself up in evident confusion, I had turned to go, and when I tiptoed back again, Burton had switched off the electric lights. To carry a candle? Supplemented Mitchell softly. He was commencing to enjoy the situation again. Had you ever been in this apartment before Monday night, Commander? No. Then you were not familiar with your surroundings? With the location of the library, for instance? No. The second monosyllable was given more curtly even than the first, and Mitchell's eyes brightened as he put the next question. What time did you reach this apartment? Between 1:15 and 2 o'clock. Then Lawton added, Tuesday morning, to be exact. And why was Mr. Burton carrying a candle when he was stabbed? Asked Mitchell. Penelope felt the pressure of Lawton's hand on her shoulder grow unbearably heavy, but no sound escaped her white lips. I am sure I don't know why Burton carried a candle, replied Lawton. He was eccentric, very perhaps, with a painful attempt to cover his increasing confusion. Burton was, like Diogenes, looking for an honest man, and instead found a murderer. Mitchell's gruff tones deepened. Commander Lawton, the killing of Burton was witnessed by Miss Norma Page, and according to her testimony, this room was in darkness, and Burton held a lighted candle in his hand just before he was stabbed in the back. Mitchell paused and cleared his throat. I found out that from 1 to 2 o'clock Tuesday morning, all electricity was shut off at the powerhouse to make minor repairs. It was during that hour that Burton was murdered by candlelight. Lawton's broad shoulders sagged against the door jamb. No comment crossed his dry lips, and Mitchell broke the lengthening pause. Your attempt to extricate your wife from her dangerous situation by incriminating yourself is palpable to all, the inspector stated with brutal frankness, and the fact that even you consider her guilty— No, by God, I don't! Mitchell's denial was instant and rang out like a clarion call. It brought a new light to Penelope's lovely eyes, fresh courage to her sinking heart, and penetrated his mother's numbed brain. Celeste, the nearest to Mrs. Lawton, was the first to hear her moan. Mon Dieu! She cried. C'est pour madame! She have had a fit! Then, as the others crowded about her chair, back! She must have air! The salts, monsieur! There, by you! Celeste's ministrations apparently brought relief, for the moaning ceased. Drawing a handkerchief from Mrs. Lawton's beaded bag, she gently wiped the latter's mouth and laid it down on the table close beside Inspector Mitchell's hand. The bit of white linen caught his eye, and as he studied the finely embroidered initial in one corner, his expression altered. The next second he had placed the torn bit of handkerchief, still adhering to the flypaper, side by side with the perfect handkerchief. They are mates, he exclaimed. See for yourself, Sir Gilbert. Montague, who had been telephoning for a doctor, moved swiftly to his side. Correct, he said. By Jove! Turning over the handkerchief Celeste had placed on the table. It has but the solitary initial, L. So much for your theory of identification, Mitchell, and he snapped his fingers derisively. The Englishman spoke louder than he realized, and looking up, he caught Mrs. Lawton's eyes fixed full upon him. Her efforts to speak were painful to witness, and sounded like some dumb animal in torture. Mother! Lawton dropped on one knee by her chair. Please don't make that horrible noise. Rest quietly until the doctor gets here." Mrs. Lawton struggled up in her chair and pointed to Mitchell's notebook lying on the table, then beckoned with her finger. Reading her gesture aright, Mitchell placed the open book and his pencil in her lap. McGuire, entering the library in haste, stopped abruptly at sight of a scene which bore the elements of tragedy. Slowly, very slowly, Mrs. Lawton's shaking hand followed the iron willpower, then dropped to her side as Mitchell took away his notebook. Scrawled across the sheet was the message her lips could not utter. "Bobby gave 6 of these handkerchiefs to me and 6 to his mother. The initial is from one of hers." As Mrs. Lawton caught Mitchell's look of instant understanding, she sank back in her chair. Her eyes mirrored his satisfaction. Mitchell turned to Nelson Thorpe. "Mr. Thorpe, I understand you are an expert on things Oriental." His sharp, incisive tone caused the man addressed to straighten up involuntarily. "How would you describe this dagger which was used to kill Clifford Burton?" "A Malay crease, undoubtedly," was the unhesitating response. "Are such often found in the United States?" "Not very often." Thorpe came a step nearer. "That particular type is generally found in the possession of a collector. I had one like it." He checked himself and bit his lip as his glance sought Penelope. The byplay was not lost on Mitchell. "What became of your Malay crease?" he demanded. "Come, sir, no evasions." Thorpe's cheeks had turned an unhealthy color. Penelope cut short his stammering and stuttering as he strove to evade Mitchell's question. "Do not overtax your memory, Mr. Thorpe," she said, with a flash of her old spirit. "You gave a similar crease to me." "And what have you done with it?" demanded Mitchell. "Nothing. So far as I know, it is still in my apartment at the Van Vliet. Possibly," with a proud lift of her head, "you have already searched my apartment." Mitchell disdained a reply. Pocketing his notebook, he buttoned his coat. "There is one more question before we go," he said, and the significant emphasis on "we" brought a lump to Penelope's throat. "You have stated, Mrs. Lawton, that you first stopped at this apartment early Monday evening and spent some time here. Did you find it empty?" "Yes." "Ah!" Mitchell's slow-spoken exclamation indicated his feeling of triumph. "Your small son, in the presence of Coroner Penfield, told me he reached this apartment at 9 o'clock and went at once to bed. You stated before us that you were in his room playing with his toys. Was he there with you?" "No." Penelope spoke scarcely above a whisper. She dared not look at her husband, although conscious of his prolonged stare. "Then which am I to believe, mother or son?" As one hypnotized, Penelope gazed at her tormentor. But for the chair against which she leaned, she would have fallen. No one spoke. No one came to her assistance. What was her husband doing? Had he moved? A crash in the distance, followed by scampering footsteps which came nearer and nearer, cut the stillness. A second later, Bobby Lawton hurled himself through the portieres. "Don't let him catch me!" he screamed, and dodged behind Belasowski just in time to avoid Lopez's clutching fingers as the Russian tripped the tutor. The latter came down heavily, full length, and the shock of the fall knocked the breath from his body. "Keep him there! Don't let him get up!" Bobby was dancing in his excitement and utterly oblivious of the presence of others. For once he saw the man he loathed where he wanted him. "I was hiding in my room closet, and I saw Senor Lopez creep in and pick up my boat," holding aloft his precious model of a U.S. destroyer. "And he opened the cabin door and stole the paper and ring I had hidden there. Make him give them back to me." The room ceased whirling about Penelope. Swiftly, her chaotic thoughts took form and substance as her mind cleared. "One moment," she called, and the urgency of her tone claimed the attention of all. Senor Lopez was by my side in the crowd about my husband's wrecked automobile. He stole the document out of my pocket, which you wanted, Sir Gilbert. Take it from him." A malignant grin distorted Lopez's features as Belisowski bent over him. "Take it," he challenged the Russian, "if you can." And as Belisowski attempted to rip his coat apart, he snapped a pair of handcuffs on the latter's wrists. Slowly, Belisowski straightened up, and the terrified horror stamped on his twitching features stilled the words on Mitchell's lips. "What is the meaning of this?" demanded Montague as Lopez scrambled to his feet and he laid a powerful hand on the man's shoulder. "Who are you?" "Joseph Lopez," was the quiet response, "otherwise known as Spanish Jose of the United States Secret Service." He opened his hand and disclosed a small disc, then pocketed it again. "Inspector Mitchell, I turn Boris Belisowski over to you." "On what grounds?" demanded Mitchell, regaining his voice. "For the murder of his friend, Clifford Burton. Denial is useless," holding up an imperative hand as Belisowski gave vent to a torrent of words. "I got to Washington too late to keep my appointment with Mr. Burton that night. I first learned of his murder the next morning from you, Belisowski. Your tool there," pointing to Celeste, who, too terror-stricken to move, stood gaping at them, "tried to warn Commander Lawton by quoting Kipling's line, 'Beware of the bear that walks like a man,' in his Truce of the Bear. It was that note I stole from you, Commander Lawton, which confirmed my suspicions as to Belisowski's guilt." "You cannot convict me on such testimony," screamed the Russian, his voice discordant with fear as he met Lopez's dark eyes. "The evidence against you will be brought out in full at your trial," retorted the Secret Service operative. "Suffice it to say that I have my telegram to Burton agreeing to meet him here, which Simpson, who has turned state's evidence, showed to you. I have also a letter from Burton in which he stated that he would no longer be blackmailed and bled by you, and that he planned to turn you over to the police." "So that was the motive for the crime," broke in Montague. "Yes," replied Lopez. "While Belisowski is the representative of the Communist International of Moscow, he has made a large income as a blackmailer of society people. Burton's indiscretions with women made him an easy victim." "Curse you!" The Russian whirled in fury upon Lopez. "Had I guessed your identity, you would never have foiled me." He shook the handcuffs upon his wrists in impotent wrath. "Burton came here ahead of his appointment and left the door ajar. I had followed him here and crept after him as he entered the library carrying a lighted candle. He picked up some object from the floor, a ring, I believe, and bent over to examine it." Belisowski's hoarse voice broke, and he drew his tongue over his parched lips. "The dagger struck deep into his back, and I fled." "Quite so." Lopez's smile caused a chill to creep down Belisowski's spine. "I delayed your arrest to gain important evidence against your fellow conspirators." He turned to his silent, horror-stricken companions. "Using his former prestige as a member of the old Russian diplomatic corps, Belisowski has cloaked his activities for many months." "By Jove!" ejaculated Montague. "Pardon me, Lopez. Pray go on." The Secret Service operative turned to Penelope. "The document which you were called upon to sign tonight, Mrs. Lawton, under threat of arrest for Burton's murder, is a complete outline of the schemes of the Red forces to undermine the United States government. I took the envelope from your pocket in the crowd outside, for I feared Belisowski or his boon companion, Thorpe," pointing to him, "might trick you out of it. Tonight was the first time I was ever admitted to a meeting of the Upper Ten Club. My membership in the organization was to enable me to keep in touch with their plots against the government." Lopez crossed the room to the door. At his signal, 3 men joined him. "Go with these agents, Celeste," he commanded sternly. "You also, Thorpe. The chief will decide whether you are Belaselsky's dupe or willfully, with your eyes open, joined with him to arouse class hatred. Take Belaselsky with you, Mitchell." He waited until the men and their prisoners were out of earshot, then turned back into the library. "Your mother's apartment, Commander," addressing Lawton, "has been used by Belaselsky as a meeting place with Celeste's connivance. Bobby," Lopez crossed the room, "shake hands." Bobby faced him squarely. The keen eyes which he had dreaded to encounter were moist, and the firm mouth he had often seen twisted into a sneering smile wore a kindly expression which went straight to the boy's agitated heart. "Why did you treat me so?" he gasped. "I had a part to play, Bobby. A slip," Lopez drew his finger across his throat, "meant that." He looked across at Commander Lawton. "You have every right to be proud of your son. I hunted high and low for the key to the Russian code which Burton had surreptitiously secured from Belaselsky and promised to give me Monday night. By chance, I came across it just now in Bobby's toy boat, where he had also hidden this ring." He dropped it as he spoke into Bobby's hand. "You did your best, Bobby, to protect your mother. Goodbye, lad. Good luck." And he was gone. Bobby blinked vigorously, ashamed to show emotion. When his vision cleared, he saw Norma Page and Gilbert Montague standing arm in arm near the fireplace. His glance traveled past them to his grandmother, who was gradually recovering from a partial stroke, leaving her a weak and unstrung witness of the drama unfolded before her. "I lied when I said I got here at 9 o'clock on Monday night," he explained valiantly, conscious that his father had sunk down on the chair beside him. "It was ever and ever so much later, and I ran away to Aunt Polly's after Celeste unlocked the door to Granny's closet. While I was in there, I drew pictures on the walls with sulfur matches. I hope they scared Celeste," he smiled wanly. "It was 'cause I feared the police that I hid at Aunt Polly's. I thought Senor Lopez was with Cousin Norma tonight, but when I found he wasn't, I hooked a ride home on the back of her taxi." Lawton drew his son to him. "Did you see Belaselsky kill Burton?" "No." Bobby looked straight at his father. "I was coming from the bathroom when I saw Mother walk down the hall. She looked so white and awful." Bobby's voice held a suspicious quaver in spite of his effort to keep it steady. "She scared me so I couldn't call out. After she was gone, I stole into the library and, oh, gee!" His feelings beggared description, and he gave up the attempt. "I recognized Mother's ring, and I picked up that paper Senor Lopez was after, and I tried to get a handkerchief Mother had dropped, but Cousin Norma came with Sir Gilbert, and I had just time to cut the handkerchief off the flypaper and reach my room, hide what I had found, and get into bed." "Wait, Bobby," broke in Lawton. "What made you think the handkerchief was your mother's?" "'Cause it had her initials, P.L., on it." Then, as an exclamation escaped Penelope, a wave of color dyed his face. "It was one of the old ones I had seen her use when we all lived together, and," he faltered, "everybody was happy." "Bobby!" Penelope's tender arms were about his tired body. "My dear, dear boy." 3 hours later, Commander Lawton entered his wife's apartment in the Van Vliet and tiptoed cautiously by the drawing-room in which stood Norma in earnest conversation with Sir Gilbert Montague. "I did see Mrs. Lawton come down the fire-escape as I cut across lots to reach the Van Vliet," Lawton heard Montague say. "I greatly feared Mrs. Lawton was seriously involved in Uncle Cliff's murder, and I was at a loss how to aid her and yet avenge Uncle Cliff. Simpson's statement that I helped her down the fire-escape was a lie invented to get me into trouble." I never believed you guilty, declared Norma with loyal fervor. But, oh, Gilbert, I longed to be the one to clear you of all suspicion. It was your woman's wit that located Bobby's hiding place when we all had failed, pointed out Montague tenderly, and Bobby was the key to the solution of many problems. He paused, and taking a ring from his pocket, slipped it on Norma's third finger. Sweetheart, his voice was tremulous with happiness, will you marry me? Norma turned the ring on her finger. It bore the proud crest of the Montagues, with the motto in Norman French, straight to the mark, cut deep in the gold. Slowly she raised her radiant face and met his ardent gaze. Yes, Gilbert, she whispered, and as his strong arms closed about her, Norma saw in her lover's eyes the light that never is on land or sea. As Lawton stepped inside his wife's boudoir, she looked up with a finger on her lip. Shh, she whispered. Bobby has just dropped to sleep. With her husband's help, she rose from her cramped position by the couch, and, his uninjured arm still encircling her, they walked into the next room. I have just left two perfectly happy people, Norma and Gilbert. No, they don't want you now, but I do. Lawton's arm tightened about her. Penelope, how can I ever make up to you for the misery which my unjust suspicions, my insane jealousy brought to you? My unhappy mother— Hush! Penelope laid her finger across his lips. Do not let us forget that she is your mother. Lawton noted the haggard lines under her happy eyes, her utter weariness, and his heart smote him. Dearest, best beloved, he murmured tenderly. Look! He pointed through the open window to the first faint traces of dawn. Let that be our happy omen for the future. And as Penelope caught his adoring look, the words of the beautiful old psalm came to her, and she repeated them aloud. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. The end. End of chapter 21. End of The Missing Initial by Natalie Sumner Lincoln.